an assemblage, and according to machinic connections operating on a BWO. Logos spermatikos. The error of psychoanalysis was to understand BWO phenomena as regressions, projections, fantasies, in terms of an image of the body. As a result, it only grasps the flip side of the BWO and immediately substitutes family photos, childhood memories, and part objects for a worldwide intensity map. It understands nothing about the egg nor about indefinite articles nor about the contemporaneousness of a continually self-constructing milieu. The BWO is desire, it is that which one desires and by which one desires. And not only because it is the plane of consistency or the field of immanence of desire. Even when it falls into the void of too sudden destratification, or into the proliferation of a cancerous stratum, it is still desire. Desire stretches that far, desiring one's own annihilation, or desiring the power to annihilate. Money, army, police, and state desire, fascist desire, even fascism is desire. There is desire whenever there is the constitution of a BWO under one relation or another. It is a problem not of ideology but of pure matter, a phenomenon of physical, biological, psychic, social, or cosmic matter. That is why the material problem confronting schizoanalysis is knowing whether we have it within our means to make the selection, to distinguish the BWO from its doubles, empty vitreous bodies, cancerous bodies, totalitarian and fascist. The test of desire, not denouncing false desires, but distinguishing within desire between that which pertains to stratic proliferation, or else to violent destratification, and that which pertains to the construction of the plane of consistency. Keep an eye out for all that is fascist, even inside us, and also for the suicidal and the demented. The plane of consistency is not simply that which is constituted by the sum of all BWOs. There are things it rejects, the BWO chooses, as a function of the abstract machine that draws it. Even within a BWO, the masochist body, the drugged body, etc., we must distinguish what can be composed on the plane and what cannot. There is a fascist use of drugs, or a suicidal use, but is there also a possible use that would be in conformity with the plane of consistency? Even paranoia, is there a possibility of using it that way in part? When we ask the question of the totality of all BWOs, considered as substantial attributes of a single substance, it should have been understood, strictly speaking, to apply only to the plane. The plane is the totality of the full BWOs that have been selected. There is no positive totality including the cancerous or empty bodies. What is the nature of this totality? Is it solely logical? Or must we say that each BWO, from a basis in its own genus, produces effects identical or analogous to the effects other BWOs produce from a basis in their genera? Could what the drug user or masochist obtains also be obtained in a different fashion in the conditions of the plane, so it would even be possible to use drugs without using drugs, to get soused on pure water, as in Henry Miller's experimentations? Or is it a question of a real passage of substances, an intensive continuum of all the BWOs? Doubtless, anything is possible. All we are saying is that the identity of effects, the continuity of genera, the totality of all BWOs, can be obtained on the plane of consistency only by means of an abstract machine capable of covering and even creating it, by assemblages capable of plugging into desire, of effectively taking charge of desires, of assuring their continuous connections and transversal tie-ins. Otherwise, the BWOs of the plane will remain separated by genus, marginalized, reduced to means of bordering, while on the other plane the emptied or cancerous doubles will triumph. Year 0, Faciality. Earlier, we encountered two axes, signifiance and subjectification. We saw that they were two very different semiotic systems, or even two strata. Signifiance is never without a white wall upon which it inscribes its signs and redundancies. Subjectification is never without a black hole in which it lodges its consciousness, passion, and redundancies. Since all semiotics are mixed and strata come at least in twos, it should come as no surprise that a very special mechanism is situated at their intersection. Oddly enough, it is a face, The white wall/black hole system? A broad face with white cheeks, a chalk face with eyes cut in for a black hole. Clown head, white clown, moon white mime, angel of death, holy shroud. The face is not an envelope exterior to the person who speaks, thinks, or feels. The form of the signifier in language, even its units, would remain indeterminate if the potential listener did not use the face of the speaker to guide his or her choices. Hey, he seems angry, he couldn't say it, you see my face when I'm talking to you, look at me carefully. A child, woman, mother, man, father, boss, teacher, police officer, does not speak a general language but one whose signifying traits are indexed to specific faciality traits. Faces are not basically individual, they define zones of frequency or probability, delimit a field that neutralizes in advance any expressions or connections unamenable to the appropriate significations. Similarly, the form of subjectivity, whether consciousness or passion, would remain absolutely empty if faces did not form loci of resonance that select the sensed or mental reality and make it conform in advance to a dominant reality. The face itself is redundancy. It is itself in redundancy with the redundancies of signifiance or frequency, and those of resonance or subjectivity. The face constructs the wall that the signifier needs in order to bounce off of, it constitutes the wall of the signifier, the frame, or screen. The face digs the hole that subjectification needs in order to break through, it constitutes the black hole of subjectivity as consciousness or passion, the camera, the third eye. Or should we say things differently? It is not exactly the face that constitutes the wall of the signifier or the whole of subjectivity. The face, at least the concrete face, vaguely begins to take shape on the white wall. It vaguely begins to appear in the black hole. In film, the close-up of the face can be said to have two poles, make the face reflect light or, on the contrary, emphasize its shadows to the point of engulfing it in pitiless darkness. A psychologist once said that the face is a visual percept that crystallizes out of different varieties of vague luminosity without form or dimension. A suggestive whiteness, a hole that captures, a face. According to this account, the dimensionless black hole and formless white wall are already there to begin with. And there are already a number of possible combinations in the system. Either black holes distribute themselves on the white wall, or the white wall unravels and moves toward a black hole combining all black holes, hurtling them together or making them crest. Sometimes faces appear on the wall, with their holes, sometimes they appear in the hole, with their linearized, rolled up wall. A horror story, the face is a horror story. It is certain that the signifier does not construct the wall that it needs all by itself. It is certain that subjectivity does not dig its hole all alone. Concrete faces cannot be assumed to come ready-made. They are engendered by an abstract machine of faciality, visagite, which produces them at the same time as it gives the signifier its white wall and subjectivity its black hole. Thus the black hole/white wall system is, to begin with, not a face but the abstract machine that produces faces according to the changeable combinations of its cogwheels. Do not expect the abstract machine to resemble what it produces, or will produce. The abstract machine crops up when you least expect it, at a chance juncture when you are just falling asleep, or into a twilight state or hallucinating, or doing an amusing physics experiment. Kafka's novella, Blumfeld 2. The bachelor returns home in the evening to find two little ping-pong balls jumping around by themselves on the wall constituted by the floor. They bounce everywhere and even try to hit him in the face. They apparently contain other, still smaller, electric balls. Blumfeld finally manages to lock them up in the black hole of a wardrobe. The scene continues the next day when Blumfeld tries to give the balls to a small, feeble-minded boy and two grimacing little girls, and then at the office, where he encounters his two grimacing and feeble-minded assistants, who want to make off with a broom. In a wonderful ballet by Debussy and Nijinsky, a little tennis ball comes bouncing onto the stage at dusk, and at the end another ball appears in a similar fashion. This time, between the two balls, two girls, and a boy who watches them develop passional dance and facial traits in vague luminosities, curiosity, spite, irony, ecstasy. Point 3 There is nothing to explain, nothing to interpret. It is the pure abstract machine of a twilight state. White wall/black hole. But depending on the combinations, the wall could just as well be black, and the hole white. The balls can bounce off of a wall or spin into a black hole. Even upon impact they can have the relative role of a hole in relation to the wall, just as when they are rolling straight ahead they can have the relative role of a wall in relation to the hole they are heading for. They circulate in the white wall/black hole system. Nothing in all of this resembles a face, yet throughout the system faces are distributed and faciality traits organized. Nevertheless, the abstract machine can be effectuated in other things besides faces, but not in any order, and not without the necessary foundation, raisons. The face has been a major concern of American psychology, in particular the relation between the mother and the child through eye-to-eye contact. For eye machine? Let us recall certain stages in the research. 1. Isaac Ower's studies on falling asleep, in which so-called proprioceptive sensations of a manual, buccal, cutaneous, or even vaguely visual nature recall the infantile mouth-breast relation. 2. Lewin's discovery of a white screen of the dream, which is ordinarily covered by visual contents but remains white when the only dream contents are proprioceptive sensations. This screen or white wall, once again, is the breast as it approaches, getting larger and then pressing flat. 3. Spitz's interpretation according to which the white screen, rather than being a representation of the breast itself as an object of tactile sensation or contact, is a visual percept implying a minimum of distance and upon which the mother's face appears for the child to use as a guide in finding the breast. Thus there is a combination of two very different kinds of elements, manual, buccal, or cutaneous proprioceptive sensations, and the visual perception of the face seen from the front against the white screen, with the shape of the eyes drawn in for black holes. This visual perception very quickly assumes decisive importance for the act of eating, in relation to the breast as a volume and the mouth as a cavity, both experienced through touch. Point 4. We can now propose the following distinction: the face is part of a surface wholly surface, system. This system should under no circumstances be confused with the volume cavity system proper to the proprioceptive body. The head is included in the body, but the face is not. The face is a surface, facial traits, lines, wrinkles, long face, square face, triangular face. The face is a map, even when it is applied to and wraps a volume, even when it surrounds and borders cavities that are now no more than holes. The head, even the human head, is not necessarily a face. The face is produced only when the head ceases to be a part of the body, when it ceases to be coded by the body, when it ceases to have a multidimensional, polyvocal corporeal code, when the body, head included, has been decoded and has to be overcoded by something we shall call the face. This amounts to saying that the head, all the volume cavity elements of the head, have to be facialized. What accomplishes this is the screen with holes, the white wall/black hole, the abstract machine producing faciality. But the operation does not end there. If the head and its elements are facialized, the entire body also can be facialized, comes to be facialized as part of an inevitable process. When the mouth and nose, but first the eyes, become a wholly surface, all the other volumes and cavities of the body follow. An operation worthy of Dr. Moreau, horrible and magnificent. Hand, breast, stomach, penis and vagina, thigh, leg and foot, all come to be facialized. Fetishism, erotomania, etc., are inseparable from these processes of facialization. It is not at all a question of taking a part of the body and making it resemble a face, or making a dream face dance in a cloud. No anthropomorphism here. Facialization operates not by resemblance but by an order of reasons. It is a much more unconscious and machinic operation that draws the entire body across the wholly surface, and in which the role of the face is not as a model or image, but as an overcoating of all of the decoded parts. Everything remains sexual, there is no sublimation, but there are new coordinates. It is precisely because the face depends on an abstract machine that it is not content to cover the head, but touches all other parts of the body, and even, if necessary, other objects without resemblance. The question then becomes what circumstances trigger the machine that produces the face and facialization. Although the head, even the human head, is not necessarily a face, the face is produced in humanity. But it is produced by a necessity that does not apply to human beings in general. The face is not animal, but neither is it human in general. There is even something absolutely inhuman about the face. It would be an error to proceed as though the face became inhuman only beyond a certain threshold, close-up, extreme magnification, recondite expression, etc. The inhuman in human beings, that is what the face is from the start. It is by nature a close-up, with its inanimate white surfaces, its shining black holes, its emptiness and boredom. Bunker face. To the point that if human beings have a destiny, it is rather to escape the face, to dismantle the face and facializations, to become imperceptible, to become clandestine, not by returning to animality, nor even by returning to the head, but by quite spiritual and special becomings animal, by strange true becomings that get past the wall and get out of the black holes, that make faciality traits themselves finally elude the organization of the face, freckles dashing toward the horizon, hair carried off by the wind, eyes you traverse instead of seeing yourself in or gazing into in those glum face-to-face encounters between signifying subjectivities. I no longer look into the eyes of the woman I hold in my arms, but I swim through, head and arms and legs, and I see that behind the sockets of the eyes there is a region unexplored, the world of futurity, and here there is no logic whatsoever. I have broken the wall. My eyes are useless, for they render back only the image of the known. My whole body must become a constant beam of light, moving with an ever greater rapidity, never arrested, never looking back, never dwindling. Therefore I close my ears, my eyes, my mouth. 5 BWO. Yes, the face has a great future, but only if it is destroyed, dismantled. On the road to the asignifying and adjectivative. But so far we have explained nothing of what we sense. The move from the body-head system to the face system has nothing to do with an evolution or genetic stages. Nor with phenomenological positions. Nor with integrations of part objects, or structural or structuring systems. Nor can there be any appeal to a pre-existing subject, or one brought into existence, except by this machine specific to faciality. In the literature of the face, Sartre's text on the look and Lacan's on the mirror make the error of appealing to a form of subjectivity or humanity reflected in a phenomenological field or split in a structural field. The gaze is but secondary in relation to the gazelles eyes, to the black hole of faciality. The mirror is but secondary in relation to the white wall of faciality. Neither will we speak of a genetic axis, or the integration of part objects. Any approach based on stages in ontogenesis is arbitrary. It is thought that what is fastest is primary, or even serves as a foundation or springboard for what comes next. An approach based on part objects is even worse. It is the approach of a demented experimenter who flays, slices, and anatomizes everything in sight, and then proceeds to sew things randomly back together again. You can make any list of part objects you want: hand, breast, mouth, eyes. It's still Frankenstein. What we need to consider is not fundamentally organs without bodies, or the fragmented body, it is the body without organs, animated by various intensive movements that determine the nature and emplacement of the organs in question and make that body an organism, or even a system of strata of which the organism is only a part. It becomes apparent that the slowest of movements, or the last to occur or arrive, is not the least intense. And the fastest may already have converged with it, connected with it, in the disequilibrium of a non-synchronic development of strata that have different speeds and lack a sequence of stages but are nevertheless simultaneous. The question of the body is not one of part objects but of differential speeds. These movements are movements of deterritorialization. They are what make the body an animal or human organism. For example, the prehensile hand implies a relative deterritorialization not only of the front paw but also of the locomotor hand. It has a correlate, the use object or tool. The club is a deterritorialized branch. The breast of the woman, with her upright posture, indicates a deterritorialization of the animal's mammary gland. The mouth of the child, adorned with lips by an outfolding of the mucous membranes, marks a deterritorialization of the snout and mouth of the animal. Lips, breast, each serves as a correlate of the other. 6 The human head implies a deterritorialization in relation to the animal and has as its correlate the organization of a world, in other words, a milieu that has itself been deterritorialized. The steppe is the first world, in contrast to the forest milieu. But the face represents a far more intense, if slower, deterritorialization. We could say that it is an absolute deterritorialization. It is no longer relative because it removes the head from the stratum of the organism, human or animal, and connects it to other strata, such as signifiance and subjectification. Now the face has a correlate of great importance, the landscape, which is not just a milieu but a deterritorialized world. There are a number of face-landscape correlations, on this higher level. Christian education exerts spiritual control over both faciality and landscapeity. Paysagity compose them both, color them in, complete them, arrange them according to a complementarity linking landscapes to faces. 7 Face and landscape manuals formed a pedagogy, a strict discipline, and were an inspiration to the arts as much as the arts were an inspiration to them. Architecture positions its ensembles, houses, towns, or cities, monuments or factories to function like faces in the landscape they transform. Painting takes up the same movement but also reverses it, positioning a landscape as a face, treating one like the other. Treatise on the face and the landscape. The close-up in film treats the face primarily as a landscape, that is the definition of film, black hole and white wall, screen and camera. But the same goes for the earlier arts, architecture, painting, even the novel. Close-ups animate and invent all of their correlations. So, is your mother a landscape or a face? A face or a factory? Goddard. All faces envelop an unknown, unexplored landscape. All landscapes are populated by a loved or dreamed of face, develop a face to come or already past. What face has not called upon the landscapes it amalgamated, sea and hill? What landscape has not evoked the face that would have completed it, providing an unexpected complement for its lines and traits? Even when painting becomes abstract, all it does is rediscover the black hole and white wall, the great composition of the white canvas and black slash. Tearing, but also stretching of the canvas along an axis of escape, foot, at a vanishing point, point to foot, along a diagonal, by a knife slice, slash, or hole. The machine is already in place that always functions to produce faces and landscapes, however abstract. Titian began his paintings in black and white, not to make outlines to fill in, but as the matrix for each of the colors to come. The novel A Flock of Geese Flew which the snow had dazzled. Perceval saw them and heard them, for they were going away noisily because of a falcon which came drawing after them at a great rate until he found abandoned one separated from the flock, and he struck it so and bruised it that he knocked it down to earth. When Perceval saw the trampled snow on which the goose had lain, and the blood which appeared around, he leaned upon his lance and looked at that image, for the blood and the snow together seemed to him like the fresh color which was on the face of his friend, and he thinks until he forgets himself, for the vermilion seated on white was on her face just the same as these 3 drops of blood on the white snow. We have seen a knight who is dozing on his charger. Everything is there, the redundancy specific to the face and landscape, the snowy white wall of the landscape face, the black hole of the falcon and the 3 drops distributed on the wall, and, simultaneously, the silvery line of the landscape face spinning toward the black hole of the night deep in catatonia. Cannot the night, at certain times and under certain conditions, push the movement further still, crossing the black hole, breaking through the white wall, dismantling the face even if the attempt may backfire. 8. All of this is in no way characteristic of the genre of the novel only at the end of its history, it is there from the beginning, it is an essential part of the genre. It is false to see Don Quixote as the end of the chivalric novel, invoking the hero's hallucinations, harebrained ideas, and hypnotic or cataleptic states. It is false to see novels such as Beckett's as the end of the novel in general, invoking the black holes, the character's line of deterritorialization, the schizophrenic promenades of Malloy or the unamiable, their loss of their names, memory, or purpose. The novel does have an evolution, but that is surely not it. The novel has always been defined by the adventure of lost characters who no longer know their name, what they are looking for, or what they are doing, amnesiacs, ataxics, catatonics. They differentiate the genre of the novel from the genres of epic or drama, when the dramatic or epic hero is stricken with folly or forgetting, etc., it is in an entirely different way. La Princesse de Clovis is a novel precisely by virtue of what seemed paradoxical to the people of the time, the states of absence or rest, the sleep that overtakes the characters. There is always a Christian education in the novel. Malloy is the beginning of the genre of the novel. When the novel began, with Chrétien de Troyes, for example, the essential character that would accompany it over the entire course of its history was already there. The knight of the novel of courtly love spends his time forgetting his name, what he is doing, what people say to him, he doesn't know where he is going or to whom he is speaking, he is continually drawing a line of absolute deterritorialization, but also losing his way, stopping, and falling into black holes. He awaits chivalry and adventure. Open Chrétien de Troyes to any page and you will find a catatonic knight seated on his steed, leaning on his lance, waiting, seeing the face of his loved one in the landscape. You have to hit him to make him respond. Lancelot, in the presence of the queen's white face, doesn't notice his horse plunge into the river, or he gets into a passing cart and it turns out to be the cart of disgrace. There is a face landscape aggregate proper to the novel, in which black holes sometimes distribute themselves on a white wall, and the white line of the horizon sometimes spins toward a black hole, or both simultaneously. Theorems of deterritorialization, or machinic propositions 9. First theorem, one never deterritorializes alone, there are always at least two terms, hand use object, mouth breast, face landscape. And each of the two terms reterritorializes on the other. Reterritorialization must not be confused with a return to a primitive or older territoriality, it necessarily implies a set of artifices by which one element, itself deterritorialized, serves as a new territoriality for another, which has lost its territoriality as well. Thus there is an entire system of horizontal and complementary reterritorializations, between hand and tool, mouth and breast, face and landscape. Second theorem, the fastest of two elements or movements of deterritorialization is not necessarily the most intense or most deterritorialized. Intensity of deterritorialization must not be confused with speed of movement or development. The fastest can even connect its intensity to the slowest, which, as an intensity, does not come after the fastest but is simultaneously at work on a different stratum or plane, for example, the way the breast-mouth relation is guided from the start by a plane of faciality. Third theorem, it can even be concluded from this that the least deterritorialized reterritorializes on the most deterritorialized. This is where the second system of reterritorializations comes in, the vertical system running from bottom to top. This is the sense in which not only the mouth but also the breast, hand, the entire body, even the tool, are facialized. As a general rule, relative deterritorializations, transcoding, reterritorialize on a deterritorialization that is in certain respects absolute, overcoding. We have seen that the deterritorialization of the head into a face is absolute but remains negative in that it passes from one stratum to another, from the stratum of the organism to those of signifiance and subjectification. The hand and breast reterritorialize on the face and in the landscape, they are facialized at the same time as they are landscapified. Even a use object may come to be facialized. You might say that a house, utensil, or object, an article of clothing, etc., is watching me, not because it resembles a face, but because it is taken up in the white wall/black hole process, because it connects to the abstract machine of facialization. The close-up in film pertains as much to a knife, cup, clock, or kettle as to a face or facial element. For example, Griffith's "The kettle is watching me." Is it not fair to say, then, that there are close-ups in novels, as when Dickens writes the opening line of "The cricket on the hearth, the kettle began it," 10, and in painting, when a utensil becomes a face landscape from within, or when a cup on a tablecloth or a teapot is facialized, in Bonnard, Vuillard. Fourth theorem, the abstract machine is therefore effectuated not only in the faces that produce it but also to varying degrees in body parts, clothes, and objects that it facializes following an order of reasons, rather than an organization of resemblances. Yet the question remains, when does the abstract machine of faciality enter into play? When is it triggered? Take some simple examples: the maternal power operating through the face during nursing, the passional power operating through the face of the loved one, even in caresses, the political power operating through the face of the leader, streamers, icons, and photographs, even in mass actions, the power of film operating through the face of the star and the close-up, the power of television. It is not the individuality of the face that counts but the efficacy of the ciphering it makes possible, and in what cases it makes it possible. This is an affair not of ideology but of economy and the organization of power, pouvoir. We are certainly not saying that the face, the power of the face, la puissance du visage, engenders and explains social power, pouvoir. Certain assemblages of power, pouvoir, require the production of a face, others do not. If we consider primitive societies, we see that there is very little that operates through the face. Their semiotic is non-signifying, non-subjective, essentially collective, polyvocal, and corporeal, playing on very diverse forms and substances. This polyvocally operates through bodies, their volumes, their internal cavities, their variable exterior connections and coordinates, territorialities. A fragment from a manual semiotic, a manual sequence, may be coordinated, without subordination or unification, with an oral sequence, or a cutaneous one, or a rhythmic one, etc. Lizotte, for example, shows how the dissociation of duty, ritual, and daily life is almost total. It is strange, inconceivable to us. During morning behavior, certain people make obscene jokes while others cry, or an Indian abruptly stops crying and begins to repair his flute, or everybody goes to sleep. The same goes for incest. There is no incest prohibition. Instead, there are sequences of incest that connect with sequences of prohibition following specific coordinates. Paintings, tattoos, or marks on the skin embrace the multidimensionality of bodies. Even masks ensure the heads belonging to the body, rather than making it a face. Doubtless, there are profound movements of deterritorialization that shake up the coordinates of the body and outline particular assemblages of power. However, they connect the body not to faciality but to becomings animal, in particular with the help of drugs. Of course, there is no less spirituality for that, for these becomings animal involve an animal spirit, a jaguar spirit, bird spirit, ocelot spirit, toucan spirit that takes possession of the body's interior, enters its cavities, and fills its volumes instead of making a face for it. Possession expresses a direct relation between voices and the body rather than a relation to the face. Shaman, warrior, and hunter organizations of power, fragile and precarious, are all the more spiritual by virtue of the fact that they operate through corporeality, animality, and vegetality. When we said earlier that the human head still belongs to the stratum of the organism, we obviously were not denying the existence of culture and society among these peoples. We were merely saying that these cultures and societies' codes pertain to bodies, to the belonging of heads to bodies, to the ability of the body-head system to become and receive souls, and to receive them as friends while repulsing enemy souls. Primitives may have the most human of heads, the most beautiful and most spiritual, but they have no face and need none. The reason is simple. The face is not a universal. It is not even that of the white man, it is white man himself, with his broad white cheeks and the black hole of his eyes. The face is Christ. The face is the typical European, what Ezra Pound called the average sensual man, in short, the ordinary everyday erotomaniac. 19th century psychiatrists were right to say that erotomania, unlike nymphomania, often remains pure and chaste. This is because it operates through the face and facialization. Not a universal, but fades totius universi. Jesus Christ superstar, he invented the facialization of the entire body and spread it everywhere, the Passion of Joan of Arc, in close-up. Thus the face is by nature an entirely specific idea, which did not preclude its acquiring and exercising the most general of functions, the function of binivocalization, or binarization. It has two aspects: the abstract machine of faciality, insofar as it is composed by a black hole/white wall system, functions in two ways, one of which concerns the units or elements, the other the choices. Under the first aspect, the black hole acts as a central computer, Christ, the third eye that moves across the wall or the white screen serving as general surface of reference. Regardless of the content one gives it, the machine constitutes a facial unit, an elementary face in biunivocal relation with another. It is a man or a woman, a rich person or a poor one, an adult or a child, a leader or a subject, an X or a Y. The movement of the black hole across the screen, the trajectory of the third eye over the surface of reference, constitutes so many dichotomies or arborescences, like four-eye machines made of elementary faces linked together 2 by 2. The face of a teacher and a student, father and son, worker and boss, cop and citizen, accused and judge. The judge had a stern expression, his eyes were horizonless. Concrete individualized faces are produced and transformed on the basis of these units. These combinations of units, like the face of a rich child in which a military calling is already discernible, that West Point chin. You don't so much have a face as slide into one. Under the second aspect, the abstract machine of faciality assumes a role of selective response, or choice. Given a concrete face, the machine judges whether it passes or not, whether it goes or not, on the basis of the elementary facial units. This time, the binary relation is of the yes-no type. The empty eye or black hole absorbs or rejects, like a half-doddering despot who can still give a signal of acquiescence or refusal. The face of a given teacher is contorted by tics and bathed in an anxiety that makes it no-go. A defendant, a subject, displays an over-affected submission that turns into insolence. Or someone is too polite to be honest. A given face is neither a man's nor a woman's. Or it is neither a poor person's nor a rich person's. Is it someone who lost his fortune? At every moment, the machine rejects faces that do not conform, or seem suspicious. But only at a given level of choice. For it is necessary to produce successive divergence types of deviance for everything that eludes biunivocal relationships, and to establish binary relations between what is accepted on first choice and what is only tolerated on second, third choice, etc. The white wall is always expanding, and the black hole functions repeatedly. The teacher has gone mad, but madness is a face conforming to the th choice, not the last, however, since there are mad faces that do not conform to what one assumes madness should be. Aha! It's not a man and it's not a woman, so it must be a transvestite. The binary relation is between the no of the first category and the yes of the following category, which under certain conditions may just as easily mark a tolerance as indicate an enemy to be mowed down at all costs. At any rate, you've been recognized, the abstract machine has you inscribed in its overall grid. It is clear that in its new role as deviance detector, the faciality machine does not restrict itself to individual cases but operates in just as general a fashion as it did in its first role, the computation of normalities. If the face is in fact Christ, in other words, your average ordinary white man, then the first deviances, the first divergence types, are racial, yellow man, black man, men in the second or third category. They are also inscribed on the wall, distributed by the whole. They must be Christianized, in other words, facialized. European racism as the white man's claim has never operated by exclusion, or by the designation of someone as other. It is instead in primitive societies that the stranger is grasped as an other. 12 Racism operates by the determination of degrees of deviance in relation to the white man face, which endeavors to integrate non-conforming traits into increasingly eccentric and backward waves, sometimes tolerating them at given places under given conditions, in a given ghetto, sometimes erasing them from the wall, which never abides alteri, it's a Jew, it's an Arab, it's a Negro, it's a lunatic. From the viewpoint of racism, there is no exterior, there are no people on the outside. There are only people who should be like us and whose crime it is not to be. The dividing line is not between inside and outside but rather is internal to simultaneous signifying chains and successive subjective choices. Racism never detects the particles of the other, it propagates waves of sameness until those who resist identification have been wiped out, or those who only allow themselves to be identified at a given degree of divergence. Its cruelty is equaled only by its incompetence and naivete. On the brighter side, painting has exploited all the resources of the Christ face. Painting has taken the abstract white wall/black hole machine of faciality in all directions, using the face of Christ to produce every kind of facial unit and every degree of deviance. In this respect, there is an exaltation in the painting of the Middle Ages to the Renaissance, like an unbridled freedom. Not only did Christ preside over the facialization of the entire body, his own, and the landscapification of all milieus, his own, but he composed all of the elementary faces and had every divergence at his disposal, Christ athlete at the fair, Christ mannerist queer, Christ Negro, or at least a black virgin at the edge of the wall. The most prodigious strokes of madness appear on canvas under the auspices of the Catholic Code. A single example chosen from many Giotto, the life of Saint Francis, scene 12, the Transfiguration transaction, against the white background of the landscape and the black-blue hole of the sky, the crucified Christ turned kite machine sends stigmata to Saint Francis by rays, the stigmata effect the facialization of the body of the saint, in the image of the body of Christ, but the rays carrying the stigmata to the saint are also the strings Francis uses to pull the divine kite. It was under the sign of the cross that people learned to steer the face and processes of facialization in all directions. Information theory takes as its point of departure a homogeneous set of ready-made signifying messages that are already functioning as elements in biunivocal relationships, or the elements of which are biunivocally organized between messages. Second, the picking of a combination depends on a certain number of subjective binary choices that increase proportionally to the number of elements. But the problem is that all of this biunivocalization and binarization, which is not just the result of an increase in calculating skills, as some say, assumes the deployment of a wall or screen, the installation of a central computing whole without which no message would be discernible and no choice could be implemented. The black hole/white wall system must already have gridded all of space and outlined its arborescences or dichotomies for those of signifier and subjectification even to be conceivable. The mixed semiotic of signifiance and subjectification has an exceptional need to be protected from any intrusion from the outside. In fact, there must not be any exterior, no nomad machine, no primitive polyvocality must spring up, with their combinations of heterogeneous substances of expression. Translatability of any kind requires a single substance of expression. One can constitute signifying chains operating with deterritorialized, digitalized, discrete elements only if there is a semiological screen available, a wall to protect them. One can make subjective choices between two chains or at each point in a chain only if no outside tempest sweeps away the chains and subjects. One can form a web of subjectivities only if one possesses a central eye, a black hole capturing everything that would exceed or transform either the assigned effects or the dominant significations. Moreover, it is absurd to believe that language as such can convey a message. A language is always embedded in the faces that announce its statements and ballast them in relation to the signifiers in progress and subjects concerned. Choices are guided by faces, elements are organized around faces, a common grammar is never separable from a facial education. The face is a veritable megaphone. Thus not only must the abstract machine of faciality provide a protective screen and a computing black hole, in addition, the faces it produces draw all kinds of arborescences and dichotomies without which the signifying and the subjective would not be able to make the arborescences and dichotomies function that fall within their purview in language. Doubtless, the binarities and biunivocalities of the face are not the same as those of language, of its elements and subjects. There is no resemblance between them. But the former subtend the latter. When the faciality machine translates formed contents of whatever kind into a single substance of expression, it already subjugates them to the exclusive form of signifying and subjective expression. It carries out the prior gridding that makes it possible for the signifying elements to become discernible, and for the subjective choices to be implemented. The faciality machine is not an annex to the signifier and the subject, rather, it is subjacent, connexy, to them and is their condition of possibility. Facial biunivocalities and binarities double the others, facial redundancies are in redundancy with signifying and subjective redundancies. It is precisely because the face depends on an abstract machine that it does not assume a pre-existent subject or signifier, but it is subjacent to them and provides the substance necessary to them. What chooses the faces is not a subject, as in the Zondi test, it is faces that choose their subjects. What interprets the black blotch/white hole figure, or the white page/black hole, is not a signifier, as in the Rorschach test, it is that figure which programs the signifiers. We have made some progress toward answering the question of what triggers the abstract machine of faciality, for it is not in operation all the time or in just any social formation. Certain social formations need face, and also landscape. Point 13. There is a whole history behind it. At very different dates, there occurred a generalized collapse of all of the heterogeneous, polyvocal, primitive semiotics in favor of a semiotic of signifiance and subjectification. Whatever the differences between signifiance and subjectification, whichever prevails over the other in this case or that, whatever the varying figures assumed by their de facto mixtures, they have it in common to crush all polyvocally, set up language as a form of exclusive expression, and operate by signifying biunivocalization and subjective binarization. The superlinearity proper to language is no longer coordinated with multidimensional figures, it now flattens out all volumes and subordinates all lines. Is it by chance that linguistics always, and very quickly, encounters the problem of homonymy, or ambiguous statements that it then subjects to a set of binary reductions? More generally, linguistics can tolerate no polyvocality or rhizome traits. A child who runs around, plays, dances, and draws cannot concentrate attention on language and writing, and will never be a good subject. In short, the new semiotic needs systematically to destroy the whole range of primitive semiotic systems, even if it retains some of their debris in well-defined enclosures. However, there is more to the picture than semiotic systems waging war on one another armed only with their own weapons. Very specific assemblages of power impose signifiance and subjectification as their determinate form of expression. In reciprocal presupposition with new contents, there is no signifiance without a despotic assemblage, no subjectification without an authoritarian assemblage, and no mixture between the two without assemblages of power that act through signifiers and act upon souls and subjects. It is these assemblages, these despotic or authoritarian formations, that give the new semiotic system the means of its imperialism, in other words, the means both to crush the other semiotics and protect itself against any threat from outside. A concerted effort is made to do away with the body and corporeal coordinates through which the multidimensional or polyvocal semiotics operated. Bodies are disciplined, corporeality dismantled, becomings animal hounded out, deterritorialization pushed to a new threshold. A jump is made from the organic strata to the strata of signifiance and subjectification. A single substance of expression is produced. The white wall/black hole system is constructed, or rather the abstract machine is triggered that must allow and ensure the almightiness of the signifier as well as the autonomy of the subject. You will be pinned to the white wall and stuffed in the black hole. This machine is called the faciality machine because it is the social production of face, because it performs the facialization of the entire body and all its surroundings and objects, and the landscapification of all worlds and milieus. The deterritorialization of the body implies a reterritorialization on the face, the decoding of the body implies an overcoding by the face, the collapse of corporeal coordinates or milieus implies the constitution of a landscape. The semiotic of the signifier and the subjective never operates through bodies. It is absurd to claim to relate the signifier to the body. At any rate, it can be related only to a body that has already been entirely facialized. The difference between our uniforms and clothes and primitive paintings and garb is that the former effect a facialization of the body, with buttons for black holes against the white wall of the material. Even the mask assumes a new function here, the exact opposite of its old one. For there is no unitary function of the mask, except a negative one. In no case does the mask serve to dissimulate, to hide, even while showing or revealing. Either the mask assures the heads belonging to the body, its becoming animal, as was the case in primitive societies. Or, as is the case now, the mask assures the erection, the construction of the face, the facialization of the head and the body. The mask is now the face itself, the abstraction or operation of the face. The inhumanity of the face. Never does the face assume a prior signifier or subject. The order is totally different, despotic and authoritarian concrete assemblage of power triggering of the abstract machine of faciality, white wall/black hole installation of the new semiotic of signifiance and subjectification on that holy surface. That is why we have been addressing just two problems exclusively, the relation of the face to the abstract machine that produces it, and the relation of the face to the assemblages of power that require that social production. The face is a politics. Of course, we have already seen that signifiance and subjectification are semiotic systems that are entirely distinct in their principles and have different regimes, circular irradiation versus segmentary linearity, and different apparatuses of power, despotic generalized slavery versus authoritarian contract proceeding. Neither begins with Christ, or the white man as Christian universal. There are Indian, African, and Asiatic despotic formations of signifiance. The authoritarian process of subjectification appears most purely in the destiny of the Jewish people. But however different these semiotics are, they still form a de facto mix, and it is at the level of this mixture that they assert their imperialism, in other words, their common endeavor to crush all other semiotics. There is no signifiance that does not harbor the seeds of subjectivity. There is no subjectification that does not drag with it remnants of signifier. If the signifier bounces above all off a wall, if subjectivity spins above all toward a hole, then we must say that the wall of the signifier already includes holes and the black hole of subjectivity already carries scraps of wall. The mix, therefore, has a solid foundation in the indissociable white wall/black hole machine, and the two semiotics intermingle through intersection, splicing, and the plugging of one into the other, as with the Hebrew and the Pharaoh. But there is more because the nature of the mixtures may vary greatly. If it is possible to assign the faciality machine a date, the year 0 of Christ, and the historical development of the white man, it is because that is when the mixture ceased to be a splicing or an intertwining, becoming a total interpenetration in which each element suffuses the other like drops of red-black wine in white water. Our semiotic of modern white man, the semiotic of capitalism, has attained this state of mixture in which signifiance and subjectification effectively interpenetrate. Thus it is in the semiotic that faciality, or the white wall/black hole system, assumes its full scope. We must, however, assess the states of mixture and the varying proportions of the elements. Whether in the Christian or pre-Christian state, one element may dominate another, one may be more or less powerful than the other. We are thus led to define limit faces, which are different from both the facial units and the degrees of facial divergence previously defined. The black hole is on the white wall. It is not a unit, since the black hole is in constant movement on the wall and operates by binarization. 2 black holes, 4 black holes, and black holes distribute themselves like eyes. Faciality is always a multiplicity. The landscape will be populated with eyes or black holes, as in an Ernst painting, or a drawing by Aloysi or Wolfley. Circles are drawn around a hole on the white wall, an eye can be placed in each of the circles. We can even propose the following law: the more circles there are around a hole, the more the bordering effect acts to increase the surface over which the hole slides and to give that surface a force of capture. Perhaps the purest case is to be found in popular Ethiopian scrolls representing demons. On the white surface of the parchment, 2 black holes are drawn, or an outline of round or rectangular faces, but the black holes spread and reproduce, they enter into redundancy, and each time a secondary circle is drawn, a new black hole is constituted, an eye is put in it for an effect of capturing a surface that becomes more enclosed the more it expands. This is the signifying despotic face and the multiplication proper to it, its proliferation, its redundancy of frequency. A multiplication of eyes. The despot or his representatives are everywhere. This is the face as seen from the front, by a subject who does not so much see as get snapped up by black holes. This is a figure of destiny, terrestrial destiny, objective signifying destiny. The close-up in film knows this figure well, the Griffith close-up of a face, an element of a face or a facialized object, which then assumes an anticipatory temporal value. The hands of the clock foreshadow something. Now, on the contrary, the white wall has unraveled, becoming a silver thread moving toward the black hole. One black hole crests all the other black holes, all of the eyes and faces, while the landscape becomes a thread whose far end coils around the whole. It is still a multiplicity but constitutes a different figure of destiny, reflexive, passional, subjective destiny. It is the maritime face or landscape, it follows the line separating the sky from the waters, or the land from the waters. This authoritarian face is in profile and spins toward the black hole. Or else there are 2 faces facing each other, but in profile to the observer, and their union is already marked by a limitless separation. Or else the faces turn away from each other, swept away by betrayal. Tristan, Isolde, Tristan, in the boat carrying them to the black hole of betrayal and death. A faciality of consciousness and passion, a redundancy of resonance and coupling. This time, the effect of the close-up is no longer to expand a surface while simultaneously closing it off, its only function is to have an anticipatory temporal value. It marks the origin of a scale of intensity, or is part of that scale. The closer the faces get to the black hole as termination point, the more the close-up heats the line they follow. Eisenstein's close-ups versus Griffith's, the intensive heightening of shame, or anger, in the close-ups in Potemkin, point 15. Here again, it is clear that any combination is possible between the 2 limit figures of the face. In Pabst's Lulu, the despotic face of the fallen Lulu is associated with the image of a bread knife, which has the anticipatory value of foreshadowing the murder, but the authoritarian face of Jack the Ripper also ascends a whole scale of intensities leading to the knife and Lulu's murder. More generally, we may note characteristics common to the 2 limit figures. First, although the white wall, the broad cheeks, is the substantial element of the signifier, and the black hole the reflexive element of subjectivity, they always go together. But in one of 2 modes, either the black holes distribute themselves and multiply on the white wall, or the wall, reduced to its crest or horizon thread, hurtles toward a black hole that crests them all. There is no wall without black holes, and no black hole without a wall. Second, in both cases the black hole is necessarily surrounded by a border, or even bordered more than once. The effect of this border is either to expand the surface of the wall or to intensify the line. The black hole is never in the eye's pupil, it is always inside the border, and the eyes are always inside the hole, dead eyes, which see all the better for being in a black hole. 16 These common characteristics do not preclude the existence of a limit difference between the two figures of the face, and proportions according to which first one then the other dominates in the mixed semiotic. The terrestrial signifying despotic face, the maritime subjective passional authoritarian face, the desert can also be a sea of land. Two figures of destiny, two states of the faciality machine. Jean Paris has clearly shown how these poles operate in painting, the pole of the despotic Christ and that of the passional Christ. On the one hand, the face of Christ seen from the front, as in a Byzantine mosaic, with the black hole of the eyes against a gold background, all depth projected forward, and on the other hand, faces that cross glances and turned away from each other, seen half-turned or in profile, as in a Quattrocento painting, their sidelong glances drawing multiple lines. Integrating depth into the painting itself, arbitrary examples of transition and mixture can be cited, such as Duccios's calling of St. Peter and St. Andrew, against the background of an aquatic landscape. The second formula has already overtaken Christ and the first fisherman, while the second fisherman remains within the Byzantine code. 17. Swann's love. Proust was able to make the face, landscape, painting, music, etc., resonate together. Three moments in the story of Swann and Odette. First, a whole signifying mechanism is set up. The face of Odette with her broad white or yellow cheeks, and her eyes as black hose. But this face continually refers back to other things, also arrayed on the wall. That is Swann's aestheticism, his amateurism. A thing must always recall something else, in a network of interpretations under the sign of the signifier. A face refers back to a landscape. A face must recall a painting, or a fragment of a painting. A piece of music must let fall a little phrase that connects with Odette's face, to the point that the little phrase becomes only a signal. The white wall becomes populous, the black holes are arrayed. This entire mechanism of significance, with its referral of interpretations, prepares the way for the second, passional subjective, moment, during which Swann's jealousy, querulous delusion, and erotomania develop. Now Odette's face races down a line hurtling toward a single black hole, that of Swann's passion. The other lines, of landscapeity, picturality, and musicality, also rush toward this catatonic hole and coil around it, bordering it several times. But in the third moment, at the end of his long passion, Swann attends a reception where he sees the faces of the servants and guests disaggregate into autonomous aesthetic traits, as if the line of picturality regained its independence, both beyond the wall and outside the black hole. Then Vintuel's little phrase regains its transcendence and renews its connection with a still more intense, a signifying, and adjectival line of pure musicality. And Swann knows that he no longer loves Odette and, above all, that Odette will never again love him. Was this salvation through art necessary? For neither Swann nor Proust was saved. Was it necessary to break through the wall and out of the hole in this way, by renouncing love? Was not that love rotten from the start, made of significance and jealousy? Was it possible to do anything else, considering Odette's mediocrity and Swann's aestheticism? In a way, the Madeleine is the same story. The narrator munches his Madeleine, redundancy, the black hole of involuntary memory. How can he get out of that? And it is, above all, something one has to get out of, escape from. Proust knows that quite well, even if his commentators do not. But the way he gets out is through art, uniquely through art. How do you get out of the black hole? How do you break through the wall? How do you dismantle the face? Whatever genius there may be in the French novel, that is not its affair. It is too concerned with measuring the wall, or even with building it, with plumbing the depths of black holes and composing faces. The French novel is profoundly pessimistic and idealistic, critical of life rather than creative of life. It stuffs its characters down the hole and bounces them off the wall. It can only conceive of organized voyages, and of salvation only through art, a still Catholic salvation, in other words, salvation through eternity. It spends its time plotting points instead of drawing lines, active lines of flight or of positive deterritorialization. The Anglo-American novel is totally different. To get away. To get away, out. To cross a horizon, 18 from Hardy to Lawrence, from Melville to Miller, the same cry rings out, go across, get out, break through, make a beeline, don't get stuck on a point. Find the line of separation, follow it or create it, to the point of treachery. That is why their relationship to other civilizations, to the Orient or South America, and also to drugs and voyages in place, is entirely different from that of the French. They know how difficult it is to get out of the black hole of subjectivity, of consciousness and memory, of the couple and conjugality. How tempting it is to let yourself get caught, to lull yourself into it, to latch back onto a fess. Being locked away in the black hole, gave her a molten copperish glow, the words coming out of her mouth like lava, her flesh clutching ravenously for a hold, a perch on something solid and substantial, something in which to reintegrate and repose for a few moments. At first I mistook it for passion, for ecstasy. I thought I had found a living volcano, a female Vesuvius. I never thought I had found a human ship going down in an ocean of despair, in a sargasso of impotence. Now I think of that black star gleaming through the hole in the ceiling, that fixed star which hung above our conjugal cell, more fixed, more remote than the absolute, and I know it was her, emptied of all that was properly herself, a dead black sun without aspect. 19. A copperish glow like the face at the bottom of a black hole. The point is to get out of it, not in art, in other words, in spirit, but in life, in real life. Don't take away my power to love. These English and American authors also know how hard it is to break through the wall of the signifier. Many people have tried since Christ, beginning with Christ. But Christ himself botched the crossing, the jump, he bounced off the wall. As if by a great recoil, this negative backwash rolled up and stayed his death. The whole negative impulse of humanity seemed to coil up into a monstrous inert mass to create the human integer, the figure 1, and indivisible the face. 20 cross the wall, the Chinese perhaps, but at what price? At the price of a becoming animal, a becoming flower or rock, and beyond that a strange becoming imperceptible, a becoming hard now one with loving 11. It is a question of speed, even if the movement is in place. Is this also to dismantle the face, or as Miller says, no longer to look at or into the eyes but to swim through them, to close your own eyes and make your body a beam of light moving at ever-increasing speed? Of course, this requires all the resources of art, and art of the highest kind. It requires a whole line of writing, picturality, musicality. For it is through writing that you become animal, it is through color that you become imperceptible, it is through music that you become hard and memoryless, simultaneously animal and imperceptible, in love. But art is never an end in itself, it is only a tool for blazing lifelines, in other words, all of those real becomings that are not produced only in art, and all of those active escapes that do not consist in fleeing into art, taking refuge in art, and all of those positive deterritorializations that never reterritorialize on art, but instead sweep it away with them toward the realms of the asignifying, adjectivative, and faceless. Dismantling the face is no mean affair. Madness is a definite danger. Is it by chance that schizos lose their sense of the face, their own and others, their sense of the landscape, and the sense of language and its dominant significations all at the same time? The organization of the face is a strong one. We could say that the face holds within its rectangle or circle a whole set of traits, faciality traits, which it subsumes and places at the service of signifiance and subjectification. What is a tic? It is precisely the continually refought battle between a faciality trait that tries to escape the sovereign organization of the face and the face itself, which clamps back down on the trait, takes hold of it again, blocks its line of flight, and reimposes its organization upon it. There is a medical distinction between the clonic or convulsive tic and the tonic or spasmodic tic, Perhaps we can say that in the first case the faciality trait that is trying to escape has the upper hand, whereas in the second case the facial organization that is trying to clamp back down or immobilize itself has the upper hand. But if dismantling the face is a major affair, it is because it is not simply a question of tics, or an amateur's or aesthete's adventure. If the face is a politics, dismantling the face is also a politics involving real becomings, an entire becoming clandestine. Dismantling the face is the same as breaking through the wall of the signifier and getting out of the black hole of subjectivity. Here, the program, the slogan, of schizoanalysis is, find your black holes and white walls, know them, know your faces. It is the only way you will be able to dismantle them and draw your lines of flight. Point 22. It is time once again to multiply practical warnings. First, it is never a question of a return to. It is not a question of returning to the pre-signifying and pre-subjective semiotics of primitive peoples. We will always be failures at playing African or Indian, even Chinese, and no voyage to the South Seas, however arduous, will allow us to cross the wall, get out of the hole, or lose our face. We will never succeed in making ourselves a new primitive head and body, human, spiritual, and faceless. It would only be taking more photos and bouncing off the wall again. We will always find ourselves re-territorialized again. Oh my little desert island, on you I am in the Clauseri de Lillis again. Oh my deep ocean, you reflect the lake in the Bois de Boulogne. Oh little phrase of Vintuil, you recall a sweet moment. These are Eastern physical and spiritual exercises, but for a couple, like a conjugal bed tucked with a Chinese sheet, you did do your exercises today, didn't you? Lawrence has only one grudge against Melville. He knew better than anyone how to get across the face, the eyes and horizon, the wall and hole, but he mistook that crossing, that creative line, for an impossible return, a return to the savages in Taipei, for a way of staying an artist and hating life, of maintaining a nostalgia for the home country. He ever pined for home and mother, the two things he had run away from as far as ships would carry him. Melville came home to face out the rest of his life. He refused life. But he stuck to his ideal of perfect relationship, possible perfect love. A truly perfect relationship is one in which each party leaves great tracks unknown in the other party. Melville was, at the core, a mystic and an idealist. And he stuck to his ideal guns. I abandon mine. I say, let the old guns rot. Get new ones, and shoot straight. 23. We can't turn back. Only neurotics, or, as Lawrence says, renegades, deceivers, attempt a regression. The white wall of the signifier, the black hole of subjectivity, and the facial machine are impasses, the measure of our submissions and subject ions, but we are born into them, and it is there we must stand battle. Not in the sense of a necessary stage, but in the sense of a tool for which a new use must be invented. Only across the wall of the signifier can you run lines of a significance that void all memory, all return, all possible signification and interpretation. Only in the black hole of subjective consciousness and passion do you discover the transformed, heated, captured particles you must relaunch for a non-subjective, living love in which each party connects with unknown tracks in the other without entering or conquering them, in which the lines composed are broken lines. Only on your face and at the bottom of your black hole and upon your white wall will you be able to set faciality traits free like birds, not in order to return to a primitive head, but to invent the combinations by which those traits connect with landscapeity traits that have themselves been freed from the landscape and with traits of picturality and musicality that have also been freed from their respective codes. With what joy the painters used the face of Christ himself, taking it in every sense and direction, and it was not simply the joy of a desire to paint, but the joy of all desires. Is it possible to tell, when the knight of the courtly novel is in his catatonic state, whether he is deep in his black hole or already astride the particles that will carry him out of it to begin a new journey? Lawrence, who has been compared to Lancelot, writes, to be alone, mindless and memoryless beside the sea. as alone and as absent and as present as an aboriginal dark on the sand in the sun. Far off, as if he had landed on another planet, as a man might after death. The landscape? He cared not a thing about the landscape. Humanity? There was none. Thought? Fallen like a stone into the sea. The great, the glamorous past? Worn thin, frail, like a frail translucent film of shell thrown up on the shore. 24 The uncertain moment at which the white wall/black hole, black point/white shore system, as on a Japanese print, itself becomes one with the act of leaving it, breaking away from and crossing through it. We have seen that the abstract machine has two very different states. Sometimes it is taken up in strata where it brings about deterritorializations that are merely relative, or deterritorializations that are absolute but remain negative. Sometimes it is developed on a plane of consistency, giving it a diagrammatic function, a positive value of deterritorialization, the ability to form new abstract machines. Sometimes the abstract machine, as the faciality machine, forces flows into significances and subjectifications, into knots of aberrescence and holes of abolition. Sometimes, to the extent that it performs a veritable defacialization, it frees something like probe heads, Fates-chooses, guidance devices, that dismantle the strata in their wake, break through the walls of significance, pour out of the holes of subjectivity, fell trees in favor of veritable rhizomes, and steer the flows down lines of positive deterritorialization or creative flight. There are no more concentrically organized strata, no more black holes around which lines coil to form borders, no more walls to which dichotomies, binaries, and bipolar values cling. There is no more face to be in redundancy with a landscape, painting, or little phrase of music, each perpetually bringing the other to mind, on the unified surface of the wall or the central swirl of the black hole. Each freed faciality trait forms a rhizome with a freed trait of landscapeity, picturality, or musicality. This is not a collection of part objects but a living block, a connecting of stems by which the traits of a face enter a real multiplicity or diagram with a trait of an unknown landscape, a trait of painting or music that is thereby effectively produced, created, according to quanta of absolute, positive deterritorialization not evoked or recalled according to systems of reterritorialization. A wasp trait and an orchid trait. Quanta marking so many mutations of abstract machines, each of which operates as a function of the other. Thus opens a rhizomatic realm of possibility affecting the potentialization of the possible, as opposed to arborescent possibility, which marks a closure, an impotence. The face, what a horror! It is naturally a lunar landscape, with its pores, planes, mats, bright colors, whiteness, and holes. There is no need for a close-up to make it inhuman. It is naturally a close-up, and naturally inhuman, a monstrous hood. Necessarily so because it is produced by a machine and in order to meet the requirements of the special apparatus of power that triggers the machine and takes deterritorialization to the absolute while keeping it negative. Earlier, when we contrasted the primitive, spiritual, human head with the inhuman face, we were falling victim to a nostalgia for a return or regression. In truth, there are only inhumanities. Humans are made exclusively of inhumanities, but very different ones, of very different natures and speeds. Primitive inhumanity, prefacial inhumanity, has all the polyvocally of a semiotic in which the head is a part of the body, a body that is already deterritorialized relatively and plugged into becoming spiritual/animal. Beyond the face lies an altogether different inhumanity, no longer that of the primitive head, but of probe heads. Here, cutting edges of deterritorialization become operative and lines of deterritorialization positive and absolute, forming strange new becomings, new polyvocalities. Become clandestine, make rhizome everywhere, for the wonder of a non-human life to be created. Face, my love, you have finally become a probe head. Years n, year omega, year co. Must we leave it at that, 3 states, and no more, primitive heads, Christ face, and probe heads? 1874, 3 novellas, or what happened. It is not very difficult to determine the essence of the novella as a literary genre. Everything is organized around the question, what happened? Whatever could have happened. The tale is the opposite of the novella, because it is an altogether different question that the reader asks with bated breath, what is going to happen? Something is always going to happen, come to pass. Something always happens in the novel also, but the novel integrates elements of the novella and the tale into the variation of its perpetual living present, duration. The detective novel is a particularly hybrid genre in this respect, since most often the something equals that has happened is on the order of a murder or theft, but exactly what it is that has happened remains to be discovered, and in the present determined by the model detective. Yet it would be an error to reduce these different aspects to the three dimensions of time. Something happened, something is going to happen, can designate a past so immediate, a future so near, that they are one, as Husserl would say, with retentions and protensions of the present itself. Nevertheless, the distinction is legitimate, in view of the different movements that animate the present, are contemporaneous with it, one moves with it, another already casts it into the past from the moment it is present, novella, while another simultaneously draws it into the future, tale. We are lucky to have treatments of the same subject by a tale writer and a novella writer, two lovers, one of whom dies suddenly in the other's room. In Maupassant's tale, Un ruse, an artifice, everything revolves around these questions, what is going to happen? How will the survivor extricate himself from the situation? What will the third-party savior, in this case a doctor, think of? In Barbie d'Aurevilly's novella, Le Rideau Cramoisi, The Crimson Curtain, everything revolves around, something happened, but what? That is the question, not only because it is really not known what the cold young woman just died from, but also because it will never be known why she gave herself to the petty officer, or how the third-party savior, here the colonel of the regiment, was able to arrange things. It should not be thought that it is easier to leave things open-ended, for there to be something that has happened that we will never know about, or even several things in a row, requires no less minute attention and precision than the contrary case, when the author must invent the details of what will need to be known. You will never know what just happened, or you will always know what is going to happen. These are the reasons for the reader's two bated breaths, in the novella and the tale, respectively, and they are two ways in which the living present is divided at every instant. In the novella, we do not wait for something to happen, we expect something to have just happened. The novella is a last novella, whereas the tale is a first tale. The presence of the tale writer is completely different from that of the novella writer, and both are different from that of the novelist. Let us not dwell too much on the dimensions of time. The novella has little to do with a memory of the past or an act of reflection, quite to the contrary, it plays upon a fundamental forgetting. It evolves in the element of what happened because it places us in a relation with something unknowable and imperceptible, and not the other way around. It is not because it speaks of a past about which it can no longer provide us knowledge. It may even be that nothing has happened, but it is precisely that nothing that makes us say, whatever could have happened to make me forget where I put my keys, or whether I mailed that letter, etc. What little blood vessel in my brain could have ruptured? What is this nothing that makes something happen? The novella has a fundamental relation to secrecy, not with the secret matter or object to be discovered, but with the form of the secret, which remains impenetrable, whereas the tale has a relation to discovery, the form of discovery, independent of what can be discovered. The novella also enacts postures of the body and mind that are like folds or envelopments, whereas the tale puts into play attitudes or positions that are like unfoldings and developments, however unexpected. Barbie has an evident fondness for body posture, in other words, states of the body when it is surprised by something that just happened. In the preface to the Diaboliques, Barbie even suggests that there is a diabolism of body postures, a sexuality, pornography, and scatology of postures quite different from those that also, and simultaneously, mark body attitudes or positions. Posture is like inverse suspense. Thus it is not a question of saying that the novella relates to the past and the tale to the future. What we should say instead is that the novella relates, in the present itself, to the formal dimension of something that has happened, even if that something is nothing or remains unknowable. Similarly, one should not try to make the distinction between the novella and the tale coincide with categories such as the fantastic, the fabulous, etc. That is another problem. There is no reason why it should overlap. The links of the novella are, what happened, the modality or expression, secrecy, the form, body posture, the content. Take Fitzgerald. He is a tale and novella writer of genius. He is a novella writer when he asks himself, whatever could have happened for things to have come to this? He is the only one who has been able to carry this question to such a point of intensity. It is not a question of memory, reflection, old age, or fatigue, whereas the tale would deal with childhood, action, or impulse. Yet it is true that Fitzgerald only asks himself the question of the novella writer when he is personally worn out, fatigued, sick, or even worse off. But once again, there is not necessarily a connection. It can also be a question of vigor, or love. It still is, even in desperate conditions. It is better to think of it as an affair of perception. You enter a room and perceive something as already there, as just having happened, even though it has not yet been done. Or you know that what is in the process of happening is happening for the last time, it's already over with. You hear an I love you, you know is the last one. Perceptual semiotics. God, whatever could have happened, even though everything is and remains imperceptible, and in order for everything to be and remain imperceptible forever? Not only is there a specificity of the novella, but there is also a specific way in which the novella treats a universal matter. For we are made of lines. We are not only referring to lines of writing. Lines of writing conjugate with other lines, lifelines, lines of luck or misfortune, lines productive of the variation of the line of writing itself, lines that are between the lines of writing. Perhaps the novella has its own way of giving rise to and combining these lines, which nonetheless belong to everyone and every genre. Vladimir Propp has said, with great solemnity, that the folk tale must be defined in terms of external and internal movements that it qualifies, formalizes, and combines in its own specific way. Point 2. We would like to demonstrate that the novella is defined by living lines, flesh lines, about which it brings a special revelation. Marcel Arland is correct to say that the novella is nothing but pure lines right down to the nuances, and nothing but the pure and conscious power of the word. 3. First novella, In the Cage, Henry James. The heroine, a young telegrapher, leads a very clear-cut, calculated life proceeding by delimited segments. The telegrams she takes one after the other, day after day, the people to whom she sends the telegrams, their social class and the different ways they use telegraphy, the words to be counted. Moreover, her telegraphist's cage is like a contiguous segment to the grocery store next door, where her fiancé works. Contiguity of territories. And the fiancé is constantly plotting out their future, work, vacations, house. Here, as for all of us, there is a line of rigid segmentarity on which everything seems calculable and foreseen, the beginning and end of a segment, the passage from one segment to another. Our lives are made like that. Not only are the great molar aggregates segmented, states, institutions, classes, but so are people as elements of an aggregate, as are feelings as relations between people. They are segmented, not in such a way as to disturb or disperse, but on the contrary to ensure and control the identity of each agency, including personal identity. The fiancé can say to the young woman, even though there are differences between our segments, we have the same tastes and we are alike. I am a man, you are a woman, you are a telegraphist, I am a grocer, you count words, I weigh things, our segments fit together, conjugate. Conjugality. A whole interplay of well-determined, well-planned territories. They have a future but no becoming. This is the first lifeline, the molar or rigid line of segmentarity. In no sense is it dead, for it occupies and pervades our life, and always seems to prevail in the end. It even includes much tenderness and love. It would be too easy to say, this is a bad line, for you find it everywhere, and in all the other lines. A rich couple comes into the post office and reveals to the young woman, or at least confirms, the existence of another life, coded, multiple telegrams, signed with pseudonyms. It is hard to tell who is who anymore, or what anything means. Instead of a rigid line composed of well-determined segments, telegraphy now forms a supple flow marked by quanta that are like so many little segmentations in progress grasped at the moment of their birth, as on a moonbeam, or on an intensive scale. Thanks to her prodigious talent for interpretation, the young woman grasps that the man has a secret that has placed him in danger, deeper and deeper in danger, in a dangerous posture. It does not just have to do with his love relations with the woman. James has reached the stage in his work when it is no longer the matter of the secret that interests him, even if he has succeeded in rendering it entirely banal and unimportant. Now what counts is the form of the secret. The matter no longer even has to be discovered, we never find out, there are several possibilities, there is an objective indetermination, a kind of molecularization of the secret. In relation to this man, directly with him, the young telegraphist develops a strange passional complicity, a whole intense molecular life that does not even enter into rivalry with the life she leads with her fiancé. What has happened, whatever could have happened? This life, however, is not in her head, it is not imaginary. Rather, we should say that there are two politics involved, as the young woman suggests in a remarkable conversation with her fiancé, a macropolitics and a micropolitics that do not envision classes, sexes, people, or feelings in at all the same way. Or again, there are two very different types of relations, intrinsic relations of couples involving well-determined aggregates or elements, social classes, men and women, this or that particular person, and less localizable relations that are always external to themselves and instead concern flows and particles eluding those classes, sexes, and persons. Why are the latter relations of doubles rather than of couples? She was literally afraid of the alternate self who might be waiting outside. He might be waiting, it was he who was her alternate self, and of him she was afraid. For in any case, this line is very different from the previous one. It is a line of molecular or supple segmentation, the segments of which are like quanta of deterritorialization. It is on this line that a present is defined whose very form is the form of something that has already happened, however close you might be to it, since the ungraspable matter of that something is entirely molecularized, traveling at speeds beyond the ordinary thresholds of perception. Yet we will not say that it is necessarily better. There is no question that the two lines are constantly interfering, reacting upon each other, introducing into each other either a current of suppleness or a point of rigidity. Nathalie Sarraute, in her essay on the novel, praises English novelists, not only for discovering, as did Proust and Dostoevsky, the great movements, territories, and points of the unconscious that allow us to regain time or revive the past, but also for inopportunely following these molecular lines, simultaneously present and imperceptible. She shows that dialogue or conversation does indeed comply with the breaks of a fixed segmentarity, with vast movements of regulated distribution corresponding to the attitudes and positions of each of us, but also that they are run through and swept up by micro-movements, fine segmentations distributed in an entirely different way, unfindable particles of an anonymous matter, tiny cracks and postures operating by different agencies even in the unconscious, secret lines of disorientation or deterritorialization, as she puts it, a whole sub-conversation within conversation, in other words, a micropolitics of conversation. 5. Then James's heroine reaches a sort of maximum quantum in her supple segmentarity or line of flow beyond which she cannot go, even if she wanted to, there is no going further. There is a danger that these vibrations traversing us may be aggravated beyond our endurance. What happened? The molecular relation between the telegraphist and the telegraph sender dissolved in the form of the secret because nothing happened. Each of them is propelled toward a rigid segmentarity. He will marry the now widowed lady, she will marry her fiancé. And yet everything has changed. She has reached something like a new line, a third type, a kind of line of flight that is just as real as the others even if it occurs in place. This line no longer tolerates segments, rather, it is like an exploding of the two segmentary series. She has broken through the wall, she has gotten out of the black holes. She has attained a kind of absolute deterritorialization. She ended up knowing so much that she could no longer interpret anything. There were no longer shadows to help her see more clearly, only glare. 6. You cannot go further in life than this sentence by James. The nature of the secret has changed once again. Undoubtedly, the secret always has to do with love and sexuality. But previously it was either only a hidden matter given in the past, the better hidden the more ordinary it was, and we did not exactly know what form to give it. See, I am bending under the burden of my secret, see what mystery resides within me. It was a way of seeming interesting, what D.H. Lawrence called the dirty little secret, my Oedipus, in a way. Or else the secret became the form of something whose matter was molecularized, imperceptible, unassignable, not a given of the past but the ungivable what happened. But on this third line there is no longer even any form, nothing but a pure abstract line. It is because we no longer have anything to hide that we can no longer be apprehended. To become imperceptible oneself, to have dismantled love in order to become capable of loving. To have dismantled oneself in order finally to be alone and meet the true double at the other end of the line. A clandestine passenger on a motionless voyage. To become like everybody else, but this, precisely, is a becoming only for one who knows how to be nobody, to no longer be anybody. To paint oneself grey on grey. As Kierkegaard says, nothing distinguishes the knight of the faith from a bourgeois German going home or to the post office. He sends off no special telegraphic sign, he constantly produces or reproduces finite segments, yet he is already moving on a line no one even suspects. 7 In any case, the telegraphic line is not a symbol, and it is not simple. There are at least three of them, a line of rigid and clear-cut segmentarity, a line of molecular segmentarity, and an abstract line, a line of flight no less deadly and no less alive than the others. On the first line, there are many words and conversations, questions and answers, interminable explanations, precisions. The second is made of silences, allusions, and hasty innuendos inviting interpretation. But if the third line flashes, if the line of flight is like a train in motion, it is because one jumps linearly on it, one can finally speak literally of anything at all, a blade of grass, a catastrophe, or sensation, calmly accepting that which occurs when it is no longer possible for anything to stand for anything else. The three lines, however, continually intermingle. Second novella, The Crack-Up, F. Scott Fitzgerald. What happened? This is the question Fitzgerald keeps coming back to toward the end, having remarked that of course all life is a process of breaking down. 8 How should we understand this? Of course, we can say, first of all, that life is always drawn into an increasingly rigid and desiccated segmentarity. For the writer Fitzgerald, voyages, with their clear-cut segments, had lost their usefulness. There was also, from segment to segment, the depression, loss of wealth, fatigue and growing old, alcoholism, the failure of conjugality, the rise of the cinema, the advent of fascism and Stalinism, and the loss of success and talent at the very moment Fitzgerald would find his genius. The big sudden blows that come, or seem to come, from outside, p. 69, and proceed by over-significant breaks, moving us from one term to the other according to successive binary choices, rich/poor. Even when change runs in the other direction, there is nothing to compensate for the rigidification, the aging that overcodes everything that occurs. This is a line of rigid segmentarity bringing masses into play, even if it was supple to begin with. But Fitzgerald says that there is another type of cracking, with an entirely different segmentarity. Instead of great breaks, these are micro-cracks, as in a dish, they are much more subtle and supple, and occur when things are going well on the other side. If there is aging on this line, it is not of the same kind. When you age on this line you don't feel it on the other line, you don't notice it on the other line until after it has already happened on this line. At such a moment, which does not correspond to any of the ages of the other line, you reach a degree, a quantum, an intensity beyond which you cannot go. It's a very delicate business, these intensities. The finest intensity becomes harmful if it overtaxes your strength at a given moment. You have to be able to take it, you have to be in shape. But what exactly happened? In truth, nothing assignable or perceptible, molecular changes, redistributions of desire such that when something occurs, the self that awaited it is already dead, or the one that would await it has not yet arrived. This time, there are outbursts and crackings in the immanence of a rhizome, rather than great movements and breaks determined by the transcendence of a tree. The crack-up happens almost without your knowing it but is realized suddenly indeed, p. 69. This molecular line, more supple but no less disquieting, in fact, much more disquieting, is not simply internal or personal, it also brings everything into play, but on a different scale and in different forms, with segmentations of a different nature, rhizomatic instead of arborescent. A micropolitics. There is, in addition, a third line, which is like a line of rupture or a clean break and marks the exploding of the other two, their shake-up, in favor of something else. This led me to the idea that the ones who had survived had made some sort of clean break. This is a big word and is no parallel to a jailbreak when one is probably headed for a new jail or will be forced back to the old one, p. 81. Here, Fitzgerald contrasts rupture with structural pseudo-breaks in so-called signifying chains. But he also distinguishes it from more supple, more subterranean links or stems of the voyage type, or even from molecular conveyances. The famous escape or run away from it all is an excursion in a trap, even if the trap includes the South Seas, which are only for those who want to paint them or sail them. A clean break is something you cannot come back from, that is irretrievable because it makes the past cease to exist, p. 81. Can it be that voyages are always a return to rigid segmentarity? Is it always your daddy and mommy that you meet when you travel, even as far away as the South Seas, like Melville? Hardened muscles. Must we say that supple segmentarity itself reconstructs the great figures it claimed to escape, but under the microscope, in miniature? Beckett's unforgettable line is an indictment of all voyages. We don't travel for the fun of it, as far as I know, we're foolish, but not that foolish. In rupture, not only has the matter of the past volatilized, the form of what happened, of an imperceptible something that happened in a volatile matter, no longer even exists. One has become imperceptible and clandestine in motionless voyage. Nothing can happen, or can have happened, any longer. Nobody can do anything for or against me any longer. My territories are out of grasp, not because they are imaginary, but the opposite, because I am in the process of drawing them. Wars, big and little, are behind me. Voyages, always in tow to something else, are behind me. I no longer have any secrets, having lost my face, form, and matter. I am now no more than a line. I have become capable of loving, not with an abstract, universal love, but a love I shall choose, and that shall choose me, blindly, my double, just as selfless as I. One has been saved by and for love, by abandoning love and self. Now one is no more than an abstract line, like an arrow crossing the void. Absolute deterritorialization. One has become like everybody / the whole world, tout le monde, but in a way that can become like everybody / the whole world. One has painted the world on oneself, not oneself on the world. It should not be said that the genius is an extraordinary person, nor that everybody has genius. The genius is someone who knows how to make everybody / the whole world a becoming, Ulysses, perhaps, Joyce's failed ambition, Pound's near success. One has entered becomings animal, becomings molecular, and finally becomings imperceptible. I was off the dispensing end of the relief roll forever. The heady villainous feeling continued. I will try to be a correct animal though, and if you throw me a bone with enough meat on it I may even lick your hand. 9. Why such a despairing tone? Does not the line of rupture or true flight have its own danger, one worse than the others? Time to die. In any case, Fitzgerald proposes a distinction between the three lines traversing us and composing a life, after Maupassant. Break line, crack line, rupture line. The line of rigid segmentarity with molar breaks, the line of supple segmentation with molecular cracks, the line of flight or rupture, abstract, deadly and alive, non-segmentary. Third novella, The Story of the Abyss and the Spyglass, Pierrette Faucheux's 10. Some segments are more or less near, and others more or less distant. The segments seem to encircle an abyss, a kind of huge black hole. On each segment there are two kinds of lookouts, near-seers and far-seers. What they watch for are the movements, outbursts, infractions, disturbances, and rebellions occurring in the abyss. But there is a major difference between the two types of lookouts. The near-seers have a simple spyglass. In the abyss, they see the outline of gigantic cells, great binary divisions, dichotomies, well-defined segments of the type classroom, barracks, low-income housing project, or even countryside seen from an airplane. They see branches, chains, rows, columns, dominoes, striae. Once in a while along the edges they discover a misshapen figure or a shaky contour. Then they bring out the terrible ray telescope. It is used not to see with but to cut with, to cut out shapes. This geometrical instrument, which emits a laser beam, assures the dominion of the great signifying break everywhere and restores the momentarily threatened molar order. The cutting telescope overcodes everything, it acts on flesh and blood, but itself is nothing but pure geometry, as a state affair, and the near-seer's physics in the service of that machine. What is geometry, what is the state, and what are the near-seers? These are meaningless questions, I am speaking literally, because it is not so much a question of defining something as effectively drawing a line, not a line of writing but a line of rigid segmentarity along which everyone will be judged and rectified according to his or her contours, individual or collective. Very different is the situation of those with long-distance vision, the far-seers, with all their ambiguities. There are very few of them, at most one per segment. Their telescopes are complex and refined. But they are in no way leaders. And what they see is entirely different from what the others see. They see a whole microsegmentarity, details of details, a roller coaster of possibilities, tiny movements that have not reached the edge, lines or vibrations that start to form long before there are outlined shapes, segments that move by jerks. A whole rhizome, a molecular segmentarity that does not permit itself to be overcoded by a signifier like the cutting machine, or even to be attributed to a given figure, a given aggregate or element. This second line is inseparable from the anonymous segmentation that produces it and challenges everything all the time, without goal or reason. What happened? The far-seers can divine the future, but always in the form of a becoming of something that has already happened in a molecular matter, unfindable particles. The situation is the same in biology. The great cellular divisions and dichotomies, with their contours, are accompanied by migrations, invaginations, displacements, and morphogenetic impulses whose segments are marked not by localizable points but by thresholds of intensity passing underneath, mitoses that scramble everything, and molecular lines that intersect each other within the large-scale cells and between their breaks. The situation is the same in a society. Rigid segments and overcutting segments are crosscut underneath by segmentations of another nature. But this is neither one nor the other, neither biology nor a society, nor is it a resemblance between the two. I am speaking literally, I am drawing lines, lines of writing, and life passes between the lines. A line of supple segmentarity formed and became entangled with the other, but it was a very different kind of line, shakily drawn by the micropolitics of the far-seers. It is a political affair, as worldwide in scope as the other, but on a scale and in a form that is incommensurable, non-superposable. It is also a perceptual affair, for perception always goes hand in hand with semiotics, practice, politics, theory. One sees, speaks, and thinks on a given scale, and according to a given line that may or may not conjugate with the other's line, even if the other is still oneself. If it does not, then you should not insist, you should not argue, you should flee, even saying as you go, okay, you win. It's no use talking, you first have to change telescopes, mouths, and teeth, all of the segments. Not only does one speak literally, one also lives literally, in other words, following lines, whether connectable or not, even heterogeneous ones. Sometimes it doesn't work when they are homogeneous. The ambiguity of the farseer's situation is that they are able to detect the slightest micro-infraction in the abyss, things the others do not see, they also observe, beneath its apparent geometrical justice, the dreadful damage caused by the cutting telescope. They feel as though they foresee things and are ahead of the others because they see the smallest thing as already having happened, but they know that their warnings are to no avail because the cutting telescope will set everything straight without being warned, without the need for or possibility of prediction. At times they feel that they do indeed see something the others do not, but at other times that what they see differs only in degree and serves no purpose. Although they are collaborators with the most rigid and cruelest project of control, how could they not feel a vague sympathy for the subterranean activity revealed to them? An ambiguity in the molecular line, as if it vacillated between two sides. One day, what will have happened? A farseer will abandon his or her segment and start walking across a narrow overpass above the dark abyss, will break his or her telescope and depart on a line of flight to meet a blind double approaching from the other side. Individual or group, we are traversed by lines, meridians, geodesies, tropics, and zones marching to different beats and differing in nature. We said that we are composed of lines, three kinds of lines. Or rather, of bundles of lines, for each kind is multiple. We may be more interested in a certain line than in the others, and perhaps there is indeed one that is, not determining, but of greater importance, if it is there. For some of these lines are imposed on us from outside, at least in part. Others sprout up somewhat by chance, from a trifle, why we will never know. Others can be invented, drawn, without a model and without chance. We must invent our lines of flight, if we are able, and the only way we can invent them is by effectively drawing them, in our lives. Aren't lines of flight the most difficult of all? Certain groups or people have none and never will. Certain groups or people lack a given kind of line, or have lost it. The painter Florence Julian has a special interest in lines of flight. She invented a procedure by which she extracts from photographs lines that are nearly abstract and formless. But once again, there is a bundle of very diverse lines. The line of flight of children leaving school at a run is different from that of demonstrators chased by the police, or of a prisoner breaking out. There are different animal lines of flight, each species, each individual, has its own. Fernand de Ligny transcribes the lines and paths of autistic children by means of maps. He carefully distinguishes lines of drift and customary lines. This does not only apply to walking, he also makes maps of perceptions and maps of gestures, cooking or collecting wood, showing customary gestures and gestures of drift. The same goes for language, if it is present. De Ligny opened his lines of writing to lifelines. The lines are constantly crossing, intersecting for a moment, following one another. A line of drift intersects a customary line, and at that point the child does something not quite belonging to either one. He or she finds something he or she lost. What happened? Or jumps and claps his or her hands, a slight and rapid movement, and that gesture in turn emits several lines too. In short, there is a line of flight, which is already complex since it has singularities, and there a customary or molar line with segments, and between the two, there is a molecular line with quanta that cause it to tip to one side or the other. As de Ligny says, it should be borne in mind that these lines mean nothing. It is an affair of cartography. They compose us, as they compose our map. They transform themselves and may even cross over into one another. Rhizome. It is certain that they have nothing to do with language, it is, on the contrary, language that must follow them, it is writing that must take sustenance from them, between its own lines. It is certain that they have nothing to do with a signifier, the determination of a subject by the signifier. Instead, the signifier arises at the most rigidified level of one of the lines, and the subject is spawned at the lowest level. It is certain that they have nothing to do with a structure, which is never occupied by anything more than points and positions, by arborescences, and which always forms a closed system, precisely in order to prevent escape. De Ligny invokes a common body upon which these lines are inscribed as so many segments, thresholds, or quanta, territorialities, deterritorializations, or reterritorializations. The lines are inscribed on a body without organs, upon which everything is drawn and flees, which is itself an abstract line with neither imaginary figures nor symbolic functions, the real of the BWO. This body is the only practical object of schizoanalysis. What is your body without organs? What are your lines? What map are you in the process of making or rearranging? What abstract line will you draw, and at what price, for yourself and for others? What is your line of flight? What is your BWO, merged with that line? Are you cracking up? Are you going to crack up? Are you deterritorializing? Which lines are you severing, and which are you extending or resuming? Schizoanalysis does not pertain to elements or aggregates, nor to subjects, relations, or structures. It pertains only to lineaments running through groups as well as individuals. Schizoanalysis, as the analysis of desire, is immediately practical and political, whether it is a question of an individual, group, or society. For politics precedes being. Practice does not come after the emplacement of the terms and their relations, but actively participates in the drawing of the lines. It confronts the same dangers and the same variations as the emplacement does. Schizoanalysis is like the art of the new. Or rather, there is no problem of application, the lines it brings out could equally be the lines of a life, a work of literature or art, or a society, depending on which system of coordinates is chosen. Line of molar or rigid segmentarity, line of molecular or supple segmentation, line of flight. Many problems arise. The first concerns the particular character of each line. It might be thought that rigid segments are socially determined, predetermined, overcoded by the state. There may be a tendency to construe supple segmentarity as an interior activity, something imaginary or phantasmic. As for the line of flight, would it not be entirely personal, the way in which an individual escapes on his or her own account, escapes responsibilities, escapes the world, takes refuge in the desert, or else in art? False impression. Supple segmentarity has nothing to do with the imaginary, and micropolitics is no less extensive or real than macropolitics. Politics on the grand scale can never administer its molar segments without also dealing with the micro-injections or infiltrations that work in its favor or present an obstacle to it. Indeed, the larger the molar aggregates, the greater the molecularization of the agencies they put into play. Lines of flight, for their part, never consist in running away from the world but rather in causing run-offs, as when you drill a hole in a pipe. There is no social system that does not leak from all directions, even if it makes its segments increasingly rigid in order to seal the lines of flight. There is nothing imaginary, nothing symbolic, about a line of flight. There is nothing more active than a line of flight, among animals, or humans. Point 13. Even history is forced to take that route rather than proceeding by signifying breaks. What is escaping in a society at a given moment? It is on lines of flight that new weapons are invented, to be turned against the heavy arms of the state. I may be running, but I'm looking for a gun as I go. George Jackson. It was along lines of flight that the nomads swept away everything in their path and found new weapons, leaving the pharaoh thunderstruck. It is possible for a single group, or a single individual even, to exhibit all the lines we have been discussing simultaneously. but it is most frequently the case that a single group or individual functions as a line of flight. That group or individual creates the line rather than following it, is itself the living weapon it forges rather than stealing one. Lines of flight are realities, they are very dangerous for societies, although they can get by without them, and sometimes manage to keep them to a minimum. The second problem concerns the respective importance of the lines. You can begin with the rigid segmentarity, it's the easiest, it's preggiven, and then you can look at how and to what extent it is crosscut by a supple segmentarity, a kind of rhizome surrounding its roots. Then you can look at how the line of flight enters in, and alliances and battles. But it is also possible to begin with the line of flight, perhaps this is the primary line, with its absolute deterritorialization. It is clear that the line of flight does not come afterward, it is there from the beginning, even if it awaits its hour, and waits for the others to explode. Supple segmentarity, then, is only a kind of compromise operating by relative deterritorializations and permitting reterritorializations that cause blockages and reversions to the rigid line. It is odd how supple segmentarity is caught between the two other lines, ready to tip to one side or the other, such is its ambiguity. It is also necessary to look at the various combinations. It is quite possible that one group or individual's line of flight may not work to benefit that of another group or individual, it may on the contrary block it, plug it, throw it even deeper into rigid segmentarity. It can happen in love that one person's creative line is the other's imprisonment. The composition of the lines, of one line with another, is a problem, even of two lines of the same type. There is no assurance that two lines of flight will prove compatible, composable. There is no assurance that the body without organs will be easy to compose. There is no assurance that a love, or a political approach, will withstand it. Third problem, there is a mutual immanence of the lines. And it is not easy to sort them out. No one of them is transcendent, each is at work within the others. Immanence everywhere. Lines of flight are immanent to the social field. Supple segmentarity continually dismantles the concretions of rigid segmentarity, but everything that it dismantles it reassembles on its own level, micro-Oedipuses, micro-formations of power, micro-fascisms. The line of flight blasts the two segmentary series apart, but it is capable of the worst, of bouncing off the wall, falling into a black hole, taking the path of greatest regression, and in its vagaries reconstructing the most rigid of segments. Have you sown your wild oats? That is worse than not escaping at all. See Lawrence's reproach to Melville. 14 Between the matter of a dirty little secret in rigid segmentarity, the empty form of what happened, in supple segmentarity, and clandestinity of what can no longer happen on the line of flight, how can we fail to see the upheavals caused by a monster force, the secret, threatening to bring everything tumbling down? Between the couple of the first kind of segmentarity, the double of the second, and the clandestine of the line of flight, there are so many possible mixtures and passages. There is one last problem, the most anguishing one, concerning the dangers specific to each line. There is not much to say about the danger confronting the first, for the chances are slim that its rigidification will fail. There is not much to say about the ambiguity of the second. But why is the line of flight, even aside from the danger it runs of reverting to one of the other two lines, imbued with such singular despair in spite of its message of joy, as if at the very moment things are coming to a resolution its undertaking were threatened by something reaching down to its core, by a death, a demolition? Shestov said of Chekhov, a great creator of novellas, there can be practically no doubt that Chekhov exerted himself, and something broke inside him. And the overstrain came not from hard and heavy labor, no mighty overpowering exploit broke him, he stumbled and fell, he slipped. The old Chekhov of gaiety and mirth is no more. Instead, a morose and overshadowed man, a criminal. 15 What happened? Once again, this is the question facing all of Chekhov's characters. Is it not possible to exert oneself, and even break something, without falling into a black hole of bitterness and sand? But did Chekhov really fall? Is that not to judge him entirely from the outside? Was Chekhov not correct in saying that however grim his characters are, he still carries 100 pounds of love? Of course, nothing is easy on the lines that compose us, and that constitute the essence of the novella, la nouvelle, and sometimes of good news, la bonne nouvelle. What are your couples, your doubles, your clandestines, and what are their mixes? When one person says to another, "Love the taste of whiskey on my lips like I love the gleam of madness in your eyes," what lines are they in the process of composing, or, on the contrary, making incompossible? Fitzgerald, perhaps 50% of our friends and relations will tell you in good faith that it was my drinking that drove Zelda mad, and the other half would assure you that it was her madness that drove me to drink. Neither of these judgments means much of anything. These two groups of friends and relations would be unanimous in saying that each of us would have been much better off without the other. The irony is that we have never been more in love with each other in all of our lives. She loves the alcohol on my lips. I cherish her most extravagant hallucinations. In the end, nothing really had much importance. We destroyed ourselves. But in all honesty, I never thought we destroyed each other. Beautiful texts. All of the lines are there, the lines of family and friends, of all those who speak, explain, and psychoanalyze, assigning rights and wrongs, of the whole binary machine of the couple, united or divided, in rigid segmentarity, 50%. Then there is the line of supple segmentation, from which the alcoholic and the madwoman extract, as from a kiss on the lips and eyes, the multiplication of a double at the limit of what they can endure in their state and with the tacit understanding serving them as internal messages. Finally, there is a line of flight, all the more shared now that they are separated, or vice versa, each of them the clandestine of the other, a double all the more successful now that nothing has importance any longer, now that everything can begin anew, since they have been destroyed but not by each other. Nothing will enter memory, everything was on the lines, between the lines, in the end that made one and the other imperceptible, without disjunction or conjunction but only a line of flight forever in the process of being drawn, toward a new acceptance, the opposite of renunciation or resignation, a new happiness. 1933, Micropolitics and Segmentarity. We are segmented from all around and in every direction. The human being is a segmentary animal. Segmentarity is inherent to all the strata composing us. Dwelling, getting around, working, playing, life is spatially and socially segmented. The house is segmented according to its rooms' assigned purposes, streets, according to the order of the city, the factory, according to the nature of the work and operations performed in it. We are segmented in a binary fashion, following the great major dualist oppositions, social classes, but also men, women, adults, children, and so on. We are segmented in a circular fashion, in ever larger circles, ever wider discs or coronas, like Joyce's letter, my affairs, my neighborhood's affairs, my cities, my countries, the world's. We are segmented in a linear fashion, along a straight line or a number of straight lines, of which each segment represents an episode or proceeding. As soon as we finish one proceeding we begin another, forever proceduring or procedured, in the family, in school, in the army, on the job. School tells us, you're not at home anymore, the army tells us, you're not in school anymore. Sometimes the various segments belong to different individuals or groups, and sometimes the same individual or group passes from one segment to another. But these figures of segmentarity, the binary, circular, and linear, are bound up with one another, even cross over into each other, changing according to the point of view. This is already evident among savage peoples. Lizotte shows how the communal house is organized in circular fashion, going from interior to exterior in a series of coronas within which certain types of localizable activities take place, worship and ceremonies, followed by exchange of goods, followed by family life, followed by trash and excrement. At the same time each of these coronas is itself transversely divided, each segment devolves upon a particular lineage and is subdivided among Different kinship groups. 1. In a more general context, Levi Strauss shows that the dualist organization of primitive peoples has a circular form, and also takes a linear form encompassing any number of groups, at least 3.2. Why return to the primitives, when it is a question of our own life? The fact is that the notion of segmentarity was constructed by ethnologists to account for so-called primitive societies, which have no fixed, central state apparatus and no global power mechanisms or specialized political institutions. In these societies, the social segments have a certain leeway, between the two extreme poles of fusion and scission, depending on the task and the situation. There is also considerable communicability between heterogeneous elements, so that one segment can fit with another in a number of different ways, and they have a local construction excluding the prior determination of a base domain, economic, political, juridical, artistic. They have extrinsic and situational properties, or relations. Irreducible to the intrinsic properties of a structure, activity is continuous, so segmentarity is not grasped as something separate from a segmentation in progress operating by outgrowths, detachments, and mergings. Primitive segmentarity is characterized by a polyvocal code based on lineages and their varying situations and relations, and an itinerant territoriality based on local, overlapping divisions. Codes and territories, clan lineages, and tribal territorialities form a fabric of relatively supple segmentarity. 3. However, it seems to us difficult to maintain that state societies, even our modern states, are any less segmentary. The classical opposition between segmentarity and centralization hardly seems relevant. 4. Not only does the state exercise power over the segments it sustains or permits to survive, but it possesses, and imposes, its own segmentarity. Perhaps the opposition sociologists establish between the segmentary and the central is biological deep down, the ringed worm, and the central nervous system. But the central brain itself is a worm, even more segmented than the others, in spite of and including all of its vicarious actions. There is no opposition between the central and the segmentary. The modern political system is a global whole, unified and unifying, but is so because it implies a constellation of juxtaposed, imbricated, ordered subsystems. The analysis of decision-making brings to light all kinds of compartmentalizations and partial processes that interconnect, but not without gaps and displacements. Technocracy operates by the segmentary division of labor. This applies to the international division of labor as well. Bureaucracy exists only in compartmentalized offices and functions only by goal displacements and the corresponding dysfunctions. Hierarchy is not simply pyramidal. The boss's office is as much at the end of the hall as on top of the tower. In short, we would say that modern life has not done away with segmentarity but has on the contrary made it exceptionally rigid. Instead of setting up an opposition between the segmentary and the centralized, we should make a distinction between two types of segmentarity, one primitive and supple, the other modern and rigid. This distinction reframes each of the figures previously discussed. Binary oppositions, men/women, those on top/those on the bottom, etc., are very strong in primitive societies, but seem to be the result of machines and assemblages that are not in themselves binary. The social binarity between men and women in a group applies rules according to which both sexes must take their respective spouses from different groups, which is why there are at least 3 groups. Thus Levi Strauss can demonstrate that dualist organization never stands on its own in this kind of society. On the contrary, it is a particularity of modern societies, or rather state societies, to bring into their own duality machines that function as such, and proceed simultaneously by biunivocal relationships and successively by binarist choices. Classes and sexes come in twos, and phenomena of tripartition result from a transposition of the dual, not the reverse. We have already encountered this, notably in the case of the face machine, which differs in this respect from primitive head machines. It seems that modern societies elevated dual segmentarity to the level of a self-sufficient organization. The question, therefore, is not whether the status of women, or those on the bottom, is better or worse, but the type of organization from which that status results. Similarly, we may note that in primitive societies circular segmentarity does not necessarily imply that the circles are concentric, or have the same center. In a supple regime, centers already act as so many knots, eyes, or black holes, but they do not all resonate together, they do not fall on the same point, they do not converge in the same black hole. There is a multiplicity of animist eyes, each of which is assigned, for example, a particular animal spirit, snake spirit, woodpecker spirit, caiman spirit. Each black hole is occupied by a different animal eye. Doubtless, we see operations of rigidification and centralization take shape here and there. All of the centers must collect on a single circle, which itself has a single center. The shaman draws lines between all the points or spirits, outlines a constellation, a radiating set of roots tied to a central tree. This is the birth of a centralized power with an arborescent system to discipline the outgrowths of the primitive rhizome. 5 Here, the tree simultaneously plays the role of a principle of dichotomy or binarity, and an axis of rotation. But the power of the shaman is still entirely localized, strictly dependent upon a particular segment, contingent upon drugs, and each point continues to emit independent sequences. The same cannot be said of modern societies, or even of states. Of course, the centralized is not opposed to the segmentary, and the circles remain distinct. But they become concentric, definitively arborified. The segmentarity becomes rigid, to the extent that all centers resonate in, and all black holes fall on, a single point of accumulation that is like a point of intersection somewhere behind the eyes. The face of the father, teacher, colonel, boss, enter into redundancy, refer back to a center of significance that moves across the various circles and passes back over all of the segments. The supple microheads with animal facializations are replaced by a macroface whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere. There are no longer n eyes in the sky, or in becomings animal and vegetable, but a central computing eye scanning all of the radii. The central state is constituted not by the abolition of circular segmentarity but by a concentricity of distinct circles, or the organization of a resonance among centers. There are already just as many power centers in primitive societies, or, if one prefers, there are still just as many in state societies. The latter, however, behave as apparatuses of resonance, they organize resonance, whereas the former inhibit it. 6. Finally, in the case of linear segmentarity, we would say that each segment is underscored, rectified, and homogenized in its own right, but also in relation to the others. Not only does each have its own unit of measure, but there is an equivalence and translatability between units. The central eye has as its correlate a space through which it moves, but it itself remains invariant in relation to its movements. With the Greek city-state and Cleisthenes reform, a homogeneous and isotopic space appears that overcodes the lineal segments, at the same time as distinct focal points begin to resonate in a center acting as their common denominator. 7 Paul Virilio shows that after the Greek city-state, the Roman Empire imposes a geometrical or linear reason of state including a general outline of camps and fortifications, a universal art of marking boundaries by lines, a laying out of territories, a substitution of space for places and territorialities, and a transformation of the world into the city, in short, an increasingly rigid segmentarity. 8 The segments, once underscored or overcoded, seem to lose their ability to bud, they seem to lose their dynamic relation to segmentations in progress, or in the act of coming together or coming apart. If there exists a primitive geometry, a proto-geometry, it is an operative geometry in which figures are never separable from the affectations befalling them, the lines of their becoming, the segments of their segmentation. There is roundness, but no circle, alignments, but no straight line, etc. On the contrary, state geometry, or rather the bond between the state and geometry, manifests itself in the primacy of the theorem element, which substitutes fixed or ideal essences for supple morphological formations, properties for affects, Predetermined segments for segmentations in progress. Geometry and arithmetic take on the power of the scalpel. Private property implies a space that has been overcoded and gridded by surveying. Not only does each line have its segments, but the segments of one line correspond to those of another. For example, the wage regime establishes a correspondence between monetary segments, production segments, and consumable goods segments. We may summarize the principal differences between rigid segmentarity and supple segmentarity. In the rigid mode, binary segmentarity stands on its own and is governed by great machines of direct binarization, whereas in the other mode, binarities result from multiplicities of n dimensions. Second, circular segmentarity tends to become concentric, in other words, causes all of its focal points to coincide in a single center that is in constant movement but remains invariant through its movements, and is part of a machine of resonance. Finally, linear segmentarity feeds into a machine of overcoding that constitutes more geometrico-homogeneous space and extracts segments that are determinate as to their substance, form, and relations. It will be noted that this rigid segmentarity is always expressed by the tree. The tree is the knot of arborescence or principle of dichotomy, it is the axis of rotation guaranteeing concentricity, it is the structure or network gridding the possible. This opposition between arborified and rhizomatic segmentarity is not just meant to indicate two states of a single process, but also to isolate two different processes. For primitive societies operate essentially by codes and territorialities. It is in fact the distinction between these two elements, the tribal system of territories and the clan system of lineages, that prevents resonance. 9 Modern, or state, societies, on the other hand, have replaced the declining codes with a univocal overcoding, and the lost territories with a specific reterritorialization, which takes place in an overcoded geometrical space. Segmentarity is always the result of an abstract machine, but different abstract machines operate in the rigid and the supple. It is not enough, therefore, to oppose the centralized to the segmentary. Nor is it enough to oppose two kinds of segmentarity, one supple and primitive, the other modern and rigidified. There is indeed a distinction between the two, but they are inseparable, they overlap, they are entangled. Primitive societies have nuclei of rigidity or arborification that as much anticipate the state as ward it off. Conversely, our societies are still suffused by a supple fabric without which their rigid segments would not hold. Supple segmentarity cannot be restricted to primitive peoples. It is not the vestige of the savage within us but a perfectly contemporary function, inseparable from the other. Every society, and every individual, are thus plied by both segmentarities simultaneously, one molar, the other molecular. If they are distinct, it is because they do not have the same terms or the same relations or the same nature or even the same type of multiplicity. If they are inseparable, it is because they coexist and cross over into each other. The configurations differ, for example, between the primitives and us, but the two segmentarities are always in presupposition. In short, everything is political, but every politics is simultaneously a macropolitics and a micropolitics. Take aggregates of the perception or feeling type, their molar organization, their rigid segmentarity, does not preclude the existence of an entire world of unconscious micropercepts, unconscious affects, fine segmentations that grasp or experience different things, are distributed and operate differently. There is a micropolitics of perception, affection, conversation, and so forth. If we consider the great binary aggregates, such as the sexes or classes, it is evident that they also cross over into molecular assemblages of a different nature, and that there is a double reciprocal dependency between them. For the two sexes imply a multiplicity of molecular combinations bringing into play not only the man in the woman and the woman in the man, but the relation of each to the animal, the plant, etc., 1,000 tiny sexes. And social classes themselves imply masses that do not have the same kind of movement, distribution, or objectives and do not wage the same kind of struggle. Attempts to distinguish mass from class effectively tend toward this limit, The notion of mass is a molecular notion operating according to a type of segmentation irreducible to the molar segmentarity of class. Yet classes are indeed fashioned from masses, they crystallize them. And masses are constantly flowing or leaking from classes. Their reciprocal presupposition, however, does not preclude a difference in viewpoint, nature, scale, and function. Understood in this way, the notion of mass has entirely different connotations than Canetti's crowd. It is not sufficient to define bureaucracy by a rigid segmentarity with compartmentalization of contiguous offices, an office manager in each segment, and the corresponding centralization at the end of the hall or on top of the tower. For at the same time there is a whole bureaucratic segmentation, a suppleness of and communication between offices, a bureaucratic perversion, a permanent inventiveness or creativity practiced even against administrative regulations. If Kafka is the greatest theorist of bureaucracy, it is because he shows how, at a certain level, but which one, it is not localizable, the barriers between offices cease to be a definite dividing line and are immersed in a molecular medium, milieu, that dissolves them and simultaneously makes the office manager proliferate into microfigures impossible to recognize or identify, discernible only when they are centralizable, another regime, coexistent with the separation and totalization of the rigid segments. I0 We would even say that fascism implies a molecular regime that is distinct both from molar segments and their centralization. Doubtless, fascism invented the concept of the totalitarian state, but there is no reason to define fascism by a concept of its own devising. There are totalitarian states, of the Stalinist or military dictatorship type, that are not fascist. The concept of the totalitarian state applies only at the macropolitical level, to a rigid segmentarity and a particular mode of totalization and centralization. But fascism is inseparable from a proliferation of molecular focuses in interaction, which skip from point to point, before beginning to resonate together in the National Socialist state. Rural fascism and city or neighborhood fascism, youth fascism, and war veterans. Fascism, fascism of the left and fascism of the right, fascism of the couple, family, school, and office. Every fascism is defined by a micro-black hole that stands on its own and communicates with the others, before resonating in a great, generalized central black hole. Point 1 There is fascism when a war machine is installed in each hole, in every niche. Even after the National Socialist state had been established, micro-fascisms persisted that gave it unequaled ability to act upon the masses. Daniel Guerin is correct to say that if Hitler took power, rather than taking over the German state administration, it was because from the beginning he had at his disposal micro-organizations giving him an unequaled, irreplaceable ability to penetrate every cell of society, in other words, a molecular and supple segmentarity, flows capable of suffusing every kind of cell. Conversely, if capitalism came to consider the fascist experience as catastrophic, if it preferred to ally itself with Stalinist totalitarianism, which from its point of view was much more sensible and manageable, it was because the segmentarity and centralization of the latter was more classical and less fluid. What makes fascism dangerous is its molecular or micropolitical power, for it is a mass movement, a cancerous body rather than a totalitarian organism. American film has often depicted these molecular focal points: band, gang, sect, family, town, neighborhood. Vehicle fascism spare no one. Only microfascism provides an answer to the global question: why does desire desire its own repression? How can it desire its own repression? The masses certainly do not passively submit to power, nor do they want to be repressed, in a kind of masochistic hysteria, nor are they tricked by an ideological lure. Desire is never separable from complex assemblages that necessarily tie into molecular levels, from microformations already shaping postures, attitudes, perceptions, expectations, semiotic systems, etc. Desire is never an undifferentiated instinctual energy, but itself results from a highly developed, engineered setup rich in interactions, a whole supple segmentarity that processes molecular energies and potentially gives desire a fascist determination. Leftist organizations will not be the last to secrete microfascisms. It's too easy to be anti-fascist on the molar level, and not even see the fascist inside you, the fascist you yourself sustain and nourish and cherish with molecules both personal and collective. 4 errors concerning this molecular and supple segmentarity are to be avoided. The first is axiological and consists in believing that a little suppleness is enough to make things better. But microfascisms are what make fascism so dangerous, and fine segmentations are as harmful as the most rigid of segments. The second is psychological, as if the molecular were in the realm of the imagination and applied only to the individual and inter-individual. But there is just as much social real on one line as on the other. Third, the two forms are not simply distinguished by size, as a small form and a large form, although it is true that the molecular works in detail and operates in small groups. This does not mean that it is any less coextensive with the entire social field than molar organization. Finally, the qualitative difference between the two lines does not preclude their boosting or cutting into each other. There is always a proportional relation between the two, directly or inversely proportional. In the first case, the stronger the molar organization is, the more it induces a molecularization of its own elements, relations, and elementary apparatuses. When the machine becomes planetary or cosmic, there is an increasing tendency for assemblages to miniaturize, to become microassemblages. Following André Gortz's formula, the only remaining element of work left under world capitalism is the molecular, or molecularized, individual, in other words, the mass individual. The administration of a great organized molar security has as its correlate a whole micromanagement of petty fears, a permanent molecular insecurity, to the point that the motto of domestic policy makers might be, a macropolitics of society by and for a micropolitics of insecurity. 12 However, the second case is even more important. Molecular movements do not complement but rather thwart and break through the great worldwide organization. That is what French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing was saying in his military and political geography lesson. The more balanced things are between East and West, in an overcoding and overarmed dualist machine, the more destabilized they become along the other, north-south, line. There is always a Palestinian or Basque or Corsican to bring about a regional destabilization of security. 13 The two great molar aggregates of the East and West are perpetually being undermined by a molecular segmentation causing a zigzag crack, making it difficult for them to keep their own segments in line. It is as if a line of flight, perhaps only a tiny trickle to begin with, leaked between the segments, escaping their centralization, eluding their totalization. The profound movements stirring in a society present themselves in this fashion, even if they are necessarily represented as a confrontation between molar segments. It is wrongly said, in Marxism in particular, that a society is defined by its contradictions. That is true only on the larger scale of things. From the viewpoint of micropolitics, a society is defined by its lines of flight, which are molecular. There is always something that flows or flees, that escapes the binary organizations, the resonance apparatus, and the overcoding machine, things that are attributed to a change in values, the youth, women, the mad, etc. May 1968 in France was molecular, making what led up to it all the more imperceptible from the viewpoint of macropolitics. It happens that people who are very limited in outlook or are very old grasp the event better than the most advanced politicians, or politicians who consider themselves advanced from the viewpoint of organization. As Gabriel Tarde said, what one needs to know is which peasants, in which areas of the south of France, stopped greeting the local landowners. A very old, outdated landowner can in this case judge things better than a modernist. It was the same with May 68. Those who evaluated things in macropolitical terms understood nothing of the event because something unaccountable was escaping. The politicians, the parties, the unions, many leftists, were utterly vexed. They kept repeating over and over again that conditions were not ripe. It was as though they had been temporarily deprived of the entire dualism machine that made them valid spokespeople. Bizarrely, de Gaulle, and even Pompidou, understood much more than the others. A molecular flow was escaping, minuscule at first, then swelling, without, however, ceasing to be unissignable. The reverse, however, is also true. Molecular escapes and movements would be nothing if they did not return to the molar organizations to reshuffle their segments, their binary distributions of sexes, classes, and parties. The issue is that the molar and the molecular are distinguished not by size, scale, or dimension but by the nature of the system of reference envisioned. Perhaps, then, the words line and segment should be reserved for molar organization, and other, more suitable, words should be sought for molecular composition. And in fact, whenever we can identify a well-defined segmented line, we notice that it continues in another form, as a quantum flow. And in every instance, we can locate a power center at the border between the two, defined not by an absolute exercise of power within its domain but by the relative adaptations and conversions it effects between the line and the flow. Take a monetary flow with segments. These segments can be defined from several points of view, for example, from the viewpoint of a corporate budget, real wages, net profit, management salaries, interest on assets, reserves, investments, etc. Now this line of payment money is linked to another aspect, namely, the flow of financing money, which has, not segments, but rather poles, singularities, and quanta. The poles of the flow are the creation of money and its destruction, the singularities are nominal liquid assets, the quanta are inflation, deflation, stagflation, etc. This has led some to speak of a mutant, convulsive, creative and circulatory flow tied to desire and always subjacent to the solid line and its segments determining interest rates and supply and demand. Point 14. In a balance of payment, we again encounter a binary segmentarity that distinguishes, for example, so-called autonomous operations from so-called compensatory operations. But movements of capital do not allow themselves to be segmented in this way, because they are the most thoroughly broken down, according to their nature, duration, and the personality of the creditor or debtor. One no longer has any idea where to draw the line when dealing with these flows. 15. Yet there is always a correlation between the two aspects, since linearization and segmentation are where flows run dry, but are also their point of departure for a new creation. When we talk about banking power, concentrated most notably in the central banks, it is indeed a question of the relative power to regulate as much as possible the communication, conversion, and co-adaptation of the two parts of the circuit. That is why power centers are defined much more by what escapes them or by their impotence than by their zone of power. In short, the molecular, or microeconomics, micropolitics, is defined not by the smallness of its elements but by the nature of its mass, the quantum flow, as opposed to the molar segmented line. Point 16. The task of making the segments correspond to the quanta, of adjusting the segments to the quanta, implies hit and miss changes in rhythm and mode rather than any omnipotence, and something always escapes. We could take other examples, such as the power of the church. Church power has always been associated with a certain administration of sin possessing a strong segmentarity, the 7 deadly sins, units of measure, how many times, and rules of equivalence and atonement, confession, penance. But there is also what might be called the molecular flow of sinfulness, something quite different yet complementary. It hugs close to the linear zone, as though negotiated through it, but itself has only poles, original sin, redemption or grace, and quanta, that sin which is the default of consciousness of sin, the sin of having a consciousness of sin, the sin of the consequence of having a consciousness of sin. Point 17. The same could be said of a flow of criminality, in contrast to the molar line, of a legal code and its divisions. Or to take another example, discussions of military power, or the power of the army. Consider a segmentable line broken down into types of war corresponding exactly to the states waging war and the political goals those states assign themselves, from limited war to total war. But following Clausewitz's intuition, the war machine is very different. It is a flow of absolute war stretching between an offensive and a defensive pole, and is marked only by quanta, psychic and material forces that are like the nominal liquid assets of war. We may say of the pure flow that it is abstract yet real, ideal yet effective, absolute yet differentiated. It is true that the flow and its quanta can be grasped only by virtue of indexes on the segmented line, but conversely, that line and those indexes exist only by virtue of the flow suffusing them. In every case, it is evident that the segmented line, macropolitics, is immersed in and prolonged by quantum flows, micropolitics, that continually reshuffle and stir up its segments. BBI3 It by N. In homage to Gabriel Tarde, 1843–1904, his long-forgotten work has assumed new relevance with the influence of American sociology, in particular microsociology. It had been quashed by Durkheim and his school, in polemics similar to and as harsh as Cuvier's against Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire. Durkheim's preferred objects of study were the great collective representations, which are generally binary, resonant, and overcoded. Tarde countered that collective representations presuppose exactly what needs explaining, namely, the similarity of millions of people. That is why Tarde was interested instead in the world of detail, or of the infinitesimal, the little imitations, oppositions, and inventions constituting an entire realm of subrepresentative matter. Tarde's best work was his analyses of a minuscule bureaucratic innovation, or a linguistic innovation, etc. The Durkheimians answered that what Tarde did was psychology or interpsychology, not sociology. But that is true only in appearance. As a first approximation, a micro-imitation does seem to occur between two individuals. But at the same time, and at a deeper level, it has to do not with an individual but with a flow or a wave. Imitation is the propagation of a flow, opposition is binarization, the making binary of flows, invention is a conjugation or connection of different flows. What, according to Tarde, is a flow? It is belief or desire, the two aspects of every assemblage. A flow is always of belief and of desire. Beliefs and desires are the basis of every society, because they are flows and as such are quantifiable. They are veritable social quantities, whereas sensations are qualitative and representations are simple resultants. 18 Infinitesimal imitation, opposition, and invention are therefore like flow quanta, marking a propagation, binarization, or conjugation of beliefs and desires. Hence the importance of statistics, providing it concerns itself with the cutting edges and not only with the stationary zone of representations. For in the end, the difference is not at all between the social and the individual, or inter-individual, but between the molar realm of representations, individual or collective, and the molecular realm of beliefs and desires, in which the distinction between the social and the individual loses all meaning, since flows are neither attributable to individuals nor overcodable by collective signifiers. Representations already define large-scale aggregates, or determine segments on a line. Beliefs and desires, on the other hand, are flows marked by quanta, flows that are created, exhausted, or transformed, added to one another, subtracted or combined. Tarde invented microsociology and took it to its full breadth and scope, denouncing in advance the misinterpretations to which it would later fall victim. This is how you tell the difference between the segmented line and the quantum flow. A mutant flow always implies something tending to elude or escape the codes. Quanta are precisely signs or degrees of deterritorialization in the decoded flow. The rigid line, on the other hand, implies an overcoding that substitutes itself for the faltering codes. Its segments are like reterritorializations on the overcoding or overcoded line. Let us return to the case of original sin. It is the very act of a flow marking a decoding in relation to creation, with just one last island preserved for the Virgin, and a deterritorialization in relation to the land of Adam, but it simultaneously performs an overcoding by binary organizations and resonance, powers, church, empires, rich-poor, men-women, etc., and complementary reterritorializations, on the land of Cain, on work, on reproduction, on money. Now the two systems of reference are in inverse relation to each other, in the sense that the first eludes the second, or the second arrests the first, prevents it from flowing further, but at the same time, they are strictly complementary and coexistent, because one exists only as a function of the other, yet they are different and in direct relation to each other, although corresponding term by term, because the second only effectively arrests the first on a plane that is not the plane specific to the first, while the momentum of the first continues on its own plane. A social field is always animated by all kinds of movements of decoding and deterritorialization affecting masses and operating at different speeds and paces. These are not contradictions but escapes. At this level, everything is a question of mass. For example, from the 10th to the 14th centuries we see an acceleration of factors of decoding and deterritorialization, the masses of the last invaders swooping down from north, east, and south, military masses turned into pillaging bands, ecclesiastical masses confronted with infidels and heretics, and adopting increasingly deterritorialized objectives, peasant masses leaving the seigneurial domains, seigneurial masses forced to find means of exploitation less territorial than serfdom. Urban masses breaking away from the backcountry and finding increasingly less territorialized social arrangements in the cities, women's masses detaching themselves from the old passional and conjugal code, monetary masses that cease to be a hoard object and inject themselves into great commercial circuits. 19 We may cite the Crusades as affecting a connection of flows, each boosting and accelerating the others, even the flow of femininity in the faraway princess. Even the flow of children in the Crusades of the 13th century. But at the same time, and inseparably, there occur overcodings and reterritorializations. The Crusades were overcoded by the Pope and assigned territorial objectives. The Holy Land, the peace of God, a new type of abbey, new figures of money, new modes of exploitation of the peasant through leasehold and the wage system, or revivals of slavery, urban reterritorializations, etc., form a complex system. At this point, we must introduce a distinction between the two notions of connection and conjugation of flows. Connection indicates the way in which decoded and deterritorialized flows boost one another, accelerate their shared escape, and augment or stoke their quanta. The conjugation of these same flows, on the other hand, indicates their relative stoppage, like a point of accumulation that plugs or seals the lines of flight, performs a general reterritorialization, and brings the flows under the dominance of a single flow capable of overcoding them. But it is precisely the most deterritorialized flow, under the first aspect, that always brings about the accumulation or conjunction of the processes, determines the overcoding, and serves as the basis for reterritorialization under the second aspect. We have already encountered a theorem according to which it is always on the most deterritorialized element that reterritorialization takes place. For example, the merchant bourgeoisie of the cities conjugated or capitalized a domain of knowledge, a technology, assemblages, and circuits into whose dependency the nobility, church, artisans, and even peasants would enter. It is precisely because the bourgeoisie was a cutting edge of deterritorialization, a veritable particle accelerator, that it also performed an overall reterritorialization. The task of the historian is to designate the period of coexistence or simultaneity of these two movements, decoding deterritorialization and overcoding reterritorialization. For the duration of this period, one distinguishes between the molecular aspect and the molar aspect, on the one hand, masses, or flows, with their mutations, quanta of deterritorialization, connections, and accelerations, on the other hand, classes, or segments, with their binary organization, resonance, conjunction, or accumulation, and line of overcoding favoring one line over the others. 20 The difference between macrohistory and microhistory has nothing to do with the length of the durations envisioned, long or short, but rather concerns distinct systems of reference, depending on whether it is an overcoded segmented line that is under consideration or the mutant quantum flow. The rigid system does not bring the other system to a halt. The flow continues beneath the line, forever mutant, while the line totalizes. Mass and class do not have the same contours or the same dynamic, even though the same group can be assigned both signs. The bourgeoisie considered as a mass and as a class. the relations of a mass to other masses are not the same as the relations of the corresponding class to the other classes. Of course, there are just as many relations of force, and just as much violence, on one side as the other. The point is that the same struggle assumes two very different aspects, in relation to which the victories and defeats differ. Mass movements accelerate and feed into one another, or dim for a long while, enter long stupors, but jump from one class to another, undergo mutation, emanate or emit new quanta that then modify class relations, bring their overcoding and reterritorialization into question, and run new lines of flight in new directions. Beneath the self-reproduction of classes, there is always a variable map of masses. Politics operates by macro decisions and binary choices, binarist interests, but the realm of the decidable remains very slim. Political decision-making necessarily descends into a world of micro-determinations, attractions, and desires, which it must sound out or evaluate in a different fashion. Beneath linear conceptions and segmentary decisions, an evaluation of flows and their quanta. A curious passage by Michelet reproaches François I for having badly evaluated the flow of emigration bringing to France large numbers of people in struggle against the Church. François saw it only as an influx of potential soldiers, instead of perceiving a mass molecular flow which France could have used to its own advantage by leading a different reformation than the one that occurred. 21 Problems are always like this. Good or bad, politics and its judgments are always molar, but it is the molecular and its assessment that makes it or breaks it. Now we are in a better position to draw a map. If we return to a very general sense of the word line, we see that there are not just two kinds of lines but three. First, a relatively supple line of interlaced codes and territorialities, that is why we started with so-called primitive segmentarity, in which the social space is constituted by territorial and lineal segmentations. Second, a rigid line, which brings about a dualist organization of segments, a concentricity of circles in resonance, and generalized overcoding. Here, the social space implies a state apparatus. This system is different from the primitive system precisely because overcoding is not a stronger code, but a specific procedure different from that of codes. Similarly, reterritorialization is not an added territory, but takes place in a different space than that of territories, namely, overcoded geometrical space. Third, one or several lines of flight, marked by quanta and defined by decoding and deterritorialization. There is always something like a war machine functioning on these lines. This way of presenting things still has the disadvantage of making it seem as though primitive societies came first. In truth, codes are never separable from the movement of decoding, nor are territories from the vectors of deterritorialization traversing them. And overcoding and reterritorialization do not come after. It would be more accurate to say that there is a space in which the three kinds of closely intermingled lines coexist: tribes, empires, and war machines. We could also put it this way: lines of flight are primary, or the already rigid segments are, and supple segmentations swing between the two. Take a proposition like the following one by the historian Pyrrhon about barbarian tribes: the barbarians did not spontaneously hurl themselves upon the empire. They were pushed forward by the flood of the Hunnish advance, which in this way caused the whole series of invasions. 22 On one side, we have the rigid segmentarity of the Roman Empire, with its center of resonance and periphery, its state, its pax romana, its geometry, its camps, its limes, boundary lines. Then, on the horizon, there is an entirely different kind of line, the line of the nomads who come in off the steppes, venture a fluid and active escape, so deterritorialization everywhere, launch flows whose quanta heat up and are swept along by a stateless war machine. The migrant barbarians are indeed between the two, they come and go, cross and recross frontiers, pillage and ransom, but also integrate themselves and reterritorialize. At times they will subside into the empire, assigning themselves a segment of it, becoming mercenaries or confederates, settling down, occupying land or carving out their own state, the wise Visigoths. At other times, they will go over to the nomads, allying with them, becoming indiscernible, the brilliant Ostrogoths. Perhaps because they were constantly being defeated by the Huns and Visigoths, the Vandals, Zone 2 Goths, drew a line of flight that made them as strong as their masters. They were the only band or mass to cross the Mediterranean. But they were also the ones who produced the most startling reterritorialization, an empire in Africa. 23 Thus it seems that the three lines do not only coexist, but transform themselves into one another, cross over into one another. Again, we have taken a summary example in which the lines are illustrated by different groups. What we have said applies all the more to cases in which all of the lines are in a single group, a single individual. In view of this, it would be better to talk about simultaneous states of the abstract machine. There is on the one hand an abstract machine of overcoding. It defines a rigid segmentarity, a macrosegmentarity, because it produces or rather reproduces segments, opposing them 2 by 2, making all the centers resonate, and laying out a divisible, homogeneous space striated in all directions. This kind of abstract machine is linked to the state apparatus. We do not, however, equate it with the state apparatus itself. The abstract machine may be defined, for example, more geometrico, or under other conditions by an axiomatic, but the state apparatus is neither geometry nor axiomatics. It is only the assemblage of reterritorialization effectuating the overcoding machine within given limits and under given conditions. The most we can say is that the state apparatus tends increasingly to identify with the abstract machine it effectuates. This is where the notion of the totalitarian state becomes meaningful. A state becomes totalitarian when, instead of effectuating, within its own limits, the worldwide overcoding machine, it identifies with it, creating the conditions for autarky, producing a reterritorialization by closed vessel. In the artifice of the void, this is never an ideological operation, but rather an economic and political one. Point 24. On the other hand, at the other pole, there is an abstract machine of mutation, which operates by decoding and deterritorialization. It is what draws the lines of flight, it steers the quantum flows, assures the connection creation of flows, and emits new quanta. It itself is in a state of flight, and erects war machines on its lines. If it constitutes another pole, it is because molar or rigid segments always seal, plug, block the lines of flight, whereas this machine is always making them flow, between the rigid segments and in another, submolecular, direction. But between the two poles there is also a whole realm of properly molecular negotiation, translation, and transduction in which at times molar lines are already undermined by fissures and cracks, and at other times lines of flight are already drawn toward black holes, flow connections are already replaced by limitative conjunctions, and quanta emissions are already converted into center points. All of this happens at the same time. It is at the same time that lines of flight connect and continue their intensities, whip particle signs out of black holes, and also retreat into the swirl of micro-black holes or molecular conjunctions that interrupt them, or again, enter overcoded, concentricized, binarized, stable segments arrayed around a central black hole. What is a center or focal point of power? Answering this question will illustrate the entanglement of the lines. We speak of the power of the army, church, and school, of public and private power. Power centers obviously involve rigid segments. Each molar segment has one or more centers. It might be objected that the segments themselves presuppose a power center, as what distinguishes and unites them, sets them in opposition and makes them resonate. But there is no contradiction between the segmentary parts and the centralized apparatus. On the one hand, the most rigid of segmentarities does not preclude centralization. This is because the common central point is not where all the other points melt together, but instead acts as a point of resonance on the horizon, behind all the other points. The state is not a point taking all the others upon itself, but a resonance chamber for them all. Even when the state is totalitarian, its function as resonator for distinct centers and segments remains unchanged. The only difference is that it takes place under closed vessel conditions that increase its internal reach, or couples resonance with a forced movement. On the other hand, and conversely, the strictest of centralizations does not eradicate the distinctiveness of the centers, segments, and circles. When the overcoding line is drawn, it assures the prevalence of one segment, as such, over the other. In the case of binary segmentarity, gives a certain center of power of relative resonance over the others, in the case of circular segmentarity, and underscores the dominant segment through which it itself passes, in the case of linear segmentarity. Thus centralization is always hierarchical, but hierarchy is always segmentary. Each power center is also molecular and exercises its power on a micrological fabric in which it exists only as diffuse, dispersed, geared down, miniaturized, perpetually displaced, acting by fine segmentation, working in detail and in the details of detail. Foucault's analysis of disciplines or micropowers, school, army, factory, hospital, etc., testifies to these focuses of instability where groupings and accumulations confront each other, but also confront breakaways and escapes, and where inversions occur. 25 What we have is no longer the schoolmaster but the monitor, the best student, the class dunce, the janitor, etc. No longer the general, but the junior officers, the non-commissioned officers, the soldier inside me, and also the malcontent, all have their own tendencies, poles, conflicts, and relations of force. Even the warrant officer and janitor are only invoked for explanatory purposes, for they have a molar side and a molecular side, and make us realize that the general or the landlord also had both sides all along. We would not say that the proper name loses its power when it enters these zones of indiscernibility, but that it takes on a new kind of power. To talk like Kafka, what we have is no longer the public official clam, but maybe his secretary Momus, or other molecular clams, the differences between which, and with clam, are all the greater for no longer being assignable. The officials don't always stick to the same book, yet it isn't the books they change, but their places, and they have to squeeze past one another when they change places, because there's so little room. This official is rarely very like clam, and if he were sitting in his own office at his own desk with his name on the door I would have no more doubt at all. 26 Says Barnabas, whose dream would be a uniquely molar segmentarity, no matter how rigid and horrendous, as the only guarantee of certainty and security. But he cannot but notice that the molar segments are necessarily immersed in the molecular soup that nourishes them and makes their outlines waver. And every power center has this microtexture. The microtextures, not masochism, are what explain how the oppressed can take an active role in oppression. The workers of the rich nations actively participate in the exploitation of the Third World, the arming of dictatorships, and the pollution of the atmosphere. This is not surprising since the texture lies between the line of overcoating with rigid segments and the ultimate quantum line. It continually swings between the two, now channeling the quantum line back into the segmented line, now causing flows and quanta to escape from the segmented line. This is the third aspect of power centers, or their limit. For the only purpose these centers have is to translate as best they can flow quanta into line segments. Only segments are totalizable, in one way or another. But this is both the principle of their power and the basis of their impotence. Far from being opposites, power and impotence complement and reinforce each other in a kind of fascinating satisfaction that is found above all in the most mediocre statesmen, and defines their glory. For they extract glory from their short-sightedness, and power from their impotence, because it confirms that there is no choice. The only great statesmen are those who connect with flows, like pilot signs or particles signs, and who emit quanta that get out of the black holes. It is not by chance that these men encounter each other only on lines of flight, in the act of drawing them, sounding them out, following them, or forging ahead of them, even though they may make a mistake and take a fall. Moses the Hebrew, Genseric the Vandal, Genghis the Mongol, Mao the Chinese. But there is no power regulating the flows themselves. No one dominates the growth of the monetary mass, or money supply. If an image of the master or an idea of the state is projected outward to the limits of the universe, as if something had domination over flows as well as segments, and in the same manner, the result is a fictitious and ridiculous representation. The stock exchange gives a better image of flows and their quanta than does the state. Capitalists may be the masters of surplus value and its distribution, but they do not dominate the flows from which surplus value derives. Rather, power centers function at the points where flows are converted into segments. They are exchangers, converters, oscillators. Not that the segments themselves are governed by a decision-making power. We have seen, on the contrary, that segments, classes, for example, form at the conjunction of masses and deterritorialized flows, and that the most deterritorialized flow determines the dominant segment. Thus the dollar segment dominates currency, the bourgeoisie dominates capitalism, etc. Segments, then, are themselves governed by an abstract machine. But what power centers govern are the assemblages that effectuate that abstract machine, in other words, that continually adapt variations in mass and flow to the segments of the rigid line, as a function of a dominant segment and dominated segments. Much perverse invention can enter into the adaptations. This is the sense in which we would speak, for example, of banking power, the World Bank, central banks, credit banks if the flow of financing money, or credit money, involves the mass of economic transactions. What banks govern is the conversion of the credit money that has been created into segmentary payment money that is appropriated, in other words, coinage or state money for the purchase of goods that are themselves segmented. The importance of the interest rate in this respect. What banks govern is the conversion between the two kinds of money, and the conversion of the segments of the second kind into any given good. 27 The same could be said of every central power. Every central power has three aspects or zones: 1. Its zone of power, relating to the segments of a solid rigid line; 2. Its zone of indiscernibility, relating to its diffusion throughout a microphysical fabric; 3. Its zone of impotence, relating to the flows and quanta it can only convert without being able to control or define. It is always from the depths of its impotence that each power center draws its power, hence their extreme maliciousness and vanity. Better to be a tiny quantum flow than a molar converter, oscillator, or distributor. Returning to the example of money, the first zone is represented by the public central banks, the second by the indefinite series of private relations between banks and borrowers, the third by the desiring flow of money, whose quanta are defined by the mass of economic transactions. It is true that the same problems are reformulated at the level of these very transactions, in relation to other power centers. But the first zone of the power center is always defined by the state apparatus, which is the assemblage that effectuates the abstract machine of molar overcoding; the second is defined in the molecular fabric immersing this assemblage; the third by the abstract machine of mutation, flows, and quanta. We cannot say that one of these three lines is bad and another good, by nature and necessarily. The study of the dangers of each line is the object of pragmatics or schizoanalysis, to the extent that it undertakes not to represent, interpret, or symbolize, but only to make maps and draw lines, marking their mixtures as well as their distinctions. According to Nietzsche's Zarathustra and Castaneda's Indian Don Juan, there are 3 or even 4 dangers: first, fear, then clarity, then power, and finally the great disgust, the longing to kill and to die, the passion for abolition. 28 We can guess what fear is. We are always afraid of losing our security, the great molar organization that sustains us, the arborescences we cling to, the binary machines that give us a well-defined status, the resonances we enter into, the system of overcoding that dominates us. We desire all that. The values, morals, fatherlands, religions, and private certitudes our vanity and self-complacency generously grant us are so many abodes the world furnishes for those who think on that account that they stand and rest amid stable things. They know nothing of the enormous route they are heading for. In flight from flight. 29 We flee from flight, rigidify our segments, give ourselves over to binary logic. The harder they have been to us on one segment, the harder we will be on another. We reterritorialize on anything available, The only segmentarity we know is molar, at the level of the large-scale aggregates we belong to, as well as at the level of the little groups we get into, as well as at the level of what goes on in our most intimate and private recesses. Everything is involved: modes of perception, kinds of actions, ways of moving, lifestyles, semiotic regimes. A man comes home and says, "Is the grub ready?" and the wife answers, "What a scowl. Are you in a bad mood?" Two rigid segments in confrontation. The more rigid the segmentarity, the more reassuring it is for us. That is what fear is, and how it makes us retreat into the first line. The second danger, clarity, seems less obvious. Clarity, in effect, concerns the molecular. Once again, everything is involved, even perception, even the semiotic regime, but this time on the second line. Castaneda illustrates, for example, the existence of a molecular perception to which drugs give us access, but so many things can be drugs we attain a visual and sonorous microperception revealing spaces and voids, like holes in the molar structure. That is precisely what clarity is, the distinctions that appear in what used to seem full, the holes in what used to be compact, and conversely, where just before we saw endpoints of clear-cut segments, now there are indistinct fringes, encroachments, overlappings, migrations, acts of segmentation that no longer coincide with the rigid segmentarity. Everything now appears supple, with holes in fullness, nebulas in forms, and flutter in lines. Everything has the clarity of the microscope. We think we have understood everything, and draw conclusions. We are the new knights, we even have a mission. A microphysics of the migrant has replaced the macrogeometry of the sedentary. But this suppleness and clarity do not only present dangers, they are themselves a danger. First, supple segmentarity runs the risk of reproducing in miniature the affections, the affectations, of the rigid. The family is replaced by a community, conjugality by a regime of exchange and migration. Worse, micro-Oedipuses crop up, micro-fascisms lay down the law, the mother feels obliged to titillate her child, the father becomes a mommy. A dark light that falls from no star and emanates such sadness. This shifting segmentarity derives directly from the most rigid, for which it is indirect compensation. The more molar the aggregates become, the more molecular become their elements and the relations between their elements, molecular man for molar humanity. One deterritorializes, massifies, but only in order to not and annul the mass movements and movements of deterritorialization, to invent all kinds of marginal reterritorializations even worse than the others. But above all, supple segmentarity brings dangers of its own that do not merely reproduce in small scale the dangers of molar segmentarity, which do not derive from them or compensate for them. As we have seen, microfascisms have a specificity of their own that can crystallize into a macrofascism, but may also float along the supple line on their own account and suffuse every little cell. A multitude of black holes may very well not become centralized, and acts instead as viruses adapting to the most varied situations, sinking voids in molecular perceptions and semiotics. Interactions without resonance. Instead of the great paranoid fear, we are trapped in 1,000 little monomanias, self-evident truths and clarities that gush from every black hole and no longer form a system, but are only rumble and buzz, blinding lights giving any and everybody the mission of self-appointed judge, dispenser of justice, policeman, neighborhood SS man. We have overcome fear, we have sailed from the shores of security, only to enter a system that is no less concentricized, no less organized, the system of petty insecurities that leads everyone to their own black hole in which to turn dangerous, possessing a clarity on their situation, role, and mission even more disturbing than the certitudes of the first line. Power, pouvoir, is the third danger, because it is on both lines simultaneously. It stretches from the rigid segments with their overcoding and resonance to the fine segmentations with their diffusion and interactions, and back again. Every man of power jumps from one line to the other, alternating between a petty and a lofty style, the rogue style and the grandiloquent style, drugstore demagoguery, and the imperialism of the high-ranking government man. But this whole chain and web of power is immersed in a world of mutant flows that eludes them. It is precisely its impotence that makes power so dangerous. The man of power will always want to stop the lines of flight, and to this end to trap and stabilize the mutation machine in the overcoding machine. But he can do so only by creating a void, in other words, by first stabilizing the overcoding machine itself by containing it within the local assemblage charged with effectuating it, in short, by giving the assemblage the dimensions of the machine. This is what takes place in the artificial conditions of totalitarianism or the closed vessel. But there is a fourth danger as well, and this is the one that interests us most, because it concerns the lines of flight themselves. We may well have presented these lines as a sort of mutation or creation drawn not only in the imagination but also in the very fabric of social reality. We may well have attributed to them the movement of the arrow and the speed of an absolute, but it would be oversimplifying to believe that the only risk they fear and confront is allowing themselves to be recaptured in the end, letting themselves be sealed in, tied up, reknotted, reterritorialized. They themselves emanate a strange despair, like an odor of death and immolation, a state of war from which one returns broken. They have their own dangers distinct from the ones previously discussed. This is exactly what led Fitzgerald to say, "I had a feeling that I was standing at twilight on a deserted range, with an empty rifle in my hands and the targets down. No problem set, simply a silence with only the sound of my own breathing. My self-immolation was something sodden dark. 30Y is the line of flight, a war one risks coming back from defeated, destroyed, after having destroyed everything one could. This, precisely, is the fourth danger, the line of flight crossing the wall, getting out of the black holes, but instead of connecting with other lines and each time augmenting its valence, turning to destruction, abolition pure and simple, the passion of abolition. Like Kleist's line of flight, and the strange war he wages, like suicide, double suicide, a way out that turns the line of flight into a line of death. We are not invoking any kind of death drive. There are no internal drives in desire, only assemblages. Desire is always assembled, it is what the assemblage determines it to be. The assemblage that draws lines of flight is on the same level as they are, and is of the war machine type. Mutations spring from this machine, which in no way has war as its object, but rather the emission of quanta of deterritorialization, the passage of mutant flows. In this sense, every creation is brought about by a war machine. There are many reasons to believe that the war machine is of a different origin, is a different assemblage, than the state apparatus. It is of nomadic origin and is directed against the state apparatus. One of the fundamental problems of the state is to appropriate this war machine that is foreign to it and make it a piece in its apparatus, in the form of a stable military institution, and the state has always encountered major difficulties in this. It is precisely when the war machine has reached the point that it has no other object but war, it is when it substitutes destruction for mutation, that it frees the most catastrophic charge. Mutation is in no way a transformation of war. On the contrary, war is like the fall or failure of mutation, the only object left for the war machine after it has lost its power to change. War, it must be said, is only the abominable residue of the war machine, either after it has allowed itself to be appropriated by the state apparatus, or even worse, has constructed itself a state apparatus capable only of destruction. When this happens, the war machine no longer draws mutant lines of flight, but a pure, cold line of abolition. Later, we will propose a theory of the complex relation between the war machine and war. 31. This brings us back to the paradox of fascism, and the way in which fascism differs from totalitarianism. For totalitarianism is a state affair, it essentially concerns the relation between the state as a localized assemblage and the abstract machine of overcoding it effectuates. Even in the case of a military dictatorship, it is a state army, not a war machine, that takes power and elevates the state to the totalitarian stage. Totalitarianism is quintessentially conservative. Fascism, on the other hand, involves a war machine. When fascism builds itself a totalitarian state, it is not in the sense of a state army taking power, but of a war machine taking over the state. A bizarre remark by Virilio puts us on the trail. In fascism, the state is far less totalitarian than it is suicidal. There is in fascism a realized nihilism. Unlike the totalitarian state, which does its utmost to seal all possible lines of flight, fascism is constructed on an intense line of flight, which it transforms into a line of pure destruction and abolition. It is curious that from the very beginning the Nazis announced to Germany what they were bringing, at once wedding bells and death, including their own death, and the death of the Germans. They thought they would perish but that their undertaking would be resumed, all across Europe, all over the world, throughout the solar system. And the people cheered, not because they did not understand, but because they wanted that death through the death of others. Like a will to wager everything you have every hand, to stake your own death against the death of others, and measure everything by diliometers. Klaus Mann's novel, Mephisto, gives samplings of entirely ordinary Nazi speeches and conversations. Heroism was something that was being ruled out of our lives. In reality, we are not marching forward, we are reeling, staggering. Our beloved Führer is dragging us toward the shades of darkness and everlasting nothingness. How can we poets, we who have a special affinity for darkness and lower depths, not admire him? Fires blazing on the horizon, rivers of blood in all the streets, and the frenzied dancing of the survivors, of those who are still spared, around the bodies of the dead. 32 Suicide is presented not as a punishment but as the crowning glory of the death of others. One can always say that it is just a matter of foggy talk and ideology, nothing but ideology. But that is not true. The insufficiency of economic and political definitions of fascism does not simply imply a need to tack on vague, so-called ideological determinations. We prefer to follow Fay's inquiry into the precise formation of Nazi statements, which are just as much in evidence in politics and economics as in the most absurd of conversations. They always contain the stupid and repugnant cry, "Long live death," even at the economic level, where the arms expansion replaces growth in consumption and where investment veers from the means of production toward the means of pure destruction. Paul Virilio's analysis strikes us as entirely correct in defining fascism not by the notion of the totalitarian state but by the notion of the suicidal state. So-called total war seems less a state undertaking than an undertaking of a war machine that appropriates the state and channels into it a flow of absolute war whose only possible outcome is the suicide of the state itself. The triggering of a hitherto unknown material process, one that is limitless and aimless. Once triggered, its mechanism cannot stop at peace, for the indirect strategy effectively places the dominant powers outside the usual categories of space and time. It was in the horror of daily life and its environment that Hitler finally found his surest means of governing, the legitimation of his policies and military strategy, and it lasted right up to the end, for the ruins and horrors and crimes and chaos of total war, far from discharging the repulsive nature of its power, normally only increase its scope. Telegram 71 is the normal outcome. If the war is lost, may the nation perish. Here, Hitler decides to join forces with his enemies in order to complete the destruction of his own people, by obliterating the last remaining resources of its life support system, civil reserves of every kind, potable water, fuel, provisions, etc. 33 It was this reversion of the line of flight into a line of destruction that already animated the molecular focuses of fascism, and made them interact in a war machine instead of resonating in a state apparatus. A war machine that no longer had anything but war as its object and would rather annihilate its own servants than stop the destruction. All the dangers of the other lines pale by comparison. 1730, becoming intense, becoming animal, becoming imperceptible. Memories of a moviegoer. I recall the fine film Willard, 1972, Daniel Mann. A B-movie perhaps, but a fine unpopular film, unpopular because the heroes are rats. My memory of it is not necessarily accurate. I will recount the story in broad outline. Willard lives with his authoritarian mother in the old family house. Dreadful Oedipal atmosphere. His mother orders him to destroy a litter of rats. He spares one, or two or several. After a violent argument, the mother, who resembles a dog, dies. The house is coveted by a businessman, and Willard is in danger of losing it. He likes the principal rat he saved, Ben, who proves to be of prodigious intelligence. There is also a white female rat, Ben's companion. Willard spends all his free time with them. They multiply. Willard takes the rat pack, led by Ben, to the home of the businessman, who is put to a terrible death. But he foolishly takes his two favorites to the office with him and has no choice but to let the employees kill the white rat. Ben escapes, after throwing Willard a long, hard glare. Willard then experiences a pause in his destiny, in his becoming rat. He tries with all his might to remain among humans. He even responds to the advances of a young woman in the office who bears a strong resemblance to a rat, but it is only a resemblance. One day when he has invited the young woman over, all set to be conjugalized, reoidipalized, Ben suddenly reappears, full of hate. Willard tries to drive him away, but succeeds only in driving away the young woman. He then is lured to the basement by Ben, where a pack of countless rats is waiting to tear him to shreds. It is like a tale, it is never disturbing. It is all there. There is a becoming animal not content to proceed by resemblance, and for which resemblance, on the contrary, would represent an obstacle or stoppage. The proliferation of rats, the pack, brings a becoming molecular that undermines the great molar powers of family, career, and conjugality. There is a sinister choice, since there is a favorite in the pack with which a kind of contract of alliance, a hideous pact, is made. There is the institution of an assemblage, a war machine, or criminal machine, which can reach the point of self-destruction. There is a circulation of impersonal affects, an alternate current that disrupts signifying projects as well as subjective feelings, and constitutes a non-human sexuality, and there is an irresistible deterritorialization that forestalls attempts at professional, conjugal, or Oedipal reterritorialization. Are there Oedipal animals with which one can play Oedipus, play family, my little dog, my little cat, and then other animals that by contrast draw us into an irresistible becoming? Or another hypothesis, can the same animal be taken up by two opposing functions and movements, depending on the case? Memories of a naturalist. One of the main problems of natural history was to conceptualize the relationships between animals. It is very different in this respect from later evolutionism, which defined itself in terms of genealogy, kinship, descent, and filiation. As we know, evolutionism would arrive at the idea of an evolution that does not necessarily operate by filiation. But it was unavoidable that it begin with the genealogical motif. Darwin himself treats the evolutionist theme of kinship and the naturalist theme of the sum and value of differences or resemblances as very separate things. Groups that are equally related can display highly variable degrees of difference with respect to the ancestor. Precisely because natural history is concerned primarily with the sum and value of differences, it can conceive of progressions and regressions, continuities and major breaks, but not an evolution in the strict sense. In other words, the possibility of a descent, the degrees of modification of which depend on external conditions. Natural history can think only in terms of relationships, between A and B, not in terms of production, from A to X. But something very important transpires at the level of relationships. For natural history conceives of the relationships between animals in two ways, series and structure. In the case of a series, I say A resembles B, B resembles C, etc., all of these terms conform in varying degrees to a single, eminent term, perfection, or quality as the principle behind the series. This is exactly what the theologians used to call an analogy of proportion. In the case of a structure, I say A is to B as C is to D, and each of these relationships realizes after its fashion the perfection under consideration. gills are to breathing underwater as lungs are to breathing air, or the heart is to gills as the absence of a heart is to trachees in insects. This is an analogy of proportionality. In the first case, I have resemblances that differ from one another in a single series, and between series. In the second case, I have differences that resemble each other within a single structure, and between structures. The first form of analogy passes for the most sensible and popular, and requires imagination, but the kind of imagination it requires is a studious one that has to take branchings in the series into account, fill in apparent ruptures, ward off false resemblances and graduate the true ones, and take both progressions and regressions or degraduations into account. The second form of analogy is considered royal because it requires instead all the resources of understanding, entendement, in order to define equivalent relations by discovering, on the one hand, the independent variables that can be combined to form a structure and, on the other hand, the correlates that entail one another within each structure. As different as they are, the two themes of series and structure have always coexisted in natural history, in appearance contradictory, in practice they have reached a more or less stable compromise point. One in the same way, the two figures of analogy coexisted in the minds of the theologians in various equilibriums. This is because in both cases nature is conceived as an enormous mimesis, either in the form of a chain of beings perpetually imitating one another, progressively and regressively, and tending toward the divine higher term they all imitate by graduated resemblance, as the model for and principle behind the series, or in the form of a mirror imitation with nothing left to imitate because it itself is the model everything else imitates, this time by ordered difference. This mimetic or memological vision is what made the idea of an evolution production possible at that moment. This problem is in no way behind us. Ideas do not die. Not that they survive simply as archaism. At a given moment they may reach a scientific stage, and then lose that status or emigrate to other sciences. Their application and status, even their form and content, may change, yet they retain something essential throughout the process, across the displacement, in the distribution of a new domain. Ideas are always reusable, because they have been usable before, but in the most varied of actual modes. For, on the one hand, the relationships between animals are the object not only of science but also of dreams, symbolism, art and poetry, practice and practical use. And on the other hand, the relationships between animals are bound up with the relations between man and animal, man and woman, man and child, man and the elements, man and the physical and microphysical universe. The twofold idea series structure crosses a scientific threshold at a certain moment, but it did not start there and it does not stay there, or else crosses over into other sciences, animating, for example, the human sciences, serving in the study of dreams, myths, and organizations. The history of ideas should never be continuous, it should be wary of resemblances, but also of descents or filiations, it should be content to mark the thresholds through which an idea passes, the journeys it takes that change its nature or object. Yet the objective relationships between animals have been applied to certain subjective relations between man and animal, from the standpoint of a collective imagination or a faculty of social understanding. Jung elaborated a theory of the archetype as collective unconscious. It assigns the animal a particularly important role in dreams, myths, and human collectivities. The animal is inseparable from a series exhibiting the double aspect of progression-regression, in which each term plays the role of a possible transformer of the libido, metamorphosis. A whole approach to the dream follows from this. Given a troubling image, it becomes a question of integrating it into its archetypal series. That series may include feminine, masculine, or infantile sequences, as well as animal, vegetable, even elementary or molecular sequences. In contrast to natural history, man is now no longer the eminent term of the series. That term may be an animal for man, the lion, crab, bird of prey, or louse, in relation to a given act or function, in accordance with a given demand of the unconscious. Bachelard wrote a fine Jungian book when he elaborated the ramified series of La Tremont, Taking into account the speed coefficient of the metamorphoses and the degree of perfection of each term in relation to a pure aggressiveness as the principle of the series, the serpent's fang, the horn of the rhinoceros, the dog's tooth, the owl's beak, and higher up, the claw of the eagle or the vulture, the pincer of the crab, the legs of the louse, the suckers of the octopus. Throughout Jung's work a process of mimesis brings nature and culture together in its net, by means of analogies of proportion in which the series and their terms, and above all the animals occupying a middle position, assure cycles of conversion nature-culture-nature, archetypes as analogical representations too. Is it by chance that structuralism so strongly denounced the prestige accorded the imagination, the establishment of resemblances in a series, the imitation pervading the entire series and carrying it to its term, and the identification with this final term? Nothing is more explicit than Levi Strauss's famous texts on totemism: transcend external resemblances to arrive at internal homologies. 3. It is no longer a question of instituting a serial organization of the imaginary, but instead a symbolic and structural order of understanding. It is no longer a question of graduating resemblances, ultimately arriving at an identification between man and animal at the heart of a mystical participation. It is a question of ordering differences to arrive at a correspondence of relations. The animal is distributed according to differential relations or distinctive oppositions between species. The same goes for human beings, according to the groups considered. When analyzing the institution of the totem, we do not say that this group of people identifies with that animal species. We say that what group A is to group B, species A is to species B. This method is profoundly different from the preceding one. Given two human groups, each with its totem animal, we must discover the way in which the two totems entertain relations analogous to those between the two groups. The crow is to the falcon. The method also applies to man-child, man-woman relations, etc. If we note, for example, that the warrior has a certain astonishing relation to the young woman, we refrain from establishing an imaginary series tying the two together. Instead, we look for a term affecting an equivalence of relations. Thus Vernant can say that marriage is to the woman what war is to the man. The result is a homology between the virgin who refuses marriage and the warrior who disguises himself as a woman. 4. In short, symbolic understanding replaces the analogy of proportion with an analogy of proportionality, the serialization of resemblances with a structuration of differences, the identification of terms with an equality of relations, the metamorphoses of the imagination with conceptual metaphors, the great continuity between nature and culture with a deep rift distributing correspondences without resemblance between the two, the imitation of a primal model with a mimesis that is itself primary and without a model. A man can never say, I am a bull, a wolf, but he can say, I am to a woman what the bull is to a cow, I am to another man what the wolf is to the sheep. Structuralism represents a great revolution. The whole world becomes more rational. Levi Strauss is not content to grant the structural model all the prestige of a true classification system. He relegates the serial model to the dark domain of sacrifice, which he depicts as illusory, even devoid of good sense. The serial theme of sacrifice must yield to the structural theme of the institution of the totem, correctly understood. But here, as in natural history, many compromises are reached between archetypal series and symbolic structures. 5. Memories of a Bergsonian. None of the preceding satisfies us, from our restricted viewpoint. We believe in the existence of very special becomings, animal traversing human beings and sweeping them away, affecting the animal no less than the human. From 1730 to 1735, all we hear about are vampires. Structuralism clearly does not account for these becomings, since it is designed precisely to deny or at least denigrate their existence. A correspondence of relations does not add up to a becoming. When structuralism encounters becomings of this kind pervading a society, it sees them only as phenomena of degradation representing a deviation from the true order and pertaining to the adventures of diachrony. Yet in his study of myths, Levi Strauss is always encountering these rapid acts by which a human becomes animal at the same time as the animal becomes. Becomes what? Human, or something else. It is always possible to try to explain these blocks of becoming by a correspondence between two relations, but to do so most certainly impoverishes the phenomenon under study. Must it not be admitted that myth as a frame of classification is quite incapable of registering these becomings, which are more like fragments of tales? Must we not lend credence to Jean Duvinaud's hypothesis that there are anomic phenomena pervading societies that are not degradations of the mythic order but irreducible dynamisms drawing lines of flight and implying other forms of expression than those of myth, even if myth recapitulates them in its own terms in order to curb them? 6. Does it not seem that alongside the two models, sacrifice and series, totem institution and structure, there is still room for something else, something more secret, more subterranean, the sorcerer and becomings, expressed in tales instead of myths or rites? A becoming is not a correspondence between relations. But neither is it a resemblance, an imitation, or, at the limit, an identification. The whole structuralist critique of the series seems irrefutable. To become is not to progress or regress along a series. Above all, becoming does not occur in the imagination, even when the imagination reaches the highest cosmic or dynamic level, as in Jung or Bachelard. Becomings animal are neither dreams nor fantasies. They are perfectly real. But which reality is at issue here? For if becoming animal does not consist in playing animal or imitating an animal, it is clear that the human being does not really become an animal any more than the animal really becomes something else. Becoming produces nothing other than itself. We fall into a false alternative if we say that you either imitate or you are. What is real is the becoming itself, the block of becoming, not the supposedly fixed terms through which that which becomes passes. Becoming can and should be qualified as becoming animal even in the absence of a term that would be the animal become. The becoming animal of the human being is real, even if the animal the human being becomes is not, and the becoming other of the animal is real, even if that something other it becomes is not. This is the point to clarify, that a becoming lacks a subject distinct from itself, but also that it has no term, since its term in turn exists only as taken up in another becoming of which it is the subject, and which coexists, forms a block, with the first. This is the principle according to which there is a reality specific to becoming, the Bergsonian idea of a coexistence of very different durations, superior or inferior to ours, all of them in communication. Finally, becoming is not an evolution, at least not an evolution by descent and filiation. Becoming produces nothing by filiation, all filiation is imaginary. Becoming is always of a different order than filiation. It concerns alliance. If evolution includes any veritable becomings, it is in the domain of symbioses that bring into play beings of totally different scales and kingdoms, with no possible filiation. There is a block of becoming that snaps up the wasp and the orchid, but from which no wasp-orchid can ever descend. There is a block of becoming that takes hold of the cat and baboon, the alliance between which is affected by a C virus. There is a block of becoming between young roots and certain microorganisms, the alliance between which is affected by the materials synthesized in the leaves, rhizosphere. If there is originality in neo-evolutionism, it is attributable in part to phenomena of this kind in which evolution does not go from something less differentiated to something more differentiated, in which it ceases to be a hereditary filiative evolution, becoming communicative or contagious. Accordingly, the term we would prefer for this form of evolution between heterogeneous terms is involution, on the condition that involution is in no way confused with regression. Becoming is involutionary, involution is creative. To regress is to move in the direction of something less differentiated. But to involve is to form a block that runs its own line between the terms in play and beneath assignable relations. Neo-evolutionism seems important for two reasons. The animal is defined not by characteristics, specific, generic, etc., but by populations that vary from milieu to milieu or within the same milieu. Movement occurs not only, or not primarily, by filiative productions but also by transversal communications between heterogeneous populations. Becoming is a rhizome, not a classificatory or genealogical tree. Becoming is certainly not imitating, or identifying with something, neither is it regressing progressing, neither is it corresponding, establishing corresponding relations, neither is it producing affiliation or producing through filiation. Becoming is a verb with a consistency all its own, it does not reduce to, or lead back to, appearing, being, equaling, or producing. Memories of a sorcerer, I. A becoming animal always involves a pack, a band, a population, a peopling, in short, a multiplicity. We sorcerers have always known that. It may very well be that other agencies, moreover very different from one another, have a different appraisal of the animal. One may retain or extract from the animal certain characteristics, species and genera, forms and functions, etc. Society and the state need animal characteristics to use for classifying people, natural history and science need characteristics in order to classify the animals themselves. Serialism and structuralism either graduate characteristics according to their resemblances, or order them according to their differences. Animal characteristics can be mythic or scientific. But we are not interested in characteristics, what interests us are modes of expansion, propagation, occupation, contagion, peopling. I am Legion. The wolf man fascinated by several wolves watching him. What would a lone wolf be? Or a whale, a louse, a rat, a fly? Beelzebub is the devil, but the devil as lord of the flies. The wolf is not fundamentally a characteristic or a certain number of characteristics, it is a wolfing. The louse is a lousing, and so on. What is a cry independent of the population it appeals to or takes as its witness? Virginia Woolf's experiences herself not as a monkey or a fish but as a troop of monkeys, a school of fish, according to her variable relations of becoming with the people she approaches. We do not wish to say that certain animals live in packs. We want nothing to do with ridiculous evolutionary classifications à la Lorentz, according to which there are inferior packs and superior societies. What we are saying is that every animal is fundamentally a band, a pack. That it has pack modes, rather than characteristics, even if further distinctions within these modes are called for. It is at this point that the human being encounters the animal. We do not become animal without a fascination for the pack, for multiplicity. A fascination for the outside. Or is the multiplicity that fascinates us already related to a multiplicity dwelling within us? In one of his masterpieces, H.P. Lovecraft recounts the story of Randolph Carter, who feels his self real and who experiences a fear worse than that of annihilation. Carter's of forms both human and non-human, vertebrate and invertebrate, conscious and mindless, animal and vegetable. And more, there were Carters having nothing in common with earthly life, but moving outrageously amidst backgrounds of other planets and systems and galaxies and cosmic continua. Merging with nothingness is peaceful oblivion, but to be aware of existence and yet to know that one is no longer a definite being distinguished from other beings, nor from all of the becomings running through us, that is the nameless summit of agony and dread. 7 Hoffman's Thal, or rather Lord Chandos, becomes fascinated with a people of dying rats, and it is in him, through him, in the interstices of his disrupted self that the soul of the animal bares its teeth at monstrous fate. 8 Not pity, but unnatural participation. Then a strange imperative wells up in him, either stop writing, or write like a rat. If the writer is a sorcerer, it is because writing is a becoming, writing is traversed by strange becomings that are not becomings writer, but becomings rat, becomings insect, becomings wolf, etc. We will have to explain why. Many suicides by writers are explained by these unnatural participations, these unnatural nuptials. Writers are sorcerers because they experience the animal as the only population before which they are responsible in principle. The German pre-romantic Karl Philipp Moritz feels responsible not for the calves that die but before the calves that die and give him the incredible feeling of an unknown nature affect. For the affect is not a personal feeling, nor is it a characteristic, it is the effectuation of a power of the pack that throws the self into upheaval and makes it real. Who has not known the violence of these animal sequences, which uproot one from humanity, if only for an instant, making one scrape at one's bread like a rodent or giving one the yellow eyes of a feline? A fearsome involution calling us toward unheard of becomings. These are not regressions, although fragments of regression, sequences of regression may enter in. We must distinguish three kinds of animals. First, individuated animals, family pets, sentimental, edible animals, each with its own petty history, my cat, my dog. These animals invite us to regress, draw us into a narcissistic contemplation, and they are the only kind of animal psychoanalysis understands, the better to discover a daddy, a mommy, a little brother behind them. When psychoanalysis talks about animals, animals learn to laugh. Anyone who likes cats or dogs is a fool. And then there is a second kind, animals with characteristics or attributes, genus, classification, or state animals, animals as they are treated in the great divine myths, in such a way as to extract from them series or structures, archetypes, or models. Jung is in any event profounder than Freud. Finally, there are more demonic animals, pack or affect animals that form a multiplicity, a becoming, a population, a tale. Or once again, cannot any animal be treated in all three ways? There is always the possibility that a given animal, a louse, a cheetah, or an elephant, will be treated as a pet, my little beast. And at the other extreme, it is also possible for any animal to be treated in the mode of the pack or swarm, that is our way, fellow sorcerers. Even the cat, even the dog. And the shepherd, the animal trainer, the devil, may have a favorite animal in the pack, although not at all in the way we were just discussing. Yes, any animal is or can be a pack, but to varying degrees of vocation that make it easier or harder to discover the multiplicity, or multiplicity grade, an animal contains, actually or virtually according to the case. Schools, bands, herds, populations are not inferior social forms, they are affects and powers, involutions that grip every animal in a becoming just as powerful as that of the human being with the animal. Jorge Luis Borges, an author renowned for his excess of culture, botched at least 2 books, only the titles of which are nice. First, A Universal History of Infamy, because he did not see the sorcerer's fundamental distinction between deception and treason. Becomings animal are there from the start, on the treason side. Second, his Manual de Zoologia Fantastica, where he not only adopts a composite and bland image of myth but also eliminates all of the problems of the pack and the corresponding becoming animal of the human being. We have deliberately excluded from this manual legends of transformations of the human being, the lobism, the werewolf, etc. 10. Borges is interested only in characteristics, even the most fantastic ones, whereas sorcerers know that werewolves are bands, and vampires too, and that bands transform themselves into one another. But what exactly does that mean, the animal as band or pack? Does a band not imply affiliation, bringing us back to the reproduction of given characteristics? How can we conceive of a peopling, a propagation, a becoming that is without filiation or hereditary production? A multiplicity without the unity of an ancestor? It is quite simple, everybody knows it, but it is discussed only in secret. We oppose epidemic to filiation, contagion to heredity, peopling by contagion to sexual reproduction, sexual production. Bands, human or animal, proliferate by contagion, epidemics, battlefields, and catastrophes. Like hybrids, which are in themselves sterile, born of a sexual union that will not reproduce itself, but which begins over again every time, gaining that much more ground. Unnatural participations or nuptials are the true nature spanning the kingdoms of nature. Propagation by epidemic, by contagion, has nothing to do with filiation by heredity, even if the two themes intermingle and require each other. The vampire does not filiate, it infects. The difference is that contagion, epidemic, involves terms that are entirely heterogeneous, for example, a human being, an animal, and a bacterium, a virus, a molecule, a microorganism. Or in the case of the truffle, a tree, a fly, and a pig. These combinations are neither genetic nor structural, they are interkingdoms, unnatural participations. That is the only way nature operates against itself. This is a far cry from filiative production or hereditary reproduction, in which the only differences retained are a simple duality between sexes within the same species, and small modifications across generations. For us, on the other hand, there are as many sexes as there are terms in symbiosis, as many differences as elements contributing to a process of contagion. We know that many beings pass between a man and a woman, they come from different worlds, are born on the wind, form rhizomes around roots, they cannot be understood in terms of production, only in terms of becoming. The universe does not function by filiation. All we are saying is that animals are packs, and that packs form, develop, and are transformed by contagion. These multiplicities with heterogeneous terms, co-functioning by contagion, enter certain assemblages, it is there that human beings effect their becomings animal. But we should not confuse these dark assemblages, which stir what is deepest within us, with organizations such as the institution of the family and the state apparatus. We could cite hunting societies, war societies, secret societies, crime societies, etc. Becomings animal are proper to them. We will not expect to find filiative regimes of the family type or modes of classification and attribution of the state or pre-state type or even serial organizations of the religious type. Despite appearances and possible confusions, this is not the site of origin or point of application for myths. These are tales, or narratives, and statements of becoming. It is therefore absurd to establish a hierarchy even of animal collectivities from the standpoint of a whimsical evolutionism according to which packs are lower on the scale and are superseded by state or familial societies. On the contrary, there is a difference in nature. The origin of packs is entirely different from that of families and states, they continually work them from within and trouble them from without, with other forms of content, other forms of expression. The pack is simultaneously an animal reality, and the reality of the becoming animal of the human being. Contagion is simultaneously an animal peopling, and the propagation of the animal peopling of the human being. The hunting machine, the war machine, the crime machine entail all kinds of becomings animal that are not articulated in myth, still less in totemism. Dumézil showed that becomings of this kind pertain essentially to the man of war, but only insofar as he is external to families and states, insofar as he upsets filiations and classifications. The war machine is always exterior to the state, even when the state uses it, appropriates it. The man of war has an entire becoming that implies multiplicity, celerity, ubiquity, metamorphosis, and treason, the power of affect. Wolfmen, bearmen, wildcat men of every animality, secret brotherhoods, animate the battlefields. But so do the animal packs used by men in battle, or which trail the battles and take advantage of them. And together they spread contagion. 11 There is a complex aggregate, the becoming animal of men, packs of animals, elephants and rats, winds and tempests, bacteria sowing contagion. A single furor. War contains zoological sequences before it became bacteriological. It is in war, famine, and epidemic that werewolves and vampires proliferate. Any animal can be swept up in these packs and the corresponding becomings. Cats have been seen on the battlefield, and even in armies. That is why the distinction we must make is less between kinds of animals than between the different states according to which they are integrated into family institutions, state apparatuses, war machines, etc. And what is the relation of the writing machine and the musical machine to becomings animal? Memories of a Sorcerer, 2. Our first principle was, pack and contagion, the contagion of the pack, Such is the path becoming animal takes. But a second principle seemed to tell us the opposite: wherever there is multiplicity, you will also find an exceptional individual, and it is with that individual that an alliance must be made in order to become animal. There may be no such thing as a lone wolf, but there is a leader of the pack, a master of the pack, or else the old deposed head of the pack now living alone. There is the loner, and there is the demon. Willard has his favorite, the rat Ben, and only becomes rat through his relation with him, in a kind of alliance of love, then of hate. Moby Dick in its entirety is one of the greatest masterpieces of becoming. Captain Ahab has an irresistible becoming whale, but one that bypasses the pack or the school, operating directly through a monstrous alliance with the unique, the Leviathan, Moby Dick. There is always a pact with a demon. The demon sometimes appears as the head of the band, sometimes as the loner on the sidelines of the pack, and sometimes as the higher power, puissance, of the band. The exceptional individual has many possible positions. Kafka, another great author of real becoming's animal, sings of mouse society, but Josephine, the mouse singer, sometimes holds a privileged position in the pack, sometimes a position outside the pack, and sometimes slips into and is lost in the anonymity of the collective statements of the pack. Point 12. In short, every animal has its anomalous. Let us clarify that, every animal swept up in its pack or multiplicity has its anomalous. It has been noted that the origin of the word anomal, anomalous, an adjective that has fallen into disuse in French, is very different from that of anormal, abnormal. Anormal, a Latin adjective lacking a noun in French, refers to that which is outside rules or goes against the rules, whereas anomaly, a Greek noun that has lost its adjective, designates the unequal, the coarse, the rough, the cutting edge of deterritorialization. Point 13. The abnormal can be defined only in terms of characteristics, specific or generic, but the anomalous is a position or set of positions in relation to a multiplicity. Sorcerers therefore use the old adjective anomalous to situate the positions of the exceptional individual in the pack. It is always with the anomalous, Moby Dick or Josephine, that one enters into alliance to become animal. It does seem as though there is a contradiction, between the pack and the loner, between mass contagion and preferential alliance, between pure multiplicity and the exceptional individual, between the aleatory aggregate and a predestined choice. And the contradiction is real. Ahab chooses Moby Dick, in a choosing that exceeds him and comes from elsewhere, and in so doing breaks with the law of the whalers according to which one should first pursue the pack. Penthesilea shatters the law of the pack of women, the pack of she-dogs, by choosing Achilles as her favorite enemy. Yet it is by means of this anomalous choice that each enters into his or her becoming animal, the becoming dog of Penthesilea, the becoming whale of Captain Ahab. We sorcerers know quite well that the contradictions are real, but that real contradictions are not just for laughs. For the whole question is this: what exactly is the nature of the anomalous? What function does it have in relation to the band, to the pack? It is clear that the anomalous is not simply an exceptional individual, that would be to equate it with the family animal or pet, the Oedipalized animal as psychoanalysis sees it, as the image of the father, etc. Ahab's Moby Dick is not like the little cat or dog owned by an elderly woman who honors and cherishes it. Lawrence's becoming tortoise has nothing to do with a sentimental or domestic relation. Lawrence is another of the writers who leave us troubled and filled with admiration because they were able to tie their writing to real and unheard of becomings. But the objection is raised against Lawrence: your tortoises aren't real. And he answers, possibly, but my becoming is real, even and especially if you have no way of judging it, because you're just little house dogs. 14. The anomalous, the preferential element in the pack, has nothing to do with the preferred, domestic, and psychoanalytic individual. Nor is the anomalous the bearer of a species presenting specific or generic characteristics in their purest state, nor is it a model or unique specimen, nor is it the perfection of a type incarnate, nor is it the eminent term of a series, nor is it the basis of an absolutely harmonious correspondence. The anomalous is neither an individual nor a species, it has only effects, it has neither familiar or subjectified feelings, nor specific or significant characteristics. Human tenderness is as foreign to it as human classifications. Lovecraft applies the term outsider to this thing or entity, the thing, which arrives and passes at the edge, which is linear yet multiple, teeming, seething, swelling, foaming, spreading like an infectious disease, this nameless horror. If the anomalous is neither an individual nor a species, then what is it? It is a phenomenon, but a phenomenon of bordering. This is our hypothesis. A multiplicity is defined not by the elements that compose it in extension, not by the characteristics that compose it in comprehension, but by the lines and dimensions it encompasses in intention. If you change dimensions, if you add or subtract one, you change multiplicity. Thus there is a borderline for each multiplicity. It is in no way a center but rather the enveloping line or farthest dimension, as a function of which it is possible to count the others. All those lines or dimensions constitute the pack at a given moment. Beyond the borderline, the multiplicity changes nature. That is what Captain Ahab says to his first mate: I have no personal history with Moby Dick, no revenge to take, any more than I have a myth to play out, but I do have a becoming. Moby Dick is neither an individual nor a genus, he is the borderline, and I have to strike him to get at the pack as a whole, to reach the pack as a whole and pass beyond it. The elements of the pack are only imaginary dummies, the characteristics of the pack are only symbolic entities, all that counts is the borderline, the anomalous. To me, the white whale is that wall, shoved near to me. The white wall. Sometimes I think there is naught beyond. But 'tis enough 15 that the anomalous is the borderline makes it easier for us to understand the various positions it occupies in relation to the pack or the multiplicity it borders, and the various positions occupied by a fascinated self, moi. It is now even possible to establish a classification system for packs while avoiding the pitfalls of an evolutionism that sees them only as an inferior collective stage, instead of taking into consideration the particular assemblages they bring into play. In any event, the pack has a borderline, and an anomalous position. Whenever in a given space an animal is on the line or in the act of drawing the line in relation to which all the other members of the pack will fall into one of two halves, left or right, a peripheral position, such that it is impossible to tell if the anomalous is still in the band, already outside the band, or at the shifting boundary of the band. Sometimes each and every animal reaches this line or occupies this dynamic position, as in a swarm of mosquitoes, where each individual moves randomly unless it sees the rest of the swarm in the same half space, then it hurries to re-enter the group. Thus stability is assured in catastrophe by a barrier. Sometimes it is a specific animal that draws and occupies the borderline, as leader of the pack. Sometimes the borderline is defined or doubled by a being of another nature that no longer belongs to the pack, or never belonged to it, and that represents a power of another order, potentially acting as a threat as well as a trainer, outsider, etc. In any case, no band is without this phenomenon of bordering, or the anomalous. It is true that bands are also undermined by extremely varied forces that establish in them interior centers of the conjugal, familial, or state type, and that make them pass into an entirely different form of sociability, replacing pack affects with family feelings or state intelligibilities. The center, or internal black holes, assumes the principal role. This is what evolutionism sees as progress. This adventure also befalls bands of humans when they reconstitute group familialism, or even authoritarianism or pack fascism. Sorcerers have always held the anomalous position, at the edge of the fields or woods. They haunt the fringes. They are at the borderline of the village, or between villages. The important thing is their affinity with alliance, with the pact, which gives them a status opposed to that of filiation. The relation with the anomalous is one of alliance. The sorcerer has a relation of alliance with the demon as the power of the anomalous. The old-time theologians drew a clear distinction between two kinds of curses against sexuality. The first concerns sexuality as a process of filiation transmitting the original sin. but the second concerns it as a power of alliance inspiring illicit unions or abominable loves. This differs significantly from the first in that it tends to prevent procreation. Since the demon does not himself have the ability to procreate, he must adopt indirect means, for example, being the female succubus of a man and then becoming the male incubus of a woman, to whom he transmits the man's semen. It is true that the relations between alliance and filiation come to be regulated by laws of marriage, but even then alliance retains a dangerous and contagious power. Leach was able to demonstrate that despite all the exceptions that seemingly disprove the rule, the sorcerer belongs first of all to a group united to the group over which he or she exercises influence only by alliance. Thus in a matrilineal group we look to the father's side for the sorcerer or witch. And there is an entire evolution of sorcery depending on whether the relation of alliance acquires permanence or assumes political weight. 17 In order to produce werewolves in your own family it is not enough to resemble a wolf, or to live like a wolf. The pact with the devil must be coupled with an alliance with another family, and it is the return of this alliance to the first family, the reaction of this alliance on the first family, that produces werewolves by feedback effect. A fine tale by Erckman and Chat Ryan, Hughes L. E. Liu, assembles the traditions concerning this complex situation. 18. The contradiction between the two themes, contagion through the animal as pack, and pact with the anomalous as exceptional being, is progressively fading. It is with good reason that Leach links the two concepts of alliance and contagion, pact and epidemic. Analyzing Kachin sorcery, he writes, which influence was thought to be transmitted in the food that the women prepared. Kachin witchcraft is contagious rather than hereditary, it is associated with affinity, not filiation. 19 Alliance or the pact is the form of expression for an infection or epidemic constituting the form of content. In sorcery, blood is of the order of contagion and alliance. It can be said that becoming animal is an affair of sorcery because, 1. It implies an initial relation of alliance with a demon, 2. The demon functions as the borderline of an animal pack, into which the human being passes or in which his or her becoming takes place, by contagion. 3. This becoming itself implies a second alliance, with another human group. 4. This new borderline between the two groups guides the contagion of animal and human being within the pack. There is an entire politics of becomings animal, as well as a politics of sorcery, which is elaborated in assemblages that are neither those of the family nor of religion nor of the state. Instead, they express minoritarian groups, or groups that are oppressed, prohibited, in revolt, or always on the fringe of recognized institutions, groups all the more secret for being extrinsic, in other words, anomic. If becoming animal takes the form of a temptation, and of monsters aroused in the imagination by the demon, it is because it is accompanied, at its origin as in its undertaking, by a rupture with the central institutions that have established themselves or seek to become established. Let us cite pell-mell, not as mixes to be made, but as different cases to be studied: becomings animal in the war machine, wildmen of all kinds. The war machine indeed comes from without, it is extrinsic to the state, which treats the warrior as an anomalous power. Becomings animal in crime societies, leopard men, crocodile men, when the state prohibits tribal and local wars. Becomings animal in riot groups, when the church and state are faced with peasant movements containing a sorcery component, which they repress by setting up a whole trial and legal system designed to expose pacts with the devil. Becomings animal in asceticism groups, the grazing anchorite or wild beast anchorite. The asceticism machine is in an anomalous position, on a line of flight, off to the side of the church, and disputes the church's pretension to set itself up as an imperial institution. 20 Becomings animal in societies practicing sexual initiation of the sacred deflowerer type, wolf men, goat men, etc. Who claim an alliance superior and exterior to the order of families. Families have to win from them the right to regulate their own alliances, to determine them according to relations of complementary lines of descent, and to domesticate this unbridled power of alliance. 21. The politics of becomings animal remains, of course, extremely ambiguous. For societies, even primitive societies, have always appropriated these becomings in order to break them, reduce them to relations of totemic or symbolic correspondence. States have always appropriated the war machine in the form of national armies that strictly limit the becomings of the warrior. The Church has always burned sorcerers, or reintegrated Ancho rites into the toned-down image of a series of saints whose only remaining relation to animals is strangely familiar, domestic. Families have always warded off the demonic alliance gnawing at them, in order to regulate alliances among themselves as they see fit. We have seen sorcerers serve as leaders, rally to the cause of despotism, create the counter-sorcery of exorcism, pass over to the side of the family and descent. But this spells the death of the sorcerer, and also the death of becoming. We have seen becoming spawn nothing more than a big domestic dog, as in Henry Miller's Damnation. It would be better to feign, to pretend to be an animal, a dog for example, and catch the bone thrown to me from time to time, or Fitzgerald's, I will try to be a correct animal though, and if you throw me a bone with enough meat on it I may even lick your hand. Invert Faust's formula, so that is what it was, the form of the traveling scholar? A mere poodle, 22. Memories of a sorcerer, 3. Exclusive importance should not be attached to becoming's animal. Rather, they are segments occupying a median region. On the near side, we encounter becoming's woman, becoming's child. Becoming woman, more than any other becoming, possesses a special introductory power. It is not so much that women are witches, but that sorcery proceeds by way of this becoming woman. On the far side, we find becomings elementary, cellular, molecular, and even becomings imperceptible. Toward what void does the witch's broom lead? And where is Moby Dick leading Ahab so silently? Lovecraft's hero encounters strange animals, but he finally reaches the ultimate regions of a continuum inhabited by unamiable waves and unfindable particles. Science fiction has gone through a whole evolution, taking it from animal, vegetable, and mineral becomings to becomings of bacteria, viruses, molecules, and things imperceptible. Point 23. The properly musical content of music is plied by becoming's woman, becoming's child, becoming's animal. However, it tends, under all sorts of influences, having to do also with the instruments, to become progressively more molecular in a kind of cosmic lapping through which the inaudible makes itself heard and the imperceptible appears as such, no longer the songbird, but the sound molecule. If the experimentation with drugs has left its mark on everyone, even non-users, it is because it changed the perceptive coordinates of space-time and introduced us to a universe of micro-perceptions in which becoming's molecular take over where becoming's animal leave off. Carlos Castaneda's books clearly illustrate this evolution, or rather this involution, in which the affects of a becoming dog, for example, are succeeded by those of a becoming molecular, micro-perceptions of water, air, etc. A man totters from one door to the next and disappears into thin air. All I can tell you is that we are fluid, luminous beings made of fibers. 24. Also called initiatory journeys include these thresholds and doors where becoming itself becomes, and where one changes becoming depending on the hour of the world, the circles of hell, or the stages of a journey that sets scales, forms, and cries in variation. From the howling of animals to the wailing of elements and particles. Thus packs, or multiplicities, continually transform themselves into each other, cross over into each other. Werewolves become vampires when they die. This is not surprising, since becoming and multiplicity are the same thing. A multiplicity is defined not by its elements, nor by a center of unification or comprehension. It is defined by the number of dimensions it has. It is not divisible, it cannot lose or gain a dimension without changing its nature. Since its variations and dimensions are immanent to it, it amounts to the same thing to say that each multiplicity is already composed of heterogeneous terms in symbiosis, and that a multiplicity is continually transforming itself into a string of other multiplicities, according to its thresholds and doors. For example, the wolf man's pack of wolves also becomes a swarm of bees, and a field of anuses, and a collection of small holes and tiny ulcerations, the theme of contagion. All these heterogeneous elements compose the multiplicity of symbiosis and becoming. If we imagine the position of a fascinated self, it was because the multiplicity toward which it leans, stretching to the breaking point, is the continuation of another multiplicity that works it and strains it from the inside. In fact, the self is only a threshold, a door, a becoming between two multiplicities. Each multiplicity is defined by a borderline functioning as anomalous, but there is a string of borderlines, a continuous line of borderlines, fiber, following which the multiplicity changes. And at each threshold or door, a new pact. A fiber stretches from a human to an animal, from a human or an animal to molecules, from molecules to particles, and so on to the imperceptible. Every fiber is a universe fiber. A fiber strung across borderlines constitutes a line of flight or of deterritorialization. It is evident that the anomalous, the outsider, has several functions. Not only does it border each multiplicity, of which it determines the temporary or local stability, with the highest number of dimensions possible under the circumstances, not only is it the precondition for the alliance necessary to becoming, but it also carries the transformations of becoming or crossings of multiplicities always farther down the line of flight. Moby Dick is the white wall bordering the pack, he is also the demonic term of the alliance. Finally, he is the terrible fishing line with nothing on the other end, the line that crosses the wall and drags the captain, where? Into the void. The error we must guard against is to believe that there is a kind of logical order to this string, these crossings, or transformations. It is already going too far to postulate an order descending from the animal to the vegetable, then to molecules, to particles. Each multiplicity is symbiotic, its becoming ties together animals, plants, microorganisms, mad particles, a whole galaxy. Nor is there a preformed logical order to these heterogeneities, the wolf man's wolves, bees, anuses, little scars. Of course, sorcery always codifies certain transformations of becomings. Take a novel steeped in the traditions of sorcery, Alexander Dumas's Menem de Lupes. In a first pact, the man of the fringes gets the devil to agree to make his wishes come true, with the stipulation that a lock of his hair turn red each time he gets a wish. We are in the hair multiplicity, hair is the borderline. The man himself takes a position on the wolf's borderline, as leader of the pack. Then when he no longer has a single human hair left, a second pact makes him become wolf himself. It is an endless becoming since he is only vulnerable one day in the year. We are aware that between the hair multiplicity and the wolf multiplicity it is always possible to induce an order of resemblance, red like the fur of a wolf, but the resemblance remains quite secondary. The wolf of the transformation is black, with one white hair. In fact, there is a first multiplicity, of hair, taken up in a becoming red fur, and a second multiplicity, of wolves, which in turn takes up the becoming animal of the man. Between the two, there is threshold and fiber, symbiosis of or passage between heterogeneities. That is how we sorcerers operate. Not following a logical order, but following illogical consistencies or compatibilities. The reason is simple. It is because no one, not even God, can say in advance whether two borderlines will string together or form a fiber, whether a given multiplicity will or will not cross over into another given multiplicity, or even if given heterogeneous elements will enter symbiosis, will form a consistent, or co-functioning, multiplicity susceptible to transformation. No one can say where the line of flight will pass. Will it let itself get bogged down and fall back to the Oedipal family animal, a mere poodle? Or will it succumb to another danger, for example, turning into a line of abolition, annihilation, self-destruction, Ahab? We are all too familiar with the dangers of the line of flight, and with its ambiguities. The risks are ever present, but it is always possible to have the good fortune of avoiding them. Case by case, we can tell whether the line is consistent, in other words, whether the heterogeneities effectively function in a multiplicity of symbiosis, whether the multiplicities are effectively transformed through the becomings of passage. Let us take an example as simple as, X starts practicing piano again. Is it an Oedipal return to childhood? Is it a way of dying, in a kind of sonorous abolition? Is it a new borderline, an active line that will bring other becomings entirely different from becoming or re-becoming a pianist, that will induce a transformation of all of the preceding assemblages to which X was prisoner? Is it a way out? Is it a pact with the devil? Schizoanalysis, or pragmatics, has no other meaning, make a rhizome. But you don't know what you can make a rhizome with, you don't know which subterranean stem is effectively going to make a rhizome, or enter a becoming, people your desert. So experiment. That's easy to say. Although there is no preformed logical order to becomings and multiplicities, there are criteria, and the important thing is that they not be used after the fact, that they be applied in the course of events, that they be sufficient to guide us through the dangers. If multiplicities are defined and transformed by the borderline that determines in each instance their number of dimensions, we can conceive of the possibility of laying them out on a plane, the borderlines succeeding one another, forming a broken line. It is only in appearance that a plane of this kind reduces the number of dimensions, for it gathers in all the dimensions to the extent that flat multiplicities which nonetheless have an increasing or decreasing number of dimensions are inscribed upon it. It is in grandiose and simplified terms that Lovecraft attempted to pronounce sorcery's final word. Then the waves increased in strength and sought to improve his understanding, reconciling him to the multiform entity of which his present fragment was an infinitesimal part. They told him that every figure of space is but the result of the intersection by a plane of some corresponding figure of one more dimension, as a square is cut from a cube, or a circle from a sphere. The cube and sphere, of 3 dimensions, are thus cut from corresponding forms of 4 dimensions, which men know only through guesses and dreams, and these in turn are cut from forms of 5 dimensions, and so on up to the dizzy and reachless heights of archetypal infinity. 25 Far from reducing the multiplicity's number of dimensions to 2, the plane of consistency cuts across them all, intersects them in order to bring into coexistence any number of multiplicities, with any number of dimensions. The plane of consistency is the intersection of all concrete forms. Therefore all becomings are written like sorcerers' drawings on this plane of consistency, which is the ultimate door providing a way out for them. This is the only criterion to prevent them from bogging down, or veering into the void. The only question is, does a given becoming reach that point? Can a given multiplicity flatten and conserve all its dimensions in this way, like a pressed flower that remains just as alive dry? Lawrence, in his Becoming Tortoise, moves from the most obstinate animal dynamism to the abstract, pure geometry of scales and cleavages of division, without, however, losing any of the dynamism. He pushes Becoming Tortoise all the way to the plane of consistency. 26 Everything becomes imperceptible, everything is becoming imperceptible on the plane of consistency, which is nevertheless precisely where the imperceptible is seen and heard. It is the planomenon, or the rhizosphere, the criterium, and still other names, as the number of dimensions increases. At n dimensions, it is called the hypersphere, the mechanosphere. It is the abstract figure, or rather, since it has no form itself, the abstract machine of which each concrete assemblage is a multiplicity, a becoming, a segment, a vibration. And the abstract machine is the intersection of them all. Waves are vibrations, shifting borderlines inscribed on the plane of consistency as so many abstractions. The abstract machine of the waves. In the waves, Virginia Woolf, who made all of her life and work a passage, a becoming, all kinds of becomings between ages, sexes, elements, and kingdoms intermingle 7 characters: Bernard, Neville, Louis, Ginny, Rhoda, Suzanne, and Percival. But each of these characters, with his or her name, its individuality, designates a multiplicity, for example, Bernard and the school office. Each is simultaneously in this multiplicity and at its edge, and crosses over into the others. Percival is like the ultimate multiplicity enveloping the greatest number of dimensions. But he is not yet the plane of consistency. Although Rhoda thinks she sees him rising out of the sea, no, it is not he. When the white arm rests upon the knee it is a triangle, now it is upright a column, now a fountain. Behind it roars the sea. It is beyond our reach. 27 Each advances like a wave, but on the plane of consistency they are a single abstract wave whose vibration propagates following a line of flight or deterritorialization traversing the entire plane. Each chapter of Woolf's novel is preceded by a meditation on an aspect of the waves, on one of their hours, on one of their becomings. Memories of a Theologian. Theology is very strict on the following point: there are no werewolves, human beings cannot become animal. That is because there is no transformation of essential forms, they are inalienable and only entertain relations of analogy. The devil and the witch, and the pact between them, are no less real for that, for there is in reality a local movement that is properly diabolical. Theology distinguishes two cases, used as models during the Inquisition, that of Ulysses' companions, and that of Diomedes' companions, the imaginary vision and the spell. In the first, the subject believes him or herself to be transformed into an animal, pig, ox, or wolf, and the observers believe it too, but this is an internal local movement bringing sensible images back to the imagination and bouncing them off external meanings. In the second, the devil assumes real animal bodies, even transporting the accidents and effects befalling them to other bodies. For example, a cat or a wolf that has been taken over by the devil can receive wounds that are related to an exactly corresponding part of a human body. Point 28 This is a way of saying that the human being does not become animal in reality, but that there is nevertheless a demonic reality of the becoming animal of the human being. Therefore it is certain that the demon performs local transports of all kinds. The devil is a transporter, he transports humors, effects, or even bodies. The Inquisition brooks no compromises on this power of the devil, the witch's broom, or the devil take you. But these transports cross neither the barrier of essential forms nor that of substances or subjects. There is another, altogether different, problem concerning the laws of nature that has to do not with demonology but with alchemy, and above all physics. It is the problem of accidental forms, distinct from both essential forms and determined subjects. For accidental forms are susceptible to more and less, more or less charitable, but also more or less white, more or less warm. A degree of heat is a perfectly individuated warmth distinct from the substance or the subject that receives it. A degree of heat can enter into composition with a degree of whiteness, or with another degree of heat, to form a third unique individuality distinct from that of the subject. What is the individuality of a day, a season, an event? A shorter day and a longer day are not, strictly speaking, extensions but degrees proper to extension, just as there are degrees proper to heat, color, etc. An accidental form therefore has a latitude constituted by a certain number of composable individuations. A degree, an intensity, is an individual, a heteroid that enters into composition with other degrees, other intensities, to form another individual. Can latitude be explained by the fact that the subject participates more or less in the accidental form? But do these degrees of participation not imply a flutter, a vibration in the form itself that is not reducible to the properties of a subject? Moreover, if intensities of heat are not composed by addition, it is because one must add their respective subjects, it is the subjects that prevent the heat of the whole from increasing. All the more reason to effect distributions of intensity, to establish latitudes that are deformedly deformed, speeds, slownesses, and degrees of all kinds corresponding to a body or set of bodies taken as longitude, a cartography. Point 29 In short, between substantial forms and determined subjects, between the two, there is not only a whole operation of demonic local transports but a natural play of haesides, degrees, intensities, events, and accidents that compose individuations totally different from those of the well-formed subjects that receive them. Memories of a Spinozist, substantial or essential forms have been critiqued in many different ways. Spinoza's approach is radical, arrive at elements that no longer have either form or function, that are abstract in this sense even though they are perfectly real. They are distinguished solely by movement and rest, slowness and speed. They are not atoms, in other words, finite elements still endowed with form. Nor are they indefinitely divisible. They are infinitely small, ultimate parts of an actual infinity, laid out on the same plane of consistency or composition. They are not defined by their number since they always come in infinities. However, depending on their degree of speed or the relation of movement and rest into which they enter, they belong to a given individual, which may itself be part of another individual governed by another, more complex, relation, and so on to infinity. There are thus smaller and larger infinities, not by virtue of their number, but by virtue of the composition of the relation into which their parts enter. Thus each individual is an infinite multiplicity, and the whole of nature is a multiplicity of perfectly individuated multiplicities. The plane of consistency of nature is like an immense abstract machine, abstract yet real and individual. Its pieces are the various assemblages and individuals, each of which groups together an infinity of particles entering into an infinity of more or less interconnected relations. There is therefore a unity to the plane of nature, which applies equally to the inanimate and the animate, the artificial and the natural. This plane has nothing to do with a form or a figure, nor with a design or a function. Its unity has nothing to do with a ground buried deep within things, nor with an end or a project in the mind of God. Instead, it is a plane upon which everything is laid out, and which is like the intersection of all forms, the machine of all functions. Its dimensions, however, increase with those of the multiplicities of individualities it cuts across. It is a fixed plane, upon which things are distinguished from one another only by speed and slowness. A plane of immanence or univocality opposed to analogy. The one is said with a single meaning of all the multiple. Being expresses in a single meaning all that differs. What we are talking about is not the unity of substance but the infinity of the modifications that are part of one another on this unique plane of life. The never-ending debate between Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, both agree at least in denouncing resemblances, or imaginary, sensible analogies, but in Cuvier, scientific definition concerns the relations between organs, and between organs and functions. Cuvier thus takes analogy to the scientific stage, making it an analogy of proportionality. The unity of the plane, according to him, can only be a unity of analogy, therefore a transcendent unity that cannot be realized without fragmenting into distinct branches, according to irreducible, uncrossable, heterogeneous compositions. Baer would later add, according to non-communicating types of development and differentiation. The plane is a hidden plan, of organization, a structure, or genesis. Geoffroy has an entirely different point of view because he goes beyond organs and functions to abstract elements he terms anatomical, even to particles, pure materials that enter into various combinations, forming a given organ and assuming a given function depending on their degree of speed or slowness. Speed and slowness, movement and rest, tardiness and rapidity subordinate not only the forms of structure but also the types of development. This approach later reappears in an evolutionist framework, with Perier's tachygenesis and differential rates of growth in allometry, species as kinematic entities that are either precocious or retarded. Even the question of fertility is less one of form and function than speed. Do the paternal chromosomes arrive early enough to be incorporated into the nuclei? In any case, there is a pure plane of immanence, univocality, composition, upon which everything is given, upon which unformed elements and materials dance that are distinguished from one another only by their speed and that enter into this or that individuated assemblage depending on their connections, their relations of movement. A fixed plane of life upon which everything stirs, slows down or accelerates. A single abstract animal for all the assemblages that effectuate it. A unique plane of consistency or composition for the cephalopod and the vertebrate. For the vertebrate to become an octopus or cuttlefish, all it would have to do is fold itself in two fast enough to fuse the elements of the halves of its back together, then bring its pelvis up to the nape of its neck and gather its limbs together into one of its extremities, like a clown who throws his head and shoulders back and walks on his head and hands 30 plication. It is no longer a question of organs and functions, and of a transcendent plane that can preside over their organization only by means of analogical relations and types of divergent development. It is a question not of organization but of composition, not of development or differentiation but of movement and rest, speed and slowness. It is a question of elements and particles, which do or do not arrive fast enough to effect a passage, a becoming, or jump on the same plane of pure immanence. And if there are in fact jumps, rifts between assemblages, it is not by virtue of their essential irreducibility but rather because there are always elements that do not arrive on time, or arrive after everything is over. Thus it is necessary to pass through fog, to cross voids, to have lead times and delays, which are themselves part of the plane of immanence. Even the failures are part of the plane. We must try to conceive of this world in which a single fixed plane, which we shall call a plane of absolute immobility or absolute movement, is traversed by non-formal elements of relative speed that enter this or that individuated assemblage depending on their degrees of speed and slowness. A plane of consistency peopled by anonymous matter, by infinite bits of impalpable matter entering into varying connections. Children are Spinozists. When little Hans talks about a pee-pee maker, he is referring not to an organ or an organic function but basically to a material, in other words, to an aggregate whose elements vary according to its connections, its relations of movement and rest, the different individuated assemblages it enters. Does a girl have a pee-pee maker? The boy says yes, and not by analogy, nor in order to conjure away a fear of castration. It is obvious that girls have a pee-pee maker because they effectively pee, a machinic functioning rather than an organic function. Quite simply, the same material has different connections, different relations of movement and rest, enters different assemblages in the case of the boy and the girl. A girl does not pee standing or into the distance. Does a locomotive have a pee-pee maker? Yes, in yet another machinic assemblage. Chairs don't have them, but that is because the elements of the chair were not able to integrate this material into their relations, or decomposed the relation with that material to the point that it yielded something else, a rung, for example. It has been noted that for children an organ has 1,000 vicissitudes, that it is difficult to localize, difficult to identify. It is in turn a bone, an engine, excrement, the baby, a hand, daddy's heart. This is not at all because the organ is experienced as a part object. It is because the organ is exactly what its elements make it according to their relation of movement or rest, and the way in which this relation combines with or splits off from that of neighboring elements. This is not animaism, any more than it is mechanism, rather, it is universal machinism, a plane of consistency occupied by an immense abstract machine comprising an infinite number of assemblages. Children's questions are poorly understood if they are not seen as question machines. That is why indefinite articles play so important a role in these questions: a belly, a child, a horse, a chair. How is a person made? Spinozism is the becoming child of the philosopher. We call the longitude of a body the particle aggregates belonging to that body in a given relation. These aggregates are part of each other depending on the composition of the relation that defines the individuated assemblage of the body. Memories of a Spinozist, 2. There is another aspect to Spinoza. To every relation of movement and rest, speed and slowness grouping together an infinity of parts, there corresponds a degree of power. To the relations composing, decomposing, or modifying an individual there correspond intensities that affect it, augmenting or diminishing its power to act. These intensities come from external parts or from the individual's own parts. Affects are becomings. Spinoza asks, what can a body do? We call the latitude of a body the affects of which it is capable at a given degree of power, or rather within the limits of that degree. Latitude is made up of intensive parts falling under a capacity, and longitude of extensive parts falling under a relation. In the same way that we avoided defining a body by its organs and functions, we will avoid defining it by species or genus characteristics. Instead we will seek to count its affects. This kind of study is called ethology, and this is the sense in which Spinoza wrote A True Ethics. A racehorse is more different from a work horse than a work horse is from an ox. Von Uexküll, in defining animal worlds, looks for the active and passive affects of which the animal is capable in the individuated assemblage of which it is a part. For example, the tick, attracted by the light, hoists itself up to the tip of a branch, it is sensitive to the smell of mammals, and lets itself fall when one passes beneath the branch, it digs into its skin, at the least hairy place it can find. Just 3 effects, the rest of the time the tick sleeps, sometimes for years on end, indifferent to all that goes on in the immense forest. Its degree of power is indeed bounded by 2 limits, the optimal limit of the feast after which it dies, and the pessimal limit of the fast as it waits. It will be said that the tick's 3 effects assume generic and specific characteristics, organs and functions, legs and snout. This is true from the standpoint of physiology, but not from the standpoint of ethics. Quite the contrary, in ethics the organic characteristics derive from longitude and its relations, from latitude and its degrees. We know nothing about a body until we know what it can do, in other words, what its affects are, how they can or cannot enter into composition with other affects, with the affects of another body, either to destroy that body or to be destroyed by it, either to exchange actions and passions with it or to join with it in composing a more powerful body. Once again, we turn to children. Note how they talk about animals, and are moved by them. They make a list of affects. Little Hans's horse is not representative but effective. It is not a member of a species but an element or individual in a machinic assemblage, draft horse omnibus street. It is defined by a list of active and passive affects in the context of the individuated assemblage it is part of, having eyes blocked by blinders, having a bit and a bridle, being proud, having a big pee-pee maker, pulling heavy loads, being whipped, falling, making a din with its legs, biting, etc. These affects circulate and are transformed within the assemblage, what a horse can do. They indeed have an optimal limit at the summit of horsepower, but also a pessimal threshold, a horse falls down in the street. It can't get back on its feet with that heavy load on its back, and the excessive whipping, a horse is going to die. This was an ordinary sight in those days, Nietzsche, Dostoevsky, Nijinsky lamented it. So just what is the becoming horse of little Hans? Hans is also taken up in an assemblage, his mother's bed, the paternal element, the house, the cafe across the street, the nearby warehouse, the street, the right to go out onto the street, the winning of this right, the pride of winning it, but also the dangers of winning it, the fall, shame. These are not fantasies or subjective reveries, it is not a question of imitating a horse, playing horse, identifying with one, or even experiencing feelings of pity or sympathy. Neither does it have to do with an objective analogy between assemblages. The question is whether little Hans can endow his own elements with the relations of movement and rest, the affects, that would make it become horse, forms and subjects aside. Is there an as yet unknown assemblage that would be neither Hans's nor the horse's, but that of the becoming horse of Hans? An assemblage, for example, in which the horse would bare its teeth and Hans might show something else, his feet, his legs, his pee-pee maker, whatever. And in what way would that ameliorate Hans's problem, to what extent would it open a way out that had been previously blocked? When Hofmannsthal contemplates the death throes of a rat, it is in him that the animal bares his teeth at monstrous fate. This is not a feeling of pity, as he makes clear, still less an identification. It is a composition of speeds and effects involving entirely different individuals, a symbiosis. It makes the rat become a thought, a feverish thought in the man, at the same time as the man becomes a rat gnashing its teeth in its death throes. The rat and the man are in no way the same thing, but being expresses them both in a single meaning in a language that is no longer that of words, in a matter that is no longer that of forms, in an affectability that is no longer that of subjects. Unnatural participation. But the plane of composition, the plane of nature, is precisely for participations of this kind, and continually makes and unmakes their assemblages, employing every artifice. This is not an analogy, or a product of the imagination, but a composition of speeds and effects on the plane of consistency, a plan, a program, or rather a diagram, a problem, a question machine. Vladimir Slepian formulates the problem in a thoroughly curious text: I'm hungry, always hungry, a man should not be hungry, so I'll have to become a dog, but how? This will not involve imitating a dog, nor an analogy of relations. I must succeed in endowing the parts of my body with relations of speed and slowness that will make it become dog, in an original assemblage proceeding neither by resemblance nor by analogy. For I cannot become dog without the dog itself becoming something else. Slepian gets the idea of using shoes to solve this problem, the artifice of the shoes. If I wear shoes on my hands, then their elements will enter into a new relation, resulting in the affect or becoming I seek. But how will I be able to tie the shoe on my second hand, once the first is already occupied? With my mouth, which in turn receives an investment in the assemblage, becoming a dog muzzle, insofar as a dog muzzle is now used to tie shoes. At each stage of the problem, what needs to be done is not to compare two organs but to place elements or materials in a relation that uproots the organ from its specificity, making it become with the other organ. But this becoming, which has already taken in feet, hands, and mouth, will nevertheless fail. It founders on the tail. The tail would have had to have been invested, forced to exhibit elements common to the sexual organ and the caudal appendage, so that the former would be taken up in the becoming dog of the man at the same time as the latter were taken up in a becoming of the dog, in another becoming that would also be part of the assemblage. The plan, fails. Slepian falters on this point. The tail remains an organ of the man on the one hand and an appendage of the dog on the other, their relations do not enter into composition in the new assemblage. This is where psychoanalytic drift sets in, bringing back all the clichés about the tail, the mother, the childhood memory of the mother threading needles, all those concrete figures and symbolic analogies. 31 But this is the way Slepian wants it in this fine text. For there is a way in which the failure of the plan, is part of the plan, itself. The plan, is infinite. You can start it in 1,000 different ways. You will always find something that comes too late or too early, forcing you to recompose all of your relations of speed and slowness, all of your affects, and to rearrange the overall assemblage. An infinite undertaking. But there is another way in which the plan, fails. This time, it is because another plan, returns full force, breaking the becoming animal, folding the animal back onto the animal and the person onto the person, recognizing only resemblances between elements and analogies between relations. Slepian confronts both dangers. We wish to make a simple point about psychoanalysis. From the beginning, it has often encountered the question of the becomings animal of the human being, in children, who continually undergo becomings of this kind, in fetishism and in particular masochism, which continually confront this problem. The least that can be said is that the psychoanalysts, even Jung, did not understand, or did not want to understand. They killed becoming animal, in the adult as in the child. They saw nothing. They see the animal as a representative of drives, or a representation of the parents. They do not see the reality of a becoming animal, that it is affect in itself, the drive in person, and represents nothing. There exist no other drives than the assemblages themselves. There are two classic texts in which Freud sees nothing but the father in the becoming horse of Hans, and Ferenczi sees the same in the becoming cock of Arpad. The horse's blinders are the father's eyeglasses, the black around its mouth is his mustache, its kicks are the parents' love-making. Not one word about Hans's relation to the street, on how the street was forbidden to him, on what it is for a child to see the spectacle. A horse is proud, a blinded horse pulls, a horse falls, a horse is whipped. Psychoanalysis has no feeling for unnatural participations, nor for the assemblages a child can mount in order to solve a problem from which all exits are barred him, a plan, not a fantasy. Similarly, fewer stupidities would be uttered on the topic of pain, humiliation, and anxiety in masochism if it were understood that it is the becomings animal that lead the masochism, not the other way around. There are always apparatuses, tools, engines involved, there are always artifices and constraints used in taking nature to the fullest. That is because it is necessary to annul the organs, to shut them away so that their liberated elements can enter into the new relations from which the becoming animal, and the circulation of affects within the machinic assemblage, will result. As we have seen elsewhere, this was the case for the mask, the bridle, the bit, and the penis sheath in Equus eroticus. Paradoxically, in the becoming horse assemblage the man subdues his own instinctive forces while the animal transmits to him its acquired forces. Reversal, unnatural participation. And the boots of the woman master function to annul the leg as a human organ, to make the elements of the leg enter a relation suited to the overall assemblage. In this way, it will no longer be women's legs that have an effect on me. 32 But to break the becoming animal all that is needed is to extract a segment from it, to abstract one of its moments, to fail to take into account its internal speeds and slownesses, to arrest the circulation of affects. Then nothing remains but imaginary resemblances between terms, or symbolic analogies between relations. This segment refers to the father, that relation of movement and rest refers to the primal scene, etc. It must be recognized that psychoanalysis alone is not enough to bring about this breakage. It only brings out a danger inherent in becoming. There is always the danger of finding yourself playing the animal, the domestic Oedipal animal, Miller going bow wow and taking a bone, Fitzgerald licking your hand, Slepian returning to his mother, or the old man playing horse or dog on an erotic postcard from 1900, and playing at being a wild animal would be no better. Becoming's animal continually run these dangers. Memories of a Hekiide. A body is not defined by the form that determines it nor as a determinate substance or subject nor by the organs it possesses or the functions it fulfills. On the plane of consistency, a body is defined only by a longitude and a latitude, in other words the sum total of the material elements belonging to it under given relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness, longitude, the sum total of the intensive affects it is capable of at a given power or degree of potential, latitude. Nothing but effects and local movements, differential speeds. The credit goes to Spinoza for calling attention to these two dimensions of the body, and for having defined the plane of nature as pure longitude and latitude. Latitude and longitude are the two elements of a cartography. There is a mode of individuation very different from that of a person, subject, thing, or substance. We reserve the name Hekiide for it. 33 A season, a winter, a summer, an hour, a date have a perfect individuality lacking nothing, even though this individuality is different from that of a thing or a subject. They are Heasides in the sense that they consist entirely of relations of movement and rest between molecules or particles, capacities to affect and be affected. When demonology expounds upon the diabolical art of local movements and transports of affect, it also notes the importance of rain, hail, wind, pestilential air, or air polluted by noxious particles, favorable conditions for these transports. Tales must contain Heasides that are not simply emplacements, but concrete individuations that have a status of their own and direct the metamorphosis of things and subjects. Among types of civilizations, the Orient has many more individuations by Hekiide than by subjectivity or substantiality. The haiku, for example, must include indicators as so many floating lines constituting a complex individual. In Charlotte Bronte, everything is in terms of wind, things, people, faces, loves, words. Lorca's 5 in the evening, when love falls and fascism rises. That awful 5 in the evening. We say, what a story. What heat. What a life, to designate a very singular individuation. The hours of the day in Lawrence, in Faulkner. A degree of heat, an intensity of white, are perfect individualities, and a degree of heat can combine in latitude with another degree to form a new individual, as in a body that is cold here and hot there depending on its longitude. Norwegian omelette. A degree of heat can combine with an intensity of white, as in certain white skies of a hot summer. This is in no way an individuality of the instant, as opposed to the individuality of permanences or durations. A tear-off calendar has just as much time as a perpetual calendar, although the time in question is not the same. There are animals that live no longer than a day or an hour. Conversely, a group of years can be as long as the most durable subject or object. We can conceive of an abstract time that is equal for haesides and for subjects or things. Between the extreme slownesses and vertiginous speeds of geology and astronomy, Michel Tournier places meteorology, where meteors live at our pace. A cloud forms in the sky like an image in my brain, the wind blows like I breathe, a rainbow spans the horizon for as long as my heart needs to reconcile itself to life, the summer passes like vacation drifts by. But is it by chance that in Tournier's novel the certitude can come only to a twin hero who is deformed and desubjectified, and has acquired a certain ubiquity? 34 Even when times are abstractly equal, the individuation of a life is not the same as the individuation of the subject that leads it or serves as its support. It is not the same plane. In the first case, it is the plane of consistency or of composition of haesides, which knows only speeds and effects, and in the second case, it is the altogether different plane of forms, substances, and subjects. And it is not in the same time, the same temporality. In the indefinite time of the event, the floating line that knows only speeds and continually divides that which transpires into an already there that is at the same time not yet here, a simultaneous too late and too early, a something that is both going to happen and has just happened. Chronos, the time of measure that situates things and persons, develops a form, and determines a subject. 35 Boulez distinguishes tempo and non-tempo in music, the pulsed time of a formal and functional music based on values versus the non-pulsed time of a floating music, both floating and machinic, which has nothing but speeds or differences in dynamic. 36 In short, the difference is not at all between the ephemeral and the durable, nor even between the regular and the irregular, but between two modes of individuation, two modes of temporality. We must avoid an oversimplified conciliation, as though there were on the one hand formed subjects, of the thing or person type, and on the other hand spatio-temporal coordinates of the Hekiide type. For you will yield nothing to haesides unless you realize that that is what you are, and that you are nothing but that. When the face becomes a Hekiide, it seemed a curious mixture that simply made do with time, weather, and these people. 37 You are longitude and latitude, a set of speeds and slownesses between unformed particles, a set of non-subjectified affects. You have the individuality of a day, a season, a year, a life, regardless of its duration, a climate, a wind, a fog, a swarm, a pack, regardless of its regularity. Or at least you can have it, you can reach it. A cloud of locusts carried in by the wind at 5 in the evening, a vampire who goes out at night, a werewolf at full moon. It should not be thought that a Hekiide consists simply of a decor or backdrop that situates subjects, or of appendages that hold things and people to the ground. It is the entire assemblage in its individuated aggregate that is a Hekiide. It is this assemblage that is defined by a longitude and a latitude, by speeds and effects, independently of forms and subjects, which belong to another plane. It is the wolf itself, and the horse, and the child, that cease to be subjects to become events, in assemblages that are inseparable from an hour, a season, an atmosphere, an air, a life. The street enters into composition with the horse, just as the dying rat enters into composition with the air, and the beast and the full moon enter into composition with each other. At most, we may distinguish assemblage haesides, a body considered only as longitude and latitude, and interassemblage haesides, which also mark the potentialities of becoming within each assemblage, the milieu of intersection of the longitudes and latitudes. But the two are strictly inseparable. Climate, wind, season, hour are not of another nature than the things, animals, or people that populate them, follow them, sleep and awaken within them. This should be read without a pause. The animal stalks at 5 o'clock. The becoming evening, becoming night of an animal, blood nuptials. 5 o'clock is this animal. This animal is this place. The thin dog is running in the road, this dog is the road, cries Virginia Woolf. That is how we need to feel. Spatio-temporal relations, determinations, are not predicates of the thing but dimensions of multiplicities. The street is as much a part of the omnibus horse assemblage as the Hans assemblage the becoming horse of which it initiates. We are all 5 o'clock in the evening, or another hour, or rather 2 hours simultaneously, the optimal and the pessimal, noon midnight, but distributed in a variable fashion. The plane of consistency contains only haesides, along intersecting lines. Forms and subjects are not of that world. Virginia Woolf's walk through the crowd, among the taxis. Taking a walk is a hekiide. Never again will Mrs. Dalloway say to herself, I am this, I am that, he is this, he is that. And she felt very young, at the same time unspeakably aged. She sliced like a knife through everything, at the same time was outside, looking on. She always had the feeling that it was very, very dangerous to live even one day. 38 Hekiide, fog, glare. A Hekiide has neither beginning nor end, origin, nor destination, it is always in the middle. It is not made of points, only of lines. It is a rhizome. And it is not the same language, at least not the same usage of language. For if the plane of consistency only has haesides for content, it also has its own particular semiotic to serve as expression. A plane of content and a plane of expression. This semiotic is composed above all of proper names, verbs in the infinitive and indefinite articles or pronouns. Indefinite article plus proper name plus infinitive verb constitutes the basic chain of expression, correlative to the least formalized contents, from the standpoint of a semiotic that has freed itself from both formal significances and personal subjectifications. In the first place, the verb in the infinitive is in no way indeterminate with respect to time, it expresses the floating, non-pulsed time proper to eon, in other words, the time of the pure event or of becoming, which articulates relative speeds and slownesses independently of the chronometric or chronological values that time assumes in the other modes. There is good reason to oppose the infinitive as mode and tense of becoming to all of the other modes and tenses, which pertain to chronos since they form pulsations or values of being. The verb to be is precisely the only one that has no infinitive, or rather the infinitive of which is only an indeterminate, empty expression, taken abstractly to designate the sum total of definite modes and tenses. 39 Second, the proper name is no way the indicator of a subject, thus it seems useless to ask whether its operation resembles the nomination of a species, according to whether the subject is considered to be of another nature than that of the form under which it is classified, or only the ultimate act of that form. The limit of classification. 40 The proper name does not indicate a subject, nor does a noun take on the value of a proper name as a function of a form or a species. The proper name fundamentally designates something that is of the order of the event, of becoming, or of the hekiide. It is the military men and meteorologists who hold the secret of proper names, when they give them to a strategic operation or a hurricane. The proper name is not the subject of a tense but the agent of an infinitive. It marks a longitude and a latitude. If tick, wolf, horse, etc., are true proper names, they are so not by virtue of the specific and generic denominators that characterize them but of the speeds that compose them and the affects that fill them. It is by virtue of the event they are in themselves and in the assemblages the becoming horse of little Hans, the becoming wolf of the were which etymologically means man transaction, the becoming tick of the Stoic, other proper names. Third, the indefinite article and the indefinite pronoun are no more indeterminate than the infinitive. Or rather they are lacking a determination only insofar as they are applied to a form that is itself indeterminate, or to a determinable subject. On the other hand, they lack nothing when they introduce haesides, events, the individuation of which does not pass into a form and is not affected by a subject. the indefinite then has maximum determination. Once upon a time, a child is being beaten, a horse is falling. Here, the elements in play find their individuation in the assemblage of which they are a part, independent of the form of their concept and the subjectivity of their person. We have remarked several times the extent to which children use the indefinite not as something indeterminate but, on the contrary, as an individuating function within a collectivity. That is why we are dumbfounded by the efforts of psychoanalysis, which desperately wants there to be something definite hidden behind the indefinite, a possessive, a person. When the child says a belly, a horse, how do people grow up? Someone is beating a child, the psychoanalyst hears my belly, the father, will I grow up to be like daddy? The psychoanalyst asks, who is being beaten, and by whom? 41 Even linguistics is not immune from the same prejudice, inasmuch as it is inseparable from a personology. According to linguistics, in addition to the indefinite article and the pronoun, the third-person pronoun also lacks the determination of subjectivity that is proper to the first two persons and is supposedly the necessary condition for all enunciation. 42. We believe on the contrary that the third-person indefinite implies no intermination. From this point of view, it ties the statement to a collective assemblage, as its necessary condition, rather than to a subject of the enunciation. Blancot is correct in saying that one is dying. He is unhappy in no way take the place of a subject, but instead do away with any subject in favor of an assemblage of the Hekiide type that carries or brings out the event insofar as it is unformed and incapable of being effectuated by persons. Something happens to them that they can only get a grip on again by letting go of their ability to say I. 43 The he does not represent a subject but rather makes a diagram of an assemblage. It does not overcode statements, it does not transcend them as do the first two persons. On the contrary, it prevents them from falling under the tyranny of subjective or signifying constellations, under the regime of empty redundancies. The contents of the chains of expression it articulates are those that can be assembled for a maximum number of occurrences and becomings. They arrive like fate. Where do they come from? How have they pushed this far? 44 He or one, indefinite article, proper name, infinitive verb, telegraphic machines on the plane of consistency. Once again, we are reminded of the procedures of Chinese poetry and the rules for translation suggested by the best commentators. 45. Memories of a plan, maker. Perhaps there are two planes, or two ways of conceptualizing the plane. The plane can be a hidden principle, which makes visible what is seen and audible what is heard, etc., which at every instant causes the given to be given, in this or that state, at this or that moment. But the plane itself is not given. It is by nature hidden. It can only be inferred, induced, concluded from that to which it gives rise, simultaneously or successively, synchronically or diachronically. A plane of this kind is as much a plan, of organization as of development. It is structural or genetic, and both at once, structure and genesis. The structural plan, of formed organizations with their developments, the genetic plan, of evolutionary developments with their organizations. These are only nuances of this first conception of the plane. To accord these nuances too much importance would prevent us from grasping something more important, that the plan, conceived or made in this fashion, always concerns the development of forms and the formation of subjects. A hidden structure necessary for forms, a secret signifier necessary for subjects. It ensues that the plan, itself will not be given. It exists only in a supplementary dimension to that to which it gives rise, n+1. This makes it a teleological plan, a design, a mental principle. It is a plan, of transcendence. It is a plan, of analogy, either because it assigns the eminent term of a development or because it establishes the proportional relations of a structure. It may be in the mind of a god, or in the unconscious of life, of the soul, or of language. It is always concluded from its own effects. It is always inferred. Even if it is said to be immanent, it is so only by absence, analogically, metaphorically, metonymically, etc. The tree is given in the seed, but as a function of a plan, that is not given. The same applies to music. The developmental or organizational principle does not appear in itself, in a direct relation with that which develops or is organized. There is a transcendent compositional principle that is not of the nature of sound, that is not audible by itself or for itself. This opens the way for all possible interpretations. Forms and their developments, and subjects and their formations, relate to a plan, that operates as a transcendent unity or hidden principle. The plan, can always be described, but as a part aside, as ungiven in that to which it gives rise. Is this not how even Balzac, even Proust, describe their work's plan, of organization or development, as though in a meta-language? Is not Stockhausen also obliged to describe the structure of his sound forms as existing alongside them, since he is unable to make it audible? Life plan, music plan, writing plan, it's all the same, a plan, that cannot be given as such, that can only be inferred from the forms it develops and the subjects it forms, since it is for these forms and these subjects. Then there is an altogether different plane, or an altogether different conception of the plane. Here, there are no longer any forms or developments of forms, nor are there subjects or the formation of subjects. There is no structure, any more than there is genesis. There are only relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness between unformed elements, or at least between elements that are relatively unformed, molecules and particles of all kinds. There are only haesides, effects, subjectless individuations that constitute collective assemblages. Nothing develops, but things arrive late or early, and form this or that assemblage depending on their compositions of speed. Nothing subjectifies, but haesides form according to compositions of non-subjectified powers or affects. We call this plane, which knows only longitudes and latitudes, speeds and haesides, the plane of consistency or composition, as opposed to the plan, of organization or development. It is necessarily a plane of immanence and univocality. We therefore call it the plane of nature, although nature has nothing to do with it, since on this plane there is no distinction between the natural and the artificial. However many dimensions it may have, it never has a supplementary dimension to that which transpires upon it. That alone makes it natural and immanent. The same goes for the principle of contradiction. This plane could also be called the plane of non-contradiction. The plane of consistency could be called the plane of non-consistency. It is a geometrical plane, no longer tied to a mental design but to an abstract design. Its number of dimensions continually increases as what happens, but even so it loses nothing of its plenitude. It is thus a plane of proliferation, peopling, contagion, but this proliferation of material has nothing to do with an evolution, the development of a form or the filiation of forms. Still less is it a regression leading back to a principle. It is on the contrary an involution, in which form is constantly being dissolved, freeing times and speeds. It is a fixed plane, a fixed sound plane, or visual plane, or writing plane, etc. Here, fixed does not mean immobile, it is the absolute state of movement as well as of rest, from which all relative speeds and slownesses spring, and nothing but them. Certain modern musicians oppose the transcendent plan, of organization, which is said to have dominated all of Western classical music, to the immanent sound plane, which is always given along with that to which it gives rise, brings the imperceptible to perception, and carries only differential speeds and slownesses in a kind of molecular lapping. The work of art must mark seconds, tenths, and hundredths of seconds. 46 Or rather it is a question of a freeing of time, a non-pulsed time for a floating music, as Boulez says, an electronic music in which forms are replaced by pure modifications of speed. It is undoubtedly John Cage who first and most perfectly deployed this fixed sound plane, which affirms a process against all structure and genesis, a floating time against pulsed time or tempo, experimentation against any kind of interpretation, and in which silence as sonorous rest also marks the absolute state of movement. The same could be said of the fixed visual plane. Goddard, for example, effectively carries the fixed plane of cinema to the state where forms dissolve, and all that subsists are tiny variations of speed between movements in composition. Nathalie Sarraute, for her part, proposes a clear distinction between two planes of writing, a transcendent plan, that organizes and develops forms, genres, themes, motifs, and assigns and develops subjects, personages, characters, feelings, and an altogether different plane that liberates the particles of an anonymous matter, allowing them to communicate through the envelope of forms and subjects, retaining between them only relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness, floating effects, so that the plane itself is perceived at the same time as it allows us to perceive the imperceptible, the microplane, the molecular plane. Point 47. So from the point of view of a well-founded abstraction, we can make it seem as though the two planes, the two conceptions of the plane, were in clear and absolute opposition. From this point of view, we can say, you can see the difference between the following two types of propositions. 1. Forms develop and subjects form as a function of a plan, that can only be inferred, the plan of organization development. 2. There are only speeds and slownesses between unformed elements, and effects between non-subjectified powers, as a function of a plane that is necessarily given at the same time as that to which it gives rise, the plane of consistency or composition. 48. Let us consider three major cases from 19th-century German literature: Hölderlin, Kleist, and Nietzsche. First, Hölderlin's extraordinary composition, Hyperion, as analyzed by Robert Rovini, the importance of haecides of the season type. These constitute, in two different ways, the frame of the narrative, plan E, and the details of what happens within that frame, the assemblages and interassemblages. Point 49. He also notes how the succession of the seasons and the superposition of the same season from different years dissolves forms and persons and gives rise to movements, speeds, delays, and effects, as if as the narrative progressed something were escaping from an impalpable matter. And perhaps also the relation to a realpolitik, to a war machine, to a musical machine of dissonance. Kleist, everything with him, in his writing as in his life, becomes speed and slowness. A succession of catatonic freezes and extreme velocities, fainting spells and shooting arrows. Sleep on your steed, then take off at a gallop. Jump from one assemblage to another, with the aid of a feint, by crossing a void. Kleist multiplies life plan, but his voids and failures, his leaps, earthquakes, and plagues are always included on a single plane. The plane is not a principle of organization but a means of transportation. No form develops, no subject forms, affects are displaced, becomings catapult forward and combine into blocks, like the becoming woman of Achilles and the becoming dog of Penthesilea. Kleist offers a wonderful explanation of how forms and persons are only appearances produced by the displacement of a center of gravity on an abstract line, and by the conjunction of these lines on a plane of immanence. He is fascinated by bears. They are impossible to fool because their cruel little eyes see through appearances to the true soul of movement, the gamut or non-subjective affect, the becoming bear of Kleist. Even death can only be conceptualized as the intersection of elementary reactions of different speeds. A skull exploding, one of Kleist's obsessions. All of Kleist's work is traversed by a war machine invoked against the state, by a musical machine invoked against painting or the picture. It is odd how Goethe and Hegel hated this new kind of writing. Because for them the plan, must indissolubly be a harmonious development of form and a regulated formation of the subject, personage, or character, the sentimental education, the interior and substantial solidity of the character, the harmony or analogy of the forms and continuity of development, the cult of the state, etc. Their conception of the plane is totally opposed to that of Kleist. The anti-Goetheism, anti-Hegelianism of Kleist, and already of Hölderlin, Goethe gets to the crux of the matter when he reproaches Kleist for simultaneously setting up a pure stationary process that is like the fixed plane, introducing voids and jumps that prevent any development of a central character, and mobilizing a violence of affects that causes an extreme confusion of feelings. 50. Nietzsche does the same thing by different means. There is no longer any development of forms or formation of subjects. He criticizes Wagner for retaining too much harmonic form, and too many pedagogical personages, or characters, too much Hegel and Goethe. Now Bizet, on the other hand, Nietzsche says. It seems to us that fragmentary writing is not so much the issue in Nietzsche. It is instead speeds and slownesses, not writing slowly or rapidly, but rather writing, and everything else besides, as a production of speeds and slownesses between particles. No form will resist that, no character or subject will survive it. Zarathustra is only speeds and slownesses, and the eternal return, the life of the eternal return, is the first great concrete freeing of non-pulsed time. Ecce Homo has only individuations by Heasides. It is inevitable that the plan, thus conceived, will always fail, but that the failures will be an integral part of the plan, see the multitude of plans for the will to power. For a given aphorism, it is always possible, even necessary, to introduce new relations of speed and slowness between its elements that truly make it change assemblages, jump from one assemblage to the next. The issue is therefore not the fragment. As Cage says, it is of the nature of the plan, that it fail. 51 Precisely because it is not a plan, of organization, development, or formation, but of non-voluntary transmutation. Or Boulez, program the machine so that each time a tape is played on it, it produces different time characteristics. So the plan, life plan, writing plan, music plan, must necessarily fail, for it is impossible to be faithful to it, but the failures are a part of the plan, for the plan, expands or shrinks along with the dimensions of that which it deploys in each instance, plenitude of n dimensions. A strange machine that is simultaneously a machine of war, music, and contagion, proliferation, involution. Why does the opposition between the two kinds of planes lead to a still more abstract hypothesis? Because one continually passes from one to the other, by unnoticeable degrees and without being aware of it, or one becomes aware of it only afterward. Because one continually reconstitutes one plane atop another, or extricates one from the other. For example, all we need to do is to sink the floating plane of immanence, bury it in the depths of nature instead of allowing it to play freely on the surface, for it to pass to the other side and assume the role of a ground that can no longer be anything more than a principle of analogy from the standpoint of organization, and a law of continuity from the standpoint of development. 52 The plane of organization or development effectively covers what we have called stratification. Forms and subjects, organs, and functions, are strata or relations between strata. The plane of consistency or immanence, on the other hand, implies a destratification of all of nature, by even the most artificial of means. The plane of consistency is the body without organs. Pure relations of speed and slowness between particles imply movements of deterritorialization, just as pure affects imply an enterprise of desubjectification. Moreover, the plane of consistency does not pre-exist the movements of deterritorialization that unravel it, the lines of flight that draw it and cause it to rise to the surface, the becomings that compose it. The plane of organization is constantly working away at the plane of consistency, always trying to plug the lines of flight, stop or interrupt the movements of deterritorialization, weigh them down, ratify them, reconstitute forms and subjects in a dimension of depth. Conversely, the plane of consistency is constantly extricating itself from the plane of organization, causing particles to spin off the strata, scrambling forms by dint of speed or slowness, breaking down functions by means of assemblages or microassemblages. But once again, so much caution is needed to prevent the plane of consistency from becoming a pure plane of abolition or death, to prevent the involution from turning into a regression to the undifferentiated. Is it not necessary to retain a minimum of strata, a minimum of forms and functions, a minimal subject from which to extract materials, effects, and assemblages? In fact, the opposition we should set up between the two planes is that between two abstract poles, for example, to the transcendent, organizational plane of Western music based on sound forms and their development, we oppose the immanent plane of consistency of Eastern music, composed of speeds and slownesses, movements and rest. In keeping with our concrete hypothesis, the whole becoming of Western music, all musical becoming, implies a minimum of sound forms and even of melodic and harmonic functions. Speeds and slownesses are made to pass across them, and it is precisely these speeds and slownesses that reduce the forms and functions to the minimum. Beethoven produced the most astonishing polyphonic richness with relatively scanty themes of 3 or 4 notes. There is a material proliferation that goes hand in hand with a dissolution of form, involution, but is at the same time accompanied by a continuous development of form. Perhaps Schumann's genius is the most striking case of form being developed only for the relations of speed and slowness one materially and emotionally assigns it. Music has always submitted its forms and motifs to temporal transformations, augmentations or diminutions, slowdowns or accelerations, which do not occur solely according to laws of organization or even of development. Expanding and contracting micro-intervals are at play within coded intervals. Wagner and the post-Wagnerians free variations of speed between sound particles to an even greater extent. Ravel and Debussy retain just enough form to shatter it, affect it, modify it through speeds and slownesses. Bolero is the classic example, nearly a caricature, of a machinic assemblage that preserves a minimum of form in order to take it to the bursting point. Boulez speaks of proliferations of little motifs, accumulations of little notes that proceed kinematically and effectively, sweeping away a simple form by adding indications of speed to it. This allows one to produce extremely complex dynamic relations on the basis of intrinsically simple formal relations. Even a rubato by Chopin cannot be reproduced because it will have different time characteristics at each playing point. 53 It is as though an immense plane of consistency of variable speed were forever sweeping up forms and functions, forms and subjects, extracting from them particles and affects. A clock keeping a whole assortment of times. What is a girl? What is a group of girls? Proust at least has shown us once and for all that their individuation, collective or singular, proceeds not by subjectivity but by hekiide, pure hekiide. Fugitive beings. They are pure relations of speeds and slownesses, and nothing else. A girl is late on account of her speed, she did too many things, crossed too many spaces in relation to the relative time of the person waiting for her. Thus her apparent slowness is transformed into the breakneck speed of our waiting. It must be said in this connection, and for the whole of the Recherche du temps perdu, that Swann does not at all occupy the same position as the narrator. Swann is not a rough sketch or precursor of the narrator, except secondarily and at rare moments. They are not at all on the same plane. Swann is always thinking and feeling in terms of subjects, forms, resemblances between subjects, and correspondences between forms. For him, one of Odette's lies is a form whose secret subjective content must be discovered, provoking amateur detective activity. To him Vinteuil's music is a form that must evoke something else, fall back on something else, echo other forms, whether paintings, faces, or landscapes. Although the narrator may follow in Swann's footsteps, he is nonetheless in a different element, on a different plane. One of Albertine's lies is nearly devoid of content, it tends on the contrary to merge with the emission of a particle issuing from the eyes of the beloved, a particle that stands only for itself and travels too fast through the narrator's auditory or visual field. This molecular speed is unbearable because it indicates a distance, a proximity where Albertine would like to be, and already is. 54 So that the narrator's pose is not principally that of the investigating detective but, a very different figure, that of the jailer. How can he become master of speed, how can he stand it nervously, as a headache, and perceptually, as a flash? How can he build a prison for Albertine? Jealousy is different in Swann and the narrator, as is the perception of music. Vinteuil gradually ceases to be apprehended in terms of forms and comparable subjects, and assumes incredible speeds and slownesses that combine on a plane of consistency of variation, the plane of music and of the recherche, just as Wagnerian motifs abandon all fixity of form and all assignation of personages. It is as though Swann's desperate efforts to reterritorialize the flow of things, to reterritorialize Odette on a secret, painting on a face, music on the Bois de Boulogne, were replaced by the sped-up movement of deterritorialization, by a linear speed-up of the abstract machine, sweeping away faces and landscapes, and then love, jealousy, painting, and music itself, according to increasingly stronger coefficients that nourish the work at risk of dissolving everything and dying. For the narrator, despite partial victories, fails in his project. That project was not at all to regain time or to force back memories, but to become master of speeds to the rhythm of his asthma. It was to face annihilation. But another outcome was possible, or was made possible by Proust. Memories of a molecule. Becoming animal is only one becoming among others. A kind of order or apparent progression can be established for the segments of becoming in which we find ourselves: becoming woman, becoming child, becoming animal, vegetable, or mineral, becomings molecular of all kinds, becomings particles. Fibers lead us from one to the other, transform one into the other as they pass through doors and across thresholds. Singing or composing, painting, writing have no other aim, to unleash these becomings. Especially music. Music is traversed by a becoming woman, becoming child, and not only at the level of themes and motifs, the little refrain, children's games and dances, childhood scenes. Instrumentation and orchestration are permeated by becomings animal, above all becomings bird, but many others besides. The lapping, wailing of molecular discordances have always been present, even if instrumental evolution with other factors is now giving them growing importance, as the value of a new threshold for a properly musical content, the sound molecule, relations of speed and slowness between particles. Becomings animal plunge into becomings molecular. This raises all kinds of questions. In a way, we must start at the end. All becomings are already molecular. That is because becoming is not to imitate or identify with something or someone. Nor is it to proportion formal relations. Neither of these two figures of analogy is applicable to becoming, neither the imitation of a subject nor the proportionality of a form. Starting from the forms one has, the subject one is, the organs one has, or the functions one fulfills, becoming is to extract particles between which one establishes the relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness that are closest to what one is becoming, and through which one becomes. This is the sense in which becoming is the process of desire. This principle of proximity or approximation is entirely particular and reintroduces no analogy whatsoever. It indicates as rigorously as possible a zone off proximity 55 or copresence of a particle, the movement into which any particle that enters the zone is drawn. Louis Wolfson embarks upon a strange undertaking. A schizophrenic, he translates as quickly as possible each phrase in his maternal language into foreign words with similar sound and meaning. An anorexic, he rushes to the refrigerator, tears open the packages and snatches their contents, stuffing himself as quickly as possible. 56 It would be false to believe that he needs to borrow disguised words from foreign languages. Rather, he snatches from his own language verbal particles that can no longer belong to the form of that language, just as he snatches from food alimentary particles that no longer act as formed nutritional substances. The two kinds of particles enter into proximity. We could also put it this way: becoming is to emit particles that take on certain relations of movement and rest because they enter a particular zone of proximity. Or, it is to emit particles that enter that zone because they take on those relations. A Hecaide is inseparable from the fog and mist that depend on a molecular zone, a corpuscular space. Proximity is a notion, at once topological and quantal, that marks a belonging to the same molecule, independently of the subjects considered and the forms determined. Schurer and Hochwangam made this essential point in their reconsideration of the problem of wolf children. Of course, it is not a question of a real production, as if the child really became an animal, nor is it a question of a resemblance, as if the child imitated animals that really raised it, nor is it a question of a symbolic metaphor, as if the autistic child that was abandoned or lost merely became the analog of an animal. Schurer and Hochwangam are right to expose this false reasoning, which is based on a culturalism or moralism upholding the irreducibility of the human order, because the child has not been transformed into an animal, it must only have a metaphorical relation to it, induced by the child's illness or rejection. For their own part, they appeal to an objective zone of indetermination or uncertainty, something shared or indiscernible, a proximity that makes it impossible to say where the boundary between the human and animal lies, not only in the case of autistic children, but for all children. It is as though, independent of the evolution carrying them toward adulthood, there were room in the child for other becomings, other contemporaneous possibilities that are not regressions but creative involutions bearing witness to an inhumanity immediately experienced in the body as such, unnatural nuptials outside the programmed body. There is a reality of becoming animal, even though one does not in reality become animal. It is useless, then, to raise the objection that the dog child only plays dog within the limits of his formal constitution, and does nothing canine that another human being could not have done if he or she had so desired. For what needs to be explained is precisely the fact that all children, and even many adults, do it to a greater or lesser degree, and in so doing bear witness to an inhuman connivance with the animal, rather than an Oedipal symbolic community. 57 Neither should it be thought that children who graze, or eat dirt or raw flesh, are merely getting the vitamins and minerals they need. It is a question of composing a body with the animal, a body without organs defined by zones of intensity or proximity. Where does this objective intermination or indiscernibility of which Schurer and Hochwangam speak come from? An example: do not imitate a dog, but make your organism enter into composition with something else in such a way that the particles emitted from the aggregate thus composed will be canine as a function of the relation of movement and rest, or of molecular proximity, into which they enter. Clearly, this something else can be quite varied, and be more or less directly related to the animal in question. It can be the animal's natural food, dirt and worm, or its exterior relations with other animals. You can become dog with cats, or become monkey with a horse, or an apparatus or prosthesis to which a person subjects the animal, muzzle and reindeer, etc., or something that does not even have a localizable relation to the animal in question. For this last case, we have seen how Slepian bases his attempt to become dog on the idea of tying shoes to his hands using his mouth muzzle. Philippe Gavy cites the performances of Lolito, an eater of bottles, earthenware, porcelains, iron, and even bicycles, who declares, "I consider myself half animal, half man. More animal than man. I love animals, dogs especially. I feel a bond with them. My teeth have adapted. In fact, when I don't eat glass or iron, my jaw aches like a young dog's that craves to chew a bone." 58 If we interpret the word like as a metaphor, or propose a structural analogy of relations, man iron equals dog bone, we understand nothing of becoming. The word like is one of those words that change drastically in meaning and function when they are used in connection with haesites, when they are made into expressions of becomings instead of signified states or signifying relations. A dog may exercise its jaw on iron, but when it does it is using its jaw as a molar organ. When Lolito eats iron, it is totally different. He makes his jaw enter into composition with the iron in such a way that he himself becomes the jaw of a molecular dog. The actor Robert De Niro walks like a crab in a certain film sequence, but, he says, it is not a question of his imitating a crab, it is a question of making something that has to do with the crab enter into composition with the image, with the speed of the image. 59 That is the essential point for us. You become animal only if, by whatever means or elements, you emit corpuscles that enter the relation of movement and rest of the animal particles, or what amounts to the same thing, that enter. The zone of proximity of the animal molecule. You become animal only molecularly. You do not become a barking molar dog, but by barking, if it is done with enough feeling, with enough necessity and composition, you emit a molecular dog. Man does not become wolf, or vampire, as if he changed molar species. The vampire and werewolf are becomings of man, in other words, proximities between molecules in composition, relations of movement and rest, speed and slowness between emitted particles. Of course there are werewolves and vampires, we say this with all our heart, but do not look for a resemblance or analogy to the animal, for this is becoming animal in action, the production of the molecular animal, whereas the real animal is trapped in its molar form and subjectivity. It is within us that the animal bares its teeth like Hofmannsthal's rat, or the flower opens its petals, but this is done by corpuscular emission, by molecular proximity, and not by the imitation of a subject or a proportionality of form. Albertine can always imitate a flower, but it is when she is sleeping and enters into composition with the particles of sleep that her beauty spot and the texture of her skin enter a relation of rest and movement that place her in the zone of a molecular vegetable, the becoming plant of Albertine. And it is when she is held prisoner that she emits the particles of a bird. And it is when she flees, launches down a line of flight, that she becomes horse, even if it is the horse of death. Yes, all becomings are molecular, the animal, flower, or stone one becomes are molecular collectivities, haesites, not molar subjects, objects, or form that we know from the outside and recognize from experience, through science, or by habit. If this is true, then we must say the same of things human. There is a becoming woman, a becoming child, that do not resemble the woman or the child as clearly distinct molar entities, although it is only possible for the woman or child to occupy privileged positions in relation to these becomings. What we term a molar entity is, for example, the woman as defined by her form, endowed with organs and functions and assigned as a subject. Becoming woman is not imitating this entity or even transforming oneself into it. We are not, however, overlooking the importance of imitation, or moments of imitation, among certain homosexual males, much less the prodigious attempt at a real transformation on the part of certain transvestites. All we are saying is that these indissociable aspects of becoming woman must first be understood as a function of something else, not imitating or assuming the female form, but emitting particles that enter the relation of movement and rest, or the zone of proximity, of a microfemininity, in other words, that produce in us a molecular woman, create the molecular woman. We do not mean to say that a creation of this kind is the prerogative of the man, but on the contrary that the woman as a molar entity has to become woman in order that the man also becomes or can become woman. It is, of course, indispensable for women to conduct a molar politics, with a view to winning back their own organism, their own history, their own subjectivity. We as women, makes its appearance as a subject of enunciation. But it is dangerous to confine oneself to such a subject, which does not function without drying up a spring or stopping a flow. The song of life is often intoned by the driest of women, moved by ressentiment, the will to power and cold mothering. Just as a desiccated child makes a much better child, there being no childhood flow emanating from it any longer. It is no more adequate to say that each sex contains the other and must develop the opposite pole in itself. Bisexuality is no better a concept than the separateness of the sexes. It is as deplorable to miniaturize, internalize the binary machine as it is to exacerbate it. It does not extricate us from it. It is thus necessary to conceive of a molecular women's politics that slips into molar confrontations, and passes under or through them. When Virginia Woolf was questioned about a specifically women's writing, she was appalled at the idea of writing as a woman. Rather, writing should produce a becoming woman as atoms of womanhood capable of crossing and impregnating an entire social field, and of contaminating men, of sweeping them up in that becoming. Very soft particles but also very hard and obstinate, irreducible, indomitable. The rise of women in English novel writing has spared no man, even those who pass for the most virile, the most phallocratic, such as Lawrence and Miller, in their turn continually tap into and emit particles that enter the proximity or zone of indiscernibility of women. In writing, they become women. The question is not, or not only, that of the organism, history, and subject of enunciation that oppose masculine to feminine in the great dualism machines. The question is fundamentally that of the body they steal from us in order to fabricate opposable organisms. This body is stolen first from the girl. Stop behaving like that, you're not a little girl anymore, you're not a tomboy, etc. The girl's becoming is stolen first, in order to impose a history, or prehistory, upon her. The boy's turn comes next, but it is by using the girl as an example, by pointing to the girl as the object of his desire, that an opposed organism, a dominant history is fabricated for him too. The girl is the first victim, but she must also serve as an example and a trap. That is why, conversely, the reconstruction of the body as a body without organs, the anorganism of the body, is inseparable from a becoming woman, or the production of a molecular woman. Doubtless, the girl becomes a woman in the molar or organic sense. But conversely, becoming woman or the molecular woman is the girl herself. The girl is certainly not defined by virginity, she is defined by a relation of movement and rest, speed and slowness, by a combination of atoms, an emission of particles, hekiite. She never ceases to roam upon a body without organs. She is an abstract line, or a line of flight. Thus girls do not belong to an age group, sex, order, or kingdom, they slip in everywhere, between orders, acts, ages, sexes, they produce n molecular sexes on the line of flight in relation to the dualism machines they cross right through. The only way to get outside the dualisms is to be between, to pass between, the intermezzo. That is what Virginia Woolf lived with all her energies, in all of her work, never ceasing to become. The girl is like the block of becoming that remains contemporaneous to each opposable term, man, woman, child, adult. It is not the girl who becomes a woman, it is becoming woman that produces the universal girl. Trost, a mysterious author, painted a portrait of the girl, to whom he linked the fate of the revolution, her speed, her freely machinic body, her intensities, her abstract line or line of flight, her molecular production, her indifference to memory, her non-figurative character, the non-figurative of desire. 60 Joan of Arc. The special role of the girl in Russian terrorism, the girl with the bomb, guardian of dynamite. It is certain that molecular politics proceeds via the girl and the child. But it is also certain that girls and children draw their strength neither from the molar status that subdues them nor from the organism and subjectivity they receive, they draw their strength from the becoming molecular they cause to pass between sexes and ages, the becoming child of the adult as well as of the child, the becoming woman of the man as well as of the woman. The girl and the child do not become, it is becoming itself that is a child or a girl. The child does not become an adult any more than the girl becomes a woman, the girl is the becoming woman of each sex, just as the child is the becoming young of every age. Knowing how to age does not mean remaining young, it means extracting from one's age the particles, the speeds and slownesses, the flows that constitute the youth of that age. Knowing how to love does not mean remaining a man or a woman, it means extracting from one's sex the particles, the speeds and slownesses, the flows, the end sexes that constitute the girl of that sexuality. It is age itself that is a becoming child, just as sexuality, any sexuality, is a becoming woman, in other words, a girl. This by way of response to the stupid question, why did Proust make Albert Albertine? Although all becomings are already molecular, including becoming woman, it must be said that all becomings begin with and pass through becoming woman. It is the key to all the other becomings. When the man of war disguises himself as a woman, flees disguised as a girl, hides as a girl, it is not a shameful, transitory incident in his life. To hide, to camouflage oneself, is a warrior function, and the line of flight attracts the enemy, traverses something, and puts what it traverses to flight, the warrior arises in the infinity of a line of flight. Although the femininity of the man of war is not accidental, it should not be thought of as structural, or regulated by a correspondence of relations. It is difficult to see how the correspondence between the two relations man-war and woman-marriage could entail an equivalence between the warrior and the girl as a woman who refuses to marry. 61 It is just as difficult to see how the general bisexuality, or even homosexuality, of military societies could explain this phenomenon, which is no more imitative than it is structural, representing instead an essential enemy of the man of war. This phenomenon can only be understood in terms of becoming. We have seen how the man of war, by virtue of his Führer and Zielrighty, was swept up in irresistible becomings animal. These are becomings that have as their necessary condition the becoming woman of the warrior, or his alliance with the girl, his contagion with her. The man of war is inseparable from the Amazons. The union of the girl and the man of war does not produce animals, but simultaneously produces the becoming woman of the latter and the becoming animal of the former, in a single block in which the warrior in turn becomes animal by contagion with the girl at the same time as the girl becomes warrior by contagion with the animal. Everything ties together in an asymmetrical block of becoming, an instantaneous zigzag. It is in the vestiges of a double war machine, that of the Greeks, soon to be supplanted by the state, and that of the Amazons, soon to be dissolved, that Achilles and Penthesilea, the last man of war and the last queen of the girls, choose one another, Achilles in a becoming woman, Penthesilea in a becoming dog. The rites of transvestism or female impersonation in primitive societies in which a man becomes a woman are not explainable by a social organization that places the given relations in correspondence, or by a psychic organization that makes the woman desire to become a man just as the man desires to become a woman. 62 Social structure and psychic identification leave too many special factors unaccounted for, the linkage, unleashing, and communication of the becomings triggered by the transvestite. The power, puissance, of the resultant becoming animal, and above all the participation of these becomings in a specific war machine. The same applies for sexuality. It is badly explained by the binary organization of the sexes, and just as badly by a bisexual organization within each sex. Sexuality brings into play too great a diversity of conjugated becomings. These are like N-sexes, an entire war machine through which love passes. This is not a return to those appalling metaphors of love and war, seduction and conquest, the battle of the sexes and the domestic squabble, or even the Strindberg War. It is only after love is done with and sexuality has dried up that things appear this way. What counts is that love itself is a war machine endowed with strange and somewhat terrifying powers. Sexuality is the production of 1,000 sexes, which are so many uncontrollable becomings. Sexuality proceeds by way of the becoming woman of the man and the becoming animal of the human, an emission of particles. There is no need for bestialism in this, although it may arise, and many psychiatric anecdotes document it in ways that are interesting, if oversimplified, and consequently off the track, too beastly. It is not a question of playing the dog, like an elderly gentleman on a postcard. It is not so much a question of making love with animals. Becomings animal are basically of another power, since their reality resides not in an animal one imitates or to which one corresponds, but in themselves, in that which suddenly sweeps us up and makes us become a proximity, an indiscernibility that extracts a shared element from the animal far more effectively than any domestication, utilization, or imitation could, the beast. If becoming woman is the first quantum, or molecular segment, with the becomings animal that link up with it coming next, what are they all rushing toward? Without a doubt, toward becoming imperceptible. The imperceptible is the imminent end of becoming, its cosmic formula. For example, Matheson's shrinking man passes through the kingdoms of nature, slips between molecules, to become an unfindable particle in infinite meditation on the infinite. Paul Morin's Monsieur Zero flees the larger countries, crosses the smallest ones, descends the scale of states, establishes an anonymous society in Liechtenstein of which he is the only member, and dies imperceptible, forming the particle zero with his fingers. I am a man who flees by swimming under water, and at whom all the world's rifles fire. I must no longer offer a target. But what does becoming imperceptible signify, coming at the end of all the molecular becomings that begin with becoming woman? Becoming imperceptible means many things. What is the relation between the anorganic, imperceptible, the asignifying, indiscernible, and the asubjective, impersonal? A first response would be, to be like everybody else. That is what Kierkegaard relates in his story about the Knight of the Faith, the man of becoming. To look at him, one would notice nothing, a bourgeois, nothing but a bourgeois. That is how Fitzgerald lived. After a real rupture, one succeeds in being just like everybody else. To go unnoticed is by no means easy. To be a stranger, even to one's doorman or neighbors. If it is so difficult to be like everybody else, it is because it is an affair of becoming. Not everybody becomes everybody and everything. Tout le monde transaction makes a becoming of everybody/everything. This requires much asceticism, much sobriety, much creative involution, an English elegance, an English fabric. Blend in with the walls, eliminate the too perceived, the too much to be perceived. Eliminate all that is waste, death, and superfluity, complaint and grievance, unsatisfied desire, defense, or pleading, everything that roots each of us, everybody, in ourselves, in our molarity. For everybody/everything is the molar aggregate, but becoming everybody/everything is another affair, one that brings into play the cosmos with its molecular components. Becoming everybody/everything, tout le monde, is to world, faire monde, to make a world, faire un monde. By process of elimination, one is no longer anything more than an abstract line, or a piece in a puzzle that is itself abstract. It is by conjugating, by continuing with other lines, other pieces, that one makes a world that can overlay the first one, like a transparency. Animal elegance, the camouflage fish, the clandestine, this fish is crisscrossed by abstract lines that resemble nothing, that do not even follow its organic divisions, but thus disorganized, disarticulated, it whirls with the lines of a rock, sand, and plants, becoming imperceptible. The fish is like the Chinese poet, not imitative or structural, but cosmic. Francois Cheng shows that poets do not pursue resemblance, any more than they calculate geometric proportions. They retain, extract only the essential lines and movements of nature, they proceed only by continued or superposed traits, or strokes. 63 It is in the sense that becoming everybody/everything, making the world a becoming, is to world, to make a world or worlds, in other words, to find one's proximities and zones of indiscernibility. The cosmos as an abstract machine, and each world as an assemblage effectuating it. If one reduces oneself to one or several abstract lines that will prolong itself in and conjugate with others, producing immediately, directly a world in which it is the world that becomes, then one becomes everybody/everything. Kerouac's dream, and already Virginia Woolf's, was for the writing to be like the line of a Chinese poem drawing. She says that it is necessary to saturate every atom, and to do that it is necessary to eliminate all that is resemblance and analogy, but also to put everything into it, eliminate everything that exceeds the moment, but put in everything that it includes, and the moment is not the instantaneous, it is the hekiide into which one slips and that slips into other heides by transparency. 64 To be present at the dawn of the world. Such is the link between imperceptibility, indiscernibility, and impersonality, the three virtues. To reduce oneself to an abstract line, a trait, in order to find one's zone of indiscernibility with other traits, and in this way enter the hekiide and impersonality of the Creator. One is then like grass, one has made the world, everybody/everything, into a becoming, because one has made a necessarily communicating world, because one has suppressed in oneself everything that prevents us from slipping between things and growing in the midst of things. One has combined everything, le tout the indefinite article, the infinitive becoming, and the proper name to which one is reduced. Saturate, eliminate, put everything in. Movement has an essential relation to the imperceptible, it is by nature imperceptible. Perception can grasp movement only as the displacement of a moving body or the development of a form. Movements, becomings, in other words, pure relations of speed and slowness, pure affects, are below and above the threshold of perception. Doubtless, thresholds of perception are relative, there is always a threshold capable of grasping what eludes another, the eagle's eye. But the adequate threshold can in turn operate only as a function of a perceptible form and a perceived, discerned subject. So that movement in itself continues to occur elsewhere. If we serialize perception, the movement always takes place above the maximum threshold and below the minimum threshold, in expanding or contracting intervals, micro-intervals. Like huge Japanese wrestlers whose advance is too slow and whose holds are too fast to see, so that what embraces are less the wrestlers than the infinite slowness of the weight, what is going to happen, and the infinite speed of the result, what happened. What we must do is reach the photographic or cinematic threshold, but in relation to the photograph, movement and effect once again took refuge above and below. When Kierkegaard adopts the marvelous motto, "I look only at the movements," 65, he is acting astonishingly like a precursor of the cinema, multiplying versions of a love scenario, between Agnes and the mere man, according to variable speeds and slownesses. He has all the more reason to say that there is no movement that is not infinite, that the movement of the infinite can occur only by means of affect, passion, love, in a becoming that is the girl, but without reference to any kind of mediation, and that this movement as such eludes any mediating perception because it is already effectuated at every moment, and the dancer or lover finds him or herself already awake and walking the second he or she falls down, and even the instant he or she leaps. 66 Movement, like the girl as a fugitive being, cannot be perceived. However, we are obliged to make an immediate correction, movement also must be perceived, it cannot but be perceived, the imperceptible is also the percipiendum. There is no contradiction in this. If movement is imperceptible by nature, it is so always in relation to a given threshold of perception, which is by nature relative and thus plays the role of a mediation on the plane that affects the distribution of thresholds and percepts and makes forms perceivable to perceiving subjects. It is the plane of organization and development, the plane of transcendence, that renders perceptible without itself being perceived, without being capable of being perceived. But on the other plane, the plane of immanence or consistency, the principle of composition itself must be perceived, cannot but be perceived at the same time as that which it composes or renders. In this case, movement is no longer tied to the mediation of a relative threshold that it eludes ad infinitum, it has reached, regardless of its speed or slowness, an absolute but differentiated threshold that is one with the construction of this or that region of the continued plane. It could also be said that movement ceases to be the procedure of an always relative deterritorialization, becoming the process of absolute deterritorialization. The difference between the two planes accounts for the fact that what cannot be perceived on one cannot but be perceived on the other. It is in jumping from one plane to the other, or from the relative thresholds to the absolute threshold that coexists with them, that the imperceptible becomes necessarily perceived. Kierkegaard shows that the plane of the infinite, which he calls the plane of faith, must become a pure plane of immanence that continually and immediately imparts, reimparts, and regathers the finite. Unlike the man of infinite resignation, the knight of the faith or man of becoming will get the girl, he will have all of the finite and perceive the imperceptible, as heir apparent to the finite. 67 Perception will no longer reside in the relation between a subject and an object, but rather in the movement serving as the limit of that relation, in the period associated with the subject and object. Perception will confront its own limit, it will be in the midst of things, throughout its own proximity, as the presence of one id in another, the prehension of one by the other or the passage from one to the other. Look only at the movements. It is odd that the word faith should be used to designate a plane that works by immanence. But if the knight is the man of becoming, then there are all kinds of knights. Are there not even knights of narcotics, in the sense that faith is a drug, in a way very different from the sense in which religion is an opiate. These knights claim that drugs, under necessary conditions of caution and experimentation, are inseparable from the deployment of a plane. And on this plane not only are becomings woman, becomings animal, becomings molecular, becomings imperceptible conjugated, but the imperceptible itself becomes necessarily perceived at the same time as perception becomes necessarily molecular, arrive at wholes, micro-intervals between matters, colors, and sounds engulfing lines of flight, world lines, lines of transparency and intersection. 68 Change perception. The problem has been formulated correctly because it presents drugs as a pregnant whole free of secondary distinctions, hallucinatory or non-hallucinatory, hard or soft, etc. All drugs fundamentally concern speeds, and modifications of speed. What allows us to describe an overall drug assemblage in spite of the differences between drugs is a line of perceptive causality that makes it so that, 1. The imperceptible is perceived. Perception is molecular. 3. Desire directly invests the perception and the perceived. The Americans of the Beat generation had already embarked on this path, and spoke of a molecular revolution specific to drugs. Then came Castaneda's broad synthesis. Leslie Fiedler set forth the poles of the American dream, cornered between two nightmares, the genocide of the Indians and the slavery of the blacks. Americans constructed a psychically repressed image of the black as the force of affect, of the multiplication of affects, but a socially repressed image of the Indian as subtlety of perception, perception made increasingly keen and more finely divided, infinitely slowed or accelerated. 69 In Europe, Henry Michaud tended to be more willing to free himself of rights and civilizations, establishing admirable and minute protocols of experience, doing away with the question of causality with respect to drugs, delimiting drugs as well as possible, separating them from delirium and hallucination. But at this point everything reconnects. Again, the problem is well formulated if we say that drugs eliminate forms and persons, if we bring into play the mad speeds of drugs and the extraordinary post-high slownesses, if we clasp one to the other like wrestlers, if we confer upon perception the molecular power to grasp micro-perceptions, micro-operations, and upon the perceived the force to emit accelerated or decelerated particles in a floating time that is no longer our time, and to emit haocities that are no longer of this world, deterritorialization, I was disoriented, a perception of things, thoughts, desires in which desire, thought, and the thing have invaded all of perception, the imperceptible finally perceived. Nothing left but the world of speeds and slownesses without form, without subject, without a face. Nothing left but the zigzag of a line, like the lash of the whip of an enraged cart driver shredding faces and landscapes. 70 A whole rhizomatic labor of perception, the moment when desire and perception meld. This problem of specific causality is an important one. Invoking causalities that are too general or are extrinsic, psychological or sociological, is as good as saying nothing. There is a discourse on drugs current today that does no more than dredge up generalities on pleasure and misfortune, on difficulties in communication, on causes that always come from somewhere else. The more incapable people are of grasping a specific causality in extension, the more they pretend to understand the phenomenon in question. There is no doubt that an assemblage never contains a causal infrastructure. It does have, however, and to the highest degree, an abstract line of creative or specific causality, its line of flight or of deterritorialization. This line can be effectuated only in connection with general causalities of another nature, but is in no way explained by them. It is our belief that the issue of drugs can be understood only at the level where desire directly invests perception, and perception becomes molecular at the same time as the imperceptible is perceived. Drugs then appear as the agent of this becoming. This is where pharmacoanalysis would come in, which must be both compared and contrasted to psychoanalysis. For psychoanalysis must be taken simultaneously as a model, a contrasting approach, and a betrayal. Psychoanalysis can be taken as a model of reference because it was able, with respect to essentially affective phenomena, to construct the schema of a specific causality divorced from ordinary social or psychological generalities. But this schema still relies on a plane of organization that can never be apprehended in itself, that is always concluded from something else, that is always inferred, concealed from the system of perception. It is called the unconscious. Thus the plane of the unconscious remains a plane of transcendence guaranteeing, justifying, the existence of psychoanalysis and the necessity of its interpretations. This plane of the unconscious stands in molar opposition to the perception consciousness system, and because desire must be translated onto this plane, it is itself linked to gross molarities, like the submerged part of an iceberg, the Oedipal structure, or the rock of castration. The imperceptible thus remains all the more imperceptible because it is opposed to the perceived in a dualism machine. Everything is different on the plane of consistency or immanence, which is necessarily perceived in its own right in the course of its construction. Experimentation replaces interpretation, now molecular, non-figurative, and non-symbolic. The unconscious as such is given in microperceptions. Desire directly invests the field of perception, where the imperceptible appears as the perceived object of desire itself, the non-figurative of desire. The unconscious no longer designates the hidden principle of the transcendent plane of organization, but the process of the immanent plane of consistency as it appears on itself in the course of its construction. For the unconscious must be constructed, not rediscovered. There is no longer a conscious-unconscious dualism machine, because the unconscious is, or rather is produced, there where consciousness goes, carried by the plane. 71 Drugs give the unconscious the immanence and plane that psychoanalysis has consistently botched. Perhaps the famous cocaine episode marked a turning point that forced Freud to renounce a direct approach to the unconscious. But if it is true that drugs are linked to this immanent, molecular perceptive causality, we are still faced with the question of whether they actually succeed in drawing the plane necessary for their action. The causal line, or the line of flight, of drugs is constantly being segmentarized under the most rigid of forms, that of dependency, the hit, and the dose, the dealer. Even in its supple form, it can mobilize gradients and thresholds of perception toward becomings animal, becomings molecular, but even this is done in the context of a relativity of thresholds that restrict themselves to imitating a plane of consistency rather than drawing it on an absolute threshold. What good does it do to perceive as fast as a quick flying bird if speed and movement continue to escape somewhere else? The deterritorializations remain relative, compensated for by the most abject reterritorializations, so that the imperceptible and perception continually pursue or run after each other without ever truly coupling. Instead of holes in the world allowing the world lines themselves to run off, the lines of flight coil and start to swirl in black holes, to each addict a whole, group, or individual, like a snail. Down, instead of high. The molecular microperceptions are overlaid in advance, depending on the drug, by hallucinations, delusions, false perceptions, fantasies, or paranoid outbursts. They restore forms and subjects every instant, like so many phantoms or doubles continually blocking construction of the plane. Moreover, as we saw in our enumeration of the dangers, not only is the plane of consistency in danger of being betrayed or thrown off track through the influence of other causalities that intervene in an assemblage of this kind, but the plane itself engenders dangers of its own, by which it is dismantled at the same time as it is constructed. We are no longer, it itself is no longer master of speeds. Instead of making a body without organs sufficiently rich or full for the passage of intensities, drug addicts erect a vitrified or emptied body, or a cancerous one. The causal line, creative line, or line of flight immediately turns into a line of death and abolition. The abominable vitrification of the veins, or the purulence of the nose, the glassy body of the addict. Black holes and lines of death, Artaud's and Michaud's warnings converge. They are more technical, more consistent than the informational, psychoanalytic, or socio-psychological discourse of treatment and assistance centers. Artaud, you will not avoid hallucinations, erroneous perceptions, shameless fantasies, or bad feelings, like so many black holes on the plane of consistency, because your conscious will also go in that booby-trap direction. 72 Michaud, you will no longer be master of your speeds, you will get stuck in a mad race between the imperceptible and perception, a race all the more circular now that everything is relative. 73 You will be full of yourself, you will lose control, you will be on a plane of consistency, in a body without organs, but at a place where you will always botch them, empty them, undo what you do, motionless rags. These words are so much simpler than erroneous perceptions, artod, or bad feelings, misho, but say the most technical of things, that the immanent molecular and perceptive causality of desire fails in the drug assemblage. Drug addicts continually fall back into what they wanted to escape, a segmentarity all the more rigid for being marginal, a territorialization all the more artificial for being based on chemical substances, hallucinatory forms, and fantasy subjectifications. Drug addicts may be considered as precursors or experimenters who tirelessly blaze new paths of life, but their cautiousness lacks the foundation for caution. So they either join the legion of false heroes who follow the conformist path of a little death and a long fatigue. Or, what is worse, all they will have done is make an attempt only non-users or former users can resume and benefit from, secondarily rectifying the always aborted plane of drugs, discovering through drugs what drugs lack for the construction of a plane of consistency. Is the mistake drug users make always to start over again from ground zero, either going on the drug again or quitting, when what they should do is make it a stopover, to start from the middle, bifurcate from the middle? To succeed in getting drunk, but on pure water, Henry Miller. To succeed in getting high, but by abstention, to take and abstain, especially abstain, I am a drinker of water, Michaud. To reach the point where to get high or not to get high is no longer the question, but rather whether drugs have sufficiently changed the general conditions of space and time perception so that non-users can succeed in passing through the holes in the world and following the lines of flight at the very place where means other than drugs become necessary. Drugs do not guarantee immanence, rather, the immanence of drugs allows one to forego them. Is it cowardice or exploitation to wait until others have taken the risks? No, it is joining an undertaking in the middle, while changing the means. It is necessary to choose the right molecule, the water, hydrogen, or helium molecule. This has nothing to do with models, all models are molar, it is necessary to determine the molecules and particles in relation to which proximities, indiscernibilities, becomings, are engendered and defined. The vital assemblage, the life assemblage, is theoretically or logically possible with all kinds of molecules, silicon, for example. But it so happens that this assemblage is not mechanically possible with silicon, the abstract machine does not let it pass because it does not distribute zones of proximity that construct the plane of consistency. 74 We shall see that machinic reasons are entirely different from logical reasons or possibilities. One does not conform to a model, one straddles the right horse. Drug users have not chosen the right molecule or the right horse. Drugs are too unwieldy to grasp the imperceptible and becomings imperceptible. Drug users believed that drugs would grant them the plane, when in fact the plane must distill its own drugs, remaining master of speeds and proximities. Memories of the secret. The secret has a privileged, but quite variable, relation to perception and the imperceptible. The secret relates first of all to certain contents. The content is too big for its form, or else the contents themselves have a form, but that form is covered, doubled, or replaced by a simple container, envelope, or box whose role it is to suppress formal relations. These are contents it has been judged fitting to isolate or disguise for various reasons. Drawing up a list of these reasons, shame, treasure, divinity, etc., has limited value as long as the secret is opposed to its discovery, as in a binary machine having only two terms, the secret and disclosure, the secret and desecration. For on the one hand, the secret as content is superseded by a perception of the secret, which is no less secret than the secret. It matters little what the goal is, and whether the aim of the perception is a denunciation, final divulging, or disclosure. From an anecdotal standpoint, the perception of the secret is the opposite of the secret, but from the standpoint of the concept, it is a part of it. What counts is that the perception of the secret must necessarily be secret itself. The spy, the voyeur, the blackmailer, the author of anonymous letters are no less secretive than what they are in a position to disclose, regardless of their ulterior motives. There is always a woman, a child, a bird to secretly perceive the secret. There is always a perception finer than yours, a perception of your imperceptible, of what is in your box. We can even envision a profession of secrecy for those who are in a position to perceive the secret. The protector of the secret is not necessarily in on it, but is also tied to a perception, since he or she must perceive and detect those who wish to discover the secret, counter-espionage. There is thus a first direction, in which the secret moves toward an equally secretive perception, a perception that seeks to be imperceptible itself. A wide variety of very different figures may revolve around this first point. And then there is a second point, just as inseparable from the secret as its content, the way in which it imposes itself and spreads. Once again, whatever the finalities or results, the secret has a way of spreading that is in turn shrouded in secrecy. The secret as secretion. The secret must sneak, insert, or introduce itself into the arena of public forms. It must pressure them and prod known subjects into action. We are referring to influence of the lobby type, even if the lobby is not in itself a secret society. In short, the secret, defined as a content that has hidden its form in favor of a simple container, is inseparable from two movements that can accidentally interrupt its course or betray it, but are nonetheless an essential part of it. Something must ooze from the box, something will be perceived through the box or in the half-opened box. The secret was invented by society, it is a sociological or social notion. Every secret is a collective assemblage. The secret is not at all an immobilized or static notion. Only becomings are secrets, the secret has a becoming. The secret has its origin in the war machine, it is the war machine and its becomings woman, becomings child, becomings animal that bring the secret. 75 A secret society always acts in society as a war machine. Sociologists who have studied secret societies have determined many of their laws, protection, equalization, and hierarchy, silence, ritual, de-individuation, centralization, autonomy, compartmentalization, etc. 76 But perhaps they have not given enough weight to the principal laws governing the movement of content. 1. Every secret society has a still more secret hind society, which either perceives the secret, protects it, or metes out the punishment for its disclosure. It is not at all begging. The question to define the secret society by the presence of a secret hind society. A society is secret when it exhibits this doubling, has this special section. 2. Every secret society has its own mode of action, which is in turn secret. The secret society may act by influence, creeping, insinuation, oozing, pressure, or invisible rays, passwords and secret languages. There is no contradiction here. The secret society cannot live without the universal project of permeating all of society, of creeping into all of the forms of society, disrupting its hierarchy and segmentation. The secret hierarchy conjugates with a conspiracy of equals. It commands its members to swim in society as fish in water, but conversely society must be like water around fish, it needs the complicity of the entire surrounding society. This is evident in cases as diverse as the mob groups of the United States and the animal men of Africa. On the one hand, there is the mode of influence of the secret society and its leaders on the political or public figures of its surroundings, and on the other hand, there is the secret society's mode of doubling itself with the hind society, which may constitute a special section of killers or guards. 77 Influence and doubling, secretion and concretion. Every secret operates between two discretes, also discrete, terms, transaction that can, moreover, link or meld in certain cases. The child's secret combines these elements to marvelous effect. The secret as a content in a box, the secret influence and propagation of the secret perception of the secret, the child's secret is not composed of miniaturized adult secrets but is necessarily accompanied by a secret perception of the adult secret. A child discovers a secret. But the becoming of the secret compels it not to content itself with concealing its form in a simple container, or with swapping it for a container. The secret, as secret, must now acquire its own form. The secret is elevated from a finite content to the infinite form of secrecy. This is the point at which the secret attains absolute imperceptibility, instead of being linked to a whole interplay of relative perceptions and reactions. We go from a content that is well defined, localized, and belongs to the past, to the a priori general form of a non-localizable something that has happened. We go from the secret defined as a hysterical childhood content to secrecy defined as an eminently virile paranoid form. And this form displays the same two concomitants of the secret perception and the mode of action by secret influence, but these concomitants have become traits of a form they ceaselessly reconstitute, reform, recharge. On the one hand, paranoiacs denounce the international plot of those who steal their secrets, their most intimate thoughts, or they declare that they have the gift of perceiving the secrets of others before they have formed. Someone with paranoid jealousy does not apprehend the other in the act of escaping, they divine or foresee the slightest intention of it. On the other hand, paranoiacs act by means of, or else suffer from, rays they emit or receive, Raymond Roussel and Schreber. Influence by rays, and doubling by flight or echo, are what now give the secret its infinite form, in which perceptions as well as actions pass into imperceptibility. Paranoid judgment is like an anticipation of perception replacing empirical research into boxes and their contents, guilty a priori, and in any event. For example, the evolution of the narrator of the Recherche in relation to Albertine. We can say, in summary fashion, that psychoanalysis has gone from a hysterical to an increasingly paranoid conception of the secret. 78 Interminable analysis. The unconscious has been assigned the increasingly difficult task of itself being the infinite form of secrecy, instead of a simple box containing secrets. You will tell all, but in saying everything you will say nothing because all the art of psychoanalysis is required in order to measure your contents against the pure form. At this point, however, after the secret has been raised to the level of a form in this way, an inevitable adventure befalls it. When the question "what happened?" attains this infinite virile form, the answer is necessarily that nothing happened, and both form and content are destroyed. The news travels fast that the secret of men is nothing, in truth nothing at all. Oedipus, the phallus, castration, the splinter in the flesh that was the secret? It is enough to make women, children, lunatics, and molecules laugh. The more the secret is made into a structuring, organizing form, the thinner and more ubiquitous it becomes, the more its content becomes molecular, at the same time as its form dissolves. It really wasn't much, as Jocasta says. The secret does not as a result disappear, but it does take on a more feminine status. What was behind President Schreber's paranoid secret all along, if not a becoming feminine, a becoming woman? For women do not handle the secret in at all the same way as men, except when they reconstitute an inverted image of virile secrecy, a kind of secrecy of the gynoecium. Men alternately fault them for their indiscretion, their gossiping, and for their solidarity, their betrayal. Yet it is curious how a woman can be secretive while at the same time hiding nothing, by virtue of transparency, innocence, and speed. The complex assemblage of secrecy in courtly love is properly feminine and operates in the most complete transparency. Celerity against gravity. The celerity of a war machine against the gravity of a state apparatus. Men adopt a grave attitude, knights of the secret, you see what burden I bear, my seriousness, my discretion. But they end up telling everything and it turns out to be nothing. There are women, on the other hand, who tell everything, sometimes in appalling technical detail, but one knows no more at the end than at the beginning. They have hidden everything by celerity, by limpidity. They have no secret because they have become a secret themselves. Are they more politic than we? Iphigenia. Innocent a priori. That is the girl's defense against the judgment preferred by men, guilty a priori. This is where the secret reaches its ultimate state, its content is molecularized, it has become molecular, at the same time as its form has been dismantled, becoming a pure moving line in the sense in which it can be said a given line is the secret of a painter, or a given rhythmic cell, a given sound molecule, which does not constitute a theme or form, the secret of a musician. If ever there was a writer who dealt with the secret, it was Henry James. In this respect, he went through an entire evolution, like a perfecting of his art. For he began by looking for the secret in contents, even insignificant, half-opened ones, contents briefly glimpsed. Then he raised the possibility of there being an infinite form of secrecy that no longer even requires a content and that has conquered the imperceptible. But he raises this possibility only in order to ask the question, is the secret in the content or in the form? And the answer is already apparent, neither. 19 James is one of those writers who is swept up in an irresistible becoming woman. He never stopped pursuing his goal, inventing the necessary technical means. Molecularize the content of the secret and linearize its form. James explored it all, from the becoming child of the secret, there is always a child who discovers secrets, what Maisie knew, to the becoming woman of the secret, secrecy by a transparency that is no longer anything more than a pure line that scarcely leaves any traces of its own passage, the admirable Daisy Miller. James is not as close to Proust as people say, it is he who raises the cry, innocent a priori. All Daisy asked for was a little respect, she would have given her love for that, in opposition to the guilty a priori that condemns Albertine. What counts in the secret is less its three states, child's content, virile infinite form, pure feminine line, than the becomings attached to them, the becoming child of the secret, its becoming feminine, its becoming molecular, which occur precisely at the point where the secret has lost both its content and its form, where the imperceptible, the clandestine with nothing left to hide, has finally been perceived. From the grey eminence to the grey immanence. Oedipus passes through all three secrets, the secret of the Sphinx whose box he penetrates, the secret that weighs upon him as the infinite form of his own guilt, and finally, the secret at Colonus that makes him inaccessible and melds with the pure line of his flight and exile, he who has nothing left to hide, or, like an old no actor, has only a girl's mask with which to cover his lack of a face. Some people can talk, hide nothing, not lie, they are secret by transparency, as impenetrable as water, in truth incomprehensible. Whereas the others have a secret that is always breached, even though they surround it with a thick wall or elevate it to an infinite form. Memories and becomings, points and blocks. Why are there so many becomings of man, but no becoming man? First, because man is majoritarian par excellence, whereas becomings are minoritarian, all becoming is a becoming minoritarian. When we say majority, we are referring not to a greater relative quantity but to the determination of a state or standard in relation to which larger quantities, as well as the smallest, can be said to be minoritarian, white man, adult male, etc. Majority implies a state of domination, not the reverse. It is not a question of knowing whether there are more mosquitoes or flies than men, but of knowing how man constituted a standard in the universe in relation to which men necessarily, analytically, form a majority. The majority in a government presupposes the right to vote, and not only is established among those who possess that right but is exercised over those who do not, however great their numbers. Similarly, the majority in the universe assumes as preg-even the right and power of man. 80 In this sense women, children, but also animals, plants, and molecules, are minoritarian. It is perhaps the special situation of women in relation to the man standard that accounts for the fact that becomings, being minoritarian, always pass through a becoming woman. It is important not to confuse minoritarian, as a becoming or process, with a minority, as an aggregate or a state. Jews, gypsies, etc., may constitute minorities under certain conditions, but that in itself does not make them becomings. One reterritorializes, or allows oneself to be reterritorialized, on a minority as a state, but in a becoming, one is deterritorialized. Even blacks, as the Black Panthers said, must become black. Even women must become woman. Even Jews must become Jewish. It certainly takes more than a state. But if this is the case, then becoming Jewish necessarily affects the non-Jew as much as the Jew. Becoming woman necessarily affects men as much as women. In a way, the subject in a becoming is always man, but only when he enters a becoming minoritarian that rends him from his major identity. As in Arthur Miller's novel, Focus, or Losey's film, Mr. Klein, it is the non-Jew who becomes Jewish, who is swept up in, carried off by, this becoming after being rent from his standard of measure. Conversely, if Jews themselves must become Jewish, if women must become woman, if children must become child, if blacks must become black, it is because only a minority is capable of serving as the active medium of becoming, but under such conditions that it ceases to be a definable aggregate in relation to the majority. Becoming Jewish, becoming woman, etc., therefore imply two simultaneous movements, one by which a term, the subject, is withdrawn from the majority, and another by which a term, the medium or agent, rises up from the minority. There is an asymmetrical and indissociable block of becoming, a block of alliance. The two Mr. Kleins, the Jew and the non-Jew, enter into a becoming Jewish. The same thing happens in Focus. A woman has to become woman, but in a becoming woman of all man. A Jew becomes Jewish, but in a becoming Jewish of the non-Jew. A becoming minoritarian exists only by virtue of a deterritorialized medium and subject that are like its elements. There is no subject of the becoming except as a deterritorialized variable of the majority. There is no medium of becoming except as a deterritorialized variable of a minority. We can be thrown into a becoming by anything at all, by the most unexpected, most insignificant of things. You don't deviate from the majority unless there is a little detail that starts to swell and carries you off. It is because the hero of Focus, the average American, needs glasses that give his nose a vaguely Semitic air. It is because of the glasses that he is thrown into this strange adventure of the becoming Jewish of the non-Jew. Anything at all can do the job, but it always turns out to be a political affair. Becoming minoritarian is a political affair and necessitates a labor of power, puissance, and active micropolitics. This is the opposite of macropolitics, and even of history, in which it is a question of knowing how to win or obtain a majority. As Faulkner said, to avoid ending up a fascist there was no other choice but to become black. 81 Unlike history, becoming cannot be conceptualized in terms of past and future. Becoming revolutionary remains indifferent to questions of a future and a past of the revolution, it passes between the two. Every becoming is a block of coexistence. The so-called ahistorical societies set themselves outside history, not because they are content to reproduce immutable models or are governed by a fixed structure, but because they are societies of becoming, war societies, secret societies, etc. There is no history but of the majority, or of minorities as defined in relation to the majority. And yet how to win the majority is a totally secondary problem in relation to the advances of the imperceptible. Let us try to say it another way. There is no becoming man because man is the molar entity par excellence, whereas becomings are molecular. The faciality function showed us the form under which man constitutes the majority, or rather the standard upon which the majority is based: white, male, adult, rational, etc., in short, the average European, the subject of enunciation. Following the law of arborescence, it is this central point that moves across all of space or the entire screen, and at every turn nourishes a certain distinctive opposition, depending on which faciality trait is retained: male dash, female, adult dash, child, white dash, black, yellow, or red, rational dash, animal. The central point, or third eye, thus has the property of organizing binary distributions within the dualism machines, and of reproducing itself in the principal term of the opposition, the entire opposition at the same time resonates in the central point. The constitution of a majority as redundancy. Man constitutes himself as a gigantic memory, through the position of the central point, its frequency, insofar as it is necessarily reproduced by each dominant point, and its resonance, insofar as all of the points tie in with it. Any line that goes from one point to another in the aggregate of the molar system, and is thus defined by points answering to these mnemonic conditions of frequency and resonance, is a part of the arborescent system. Point 82. What constitutes arborescence is the submission of the line to the point. Of course, the child, the woman, the black have memories, but the memory that collects those memories is still a virile majoritarian agency treating them as childhood memories, as conjugal, or colonial memories. It is possible to operate by establishing a conjunction or collocation of contiguous points rather than a relation between distant points. You would then have fantasies rather than memories. For example, a woman can have a female point alongside a male point, and a man a male point alongside a female one. The constitution of these hybrids, however, does not take us very far in the direction of a true becoming. For example, bisexuality, as the psychoanalysts note, in no way precludes the prevalence of the masculine or the majority of the phallus. One does not break with the arborescent schema, one does not reach becoming or the molecular, as long as a line is connected to two distant points, or is composed of two contiguous points. A line of becoming is not defined by points that it connects, or by points that compose it. On the contrary, it passes between points, it comes up through the middle, it runs perpendicular to the points first perceived, transversely to the localizable relation to distant or contiguous points. Point 83. A point is always a point of origin. But a line of becoming has neither beginning nor end, departure nor arrival, origin nor destination. To speak of the absence of an origin, to make the absence of an origin the origin, is a bad play on words. A line of becoming has only a middle. The middle is not an average, it is fast motion, it is the absolute speed of movement. A becoming is always in the middle, one can only get it by the middle. A becoming is neither one nor two, nor the relation of the two, it is the in-between, the border or line of flight or descent running perpendicular to both. If becoming is a block, a line block, it is because it constitutes a zone of proximity and indiscernibility, a no man's land, a non-localizable relation sweeping up the two distant or contiguous points, carrying one into the proximity of the other, and the border proximity is indifferent to both contiguity and to distance. The line or block of becoming that unites the wasp and the orchid produces a shared deterritorialization of the wasp, in that it becomes a liberated piece of the orchid's reproductive system, but also of the orchid, in that it becomes the object of an orgasm in the wasp, also liberated from its own reproduction. A coexistence of two asymmetrical movements that combine to form a block, down a line of flight that sweeps away selective pressures. The line, or the block, does not link the wasp to the orchid, any more than it conjugates or mixes them, it passes between them, carrying them away in a shared proximity in which the discernibility of points disappears. The line system, or block system, of becoming is opposed to the point system of memory. Becoming is the movement by which the line frees itself from the point, and renders points indiscernible. The rhizome, the opposite of arborescence, break away from arborescence. Becoming is an anti-memory. Doubtless, there exists a molecular memory, but as a factor of integration into a majoritarian or molar system. Memories always have a reterritorialization function. On the other hand, a vector of deterritorialization is in no way indeterminate, it is directly plugged into the molecular levels, and the more deterritorialized it is, the stronger is the contact. It is deterritorialization that makes the aggregate of the molecular components hold together. From this point of view, one may contrast a childhood block, or a becoming child, with the childhood memory. A molecular child is produced. A child coexists with us, in a zone of proximity or a block of becoming, on a line of deterritorialization that carries us both off as opposed to the child we once were, whom we remember or fantasize. the molar child whose future is the adult. This will be childhood, but it must not be my childhood, writes Virginia Woolf. Orlando already does not operate by memories, but by blocks, blocks of ages, block of epochs, blocks of the kingdoms of nature, blocks of sexes, forming so many becomings between things, or so many lines of deterritorialization. 84 Wherever we used the word memories in the preceding pages, we were wrong to do so, we meant to say becoming, we were saying becoming. If the line is opposed to the point, or blocks to memories, becoming to the faculty of memory, it is not in an absolute way. A punctual system includes a certain utilization of lines, and the block itself assigns the point new functions. In a punctual system, a point basically refers to linear coordinates. Not only are a horizontal line and a vertical line represented, but the vertical moves parallel to itself, and the horizontal superposes other horizontals upon itself. Every point is assigned in relation to the two base coordinates, but is also marked on a horizontal line of superposition and on a vertical line or plane of displacement. Finally, two points are connected when any line is drawn from one to the other. A system is termed punctual when its lines are taken as coordinates in this way, or as localizable connections. For example, systems of arborescence, or molar and mnemonic systems in general, are punctual. Memory has a punctual organization because every present refers simultaneously to the horizontal line of the flow of time, kinematics, which goes from an old present to the actual present, and the vertical line of the order of time, stratigraphy, which goes from the present to the past, or to the representation of the old present. This is, of course, a basic schema that cannot be developed further without running into major complications, but it is the one found in representations of art forming a didactic system, in other words, a mnemotechnics. Musical representation, on the one hand, draws a horizontal, melodic line, the bass line, upon which other melodic lines are superposed. Points are assigned that enter into relations of counterpoint between lines. On the other hand, it draws a vertical, harmonic line or plane, which moves along the horizontals but is no longer dependent upon them. It runs from high to low and defines a chord capable of linking up with the following chords. Pictorial representation has an analogous form, with means of its own. This is not only because the painting has a vertical and a horizontal, but because the traits and colors, each on its own account, relate to verticals of displacement and horizontals of superposition. For example, the vertical cold form, or white, light and tonality, the horizontal warm form, or black, chromatics and modality, etc. To cite only relatively recent examples, this is evident in the didactic systems of Kandinsky, Klee, and Mondrian, which necessarily imply an encounter with music. Let us summarize the principal characteristics of a punctual system. 1. Systems of this kind comprise two base lines, horizontal and vertical. They serve as coordinates for assigning points. 2. The horizontal line can be superposed vertically and the vertical line can be moved horizontally, in such a way that new points are produced or reproduced, under conditions of horizontal frequency and vertical resonance. 3. From one point to another, a line can, or cannot, be drawn, but if it can, it takes the form of a localizable connection. Diagonals thus play the role of connectors between points of different levels or moments, instituting in their turn frequencies and resonances on the basis of these points of variable horizon or vert icon, contiguous or distant. 85 These systems are arborescent, mnemonic, molar, structural. They are systems of territorialization or reterritorialization. The line and the diagonal remain totally subordinated to the point because they serve as coordinates for a point or as localizable connections for 2 points, running from one point to another. Opposed to the punctual system are linear, or rather multilinear, systems. Free the line, free the diagonal. Every musician or painter has this intention. One elaborates a punctual system or a didactic representation, but with the aim of making it snap, of sending a tremor through it. A punctual system is most interesting when there is a musician, painter, writer, philosopher to oppose it, who even fabricates it in order to oppose it, like a springboard to jump from. History is made only by those who oppose history, not by those who insert themselves into it, or even reshape it. This is not done for provocation but happens because the punctual system they found ready-made, or themselves invented, must have allowed this operation, free the line and the diagonal, draw the line instead of plotting a point, produce an imperceptible diagonal instead of clinging to an even elaborated or reformed vertical or horizontal. When this is done it always goes down in history but never comes from it. History may try to break its ties to memory, it may make the schemas of memory more elaborate, superpose and shift coordinates, emphasize connections, or deepen breaks. The dividing line, however, is not there. The dividing line passes not between history and memory but between punctual history memory systems and diagonal or multilinear assemblages, which are in no way eternal, they have to do with becoming, they are a bit of becoming in the pure state, they are transhistorical. There is no act of creation that is not transhistorical and does not come up from behind or proceed by way of a liberated line. Nietzsche opposes history not to the eternal but to the subhistorical or superhistorical, the untimely, which is another name for hekiide, becoming, the innocence of becoming, in other words, forgetting as opposed to memory, geography as opposed to history, the map as opposed to the tracing, the rhizome as opposed to arborescence. The unhistorical is like an atmosphere within which alone life can germinate and with the destruction of which it must vanish. What deed would man be capable of if he had not first entered into that vaporous region of the unhistorical? 86 creations are like mutant abstract lines that have detached themselves from the task of representing a world, precisely because they assemble a new type of reality that history can only recontain or relocate in punctual systems. When Boulez casts himself in the role of historian of music, he does so in order to show how a great musician, in a very different manner in each case, invents a kind of diagonal running between the harmonic vertical and the melodic horizon. And in each case it is a different diagonal, a different technique, a creation. Moving along this transversal line, which is really a line of deterritorialization, there is a sound block that no longer has a point of origin, since it is always and already in the middle of the line, and no longer has horizontal and vertical coordinates, since it creates its own coordinates, and no longer forms a localizable connection from one point to another, since it is in non-pulsed time, a deterritorialized rhythmic block that has abandoned points, coordinates, and measure, like a drunken boat that melds with the line or draws a plane of consistency. Speeds and slownesses inject themselves into musical form, sometimes impelling it to proliferation, linear microproliferations, and sometimes to extinction, sonorous abolition, involution, or both at once. The musician is in the best position to say, I hate the faculty of memory, I hate memories. And that is because he or she affirms the power of becoming. The Viennese school is exemplary of this kind of diagonal, this kind of line block. But it can equally be said that the Viennese school found a new system of territorialization, of points, verticals, and horizontals that position it in history. Another attempt, another creative act, came after it. The important thing is that all musicians have always proceeded in this way, drawing their own diagonal, however fragile, outside points, outside coordinates and localizable connections, in order to float a sound block down a created, liberated line, in order to unleash in space this mobile and mutant sound block, a hekiide, for example, chromaticism, aggregates, and complex notes, but already the resources and possibilities of polyphony, etc. 87 Some have spoken of oblique vectors with respect to the organ. The diagonal is often composed of extremely complex lines and spaces of sound. Is that the secret of a little phrase or a rhythmic block? Undoubtedly, the point now assumes a new and essential creative function. It is no longer simply a question of an inevitable destiny reconstituting a punctual system, on the contrary, it is now the point that is subordinated to the line, the point now marks the proliferation of the line, or its sudden deviation, its acceleration, its slowdown, its furor or agony. Mozart's micro blocks. The block may even be reduced to a point, as though to a single note, point Blockberg's B in Wozzeck, Schumann's A. Homage to Schumann, the madness of Schumann, the cello wanders across the grid of the orchestration, drawing its diagonal, along which the deterritorialized sound block moves, or an extremely sober kind of refrain is treated by a very elaborate melodic line and polyphonic architecture. In a multilinear system, everything happens at once, the line breaks free of the point as origin, the diagonal breaks free of the vertical and the horizontal as coordinates, and the transversal breaks free of the diagonal as a localizable connection between 2 points. In short, a block line passes amid, au milieu de, sounds and propels itself by its own non-localizable middle, milieu. The sound block is the intermezzo. It is a body without organs, an anti-memory pervading musical organization, and is all the more sonorous. The Schumannian body does not stay in place. The intermezzo is consubstantial with the entire Schumannian oeuvre. At the limit, there are only intermezzi. The Schumannian body knows only bifurcations, it does not construct itself, it keeps diverging according to an accumulation of interludes. Schumannian beating is panic, but it is also coded, and it is because the panic of the blows apparently keeps within the limits of a docile language that it is ordinarily not perceived. Let us imagine for tonality 2 contradictory, and yet concomitant, statuses. On the one hand, a screen, a language intended to articulate the body, according to a known organization. On the other hand, contradictorily, tonality becomes the ready servant of the beats within another level it claims to domesticate. 88. Does the same thing, strictly the same thing, apply to painting? In effect, the point does not make the line sweeps away the deterritorialized point, carries it off under its outside influence, the line does not go from one point to another, but runs between points in a different direction that renders them indiscernible. The line has become the diagonal, which has broken free from the vertical and the horizontal. But the diagonal has already become the transversal, the semi-diagonal or free straight line, the broken or angular line, or the curve always in the midst of themselves. Between the white vertical and the black horizontal like Lee's gray, Kandinsky's red, Monet's purple, each forms a block of color. This line is without origin, since it always begins off the painting, which only holds it by the middle. It is without coordinates, because it melds with a plane of consistency upon which it floats and that it creates. It is without localizable connection, because it has lost not only its representative function but any function of outlining a form of any kind by this token. The line has become abstract, truly abstract and mutant, a visual block, and under these conditions the point assumes creative functions again, as a color point or line point. 89 The line is between points, in their midst, and no longer goes from one point to another. It does not outline a shape. He did not paint things, he painted between things. There is no falser problem in painting than depth and, in particular, perspective. For perspective is only a historical manner of occupying diagonals or transversals, lines of flight lignes de foot, here, the lines in a painting moving toward the vanishing point, or point de foot transaction, in other words, of reterritorializing the moving visual block. We use the word occupy in the sense of giving an occupation to, fixing a memory and a code, assigning a function. But the lines of flight, the transversals, are suitable for many other functions besides this molar function. Lines of flight as perspective lines, far from being made to represent depth, themselves invent the possibility of such a representation, which occupies them only for an instant, at a given moment. Perspective, and even depth, are the reterritorialization of lines of flight, which alone created painting by carrying it farther. What is called central perspective in particular plunged the multiplicity of escapes and the dynamism of lines into a punctual black hole. Conversely, it is true that problems of perspective triggered a whole profusion of creative lines, a mass release of visual blocks, at the very moment they claimed to have gained mastery over them. Is painting, in each of its acts of creation, engaged in a becoming as intense as that of music? Becoming music. We have tried to define in the case of Western music, although the other musical traditions confront an analogous problem, under different conditions, to which they find different solutions, a block of becoming at the level of expression, or a block of expression. This block of becoming rests on transversals that continually escape from the coordinates or punctual systems functioning as musical codes at a given moment. It is obvious that there is a block of content corresponding to this block of expression. It is not really a correspondence. There would be no mobile block if a content, itself musical, and not a subject or a theme, were not always interfering with the expression. What does music deal with? What is the content indissociable from sound expression? It is hard to say, but it is something. A child dies, a child plays, a woman is born, a woman dies, a bird arrives, a bird flies off. We wish to say that these are not accidental themes in music, even if it is possible to multiply examples, much less imitative exercises. They are something essential. Why a child, a woman, a bird? It is because musical expression is inseparable from a becoming woman, a becoming child, a becoming animal that constitute its content. Why does the child die, or the bird fall as though pierced by an arrow? Because of the danger inherent in any line that escapes, in any line of flight or creative deterritorialization, the danger of veering toward destruction, toward abolition. Melisande in Debussy's opera, Peleas et Melisande transaction, a child woman, a secret, dies twice. It's the poor little dear's turn now. Music is never tragic, music is joy. But there are times it necessarily gives us a taste for death, not so much happiness as dying happily, being extinguished. Not as a function of a death instinct it allegedly awakens in us, but of a dimension proper to its sound assemblage, to its sound machine, the moment that must be confronted, the moment the transversal turns into a line of abolition. Peace and exasperation. 90 Music has a thirst for destruction, every kind of destruction, extinction, breakage, dislocation. Is that not its potential fascism? Whenever a musician writes in memoriam, it is not so much a question of an inspirational motif or a memory, but on the contrary of a becoming that is only confronting its own danger, even taking a fall in order to rise again, a becoming child, a becoming woman, a becoming animal, insofar as they are the content of music itself and continue to the point of death. We would say that the refrain is properly musical content, the block of content proper to music. A child comforts itself in the dark or claps its hands or invents a way of walking, adapting it to the cracks in the sidewalk, or chants forte. Psychoanalysts deal with the forte very poorly when they treat it as a phonological opposition or a symbolic component of the language unconscious, when it is in fact a refrain. Tra-la-la. A woman sings to herself. I heard her softly singing a tune to herself under her breath. A bird launches into its refrain. All of music is pervaded by bird songs, in 1,000 different ways, from Yanaquin to Messiaen. FRR, FRR. Music is pervaded by childhood blocks, by blocks of femininity. Music is pervaded by every minority, and yet composes an immense power. Children's, women's, ethnic, and territorial refrains, refrains of love and destruction, the birth of rhythm. Schumann's work is made of refrains, of childhood blocks, which he treats in a very special way, his own kind of becoming child, his own kind of becoming woman, Clara. It would be possible to catalogue the transversal or diagonal utilizations of the refrain in the history of music, all of the children's games and Kindersinnen, all of the bird songs. But such a catalogue would be useless because it would seem like a multiplication of examples of themes, subjects, and motifs, when it is in fact a question of the most essential and necessary content of music. The motif of the refrain may be anxiety, fear, joy, love, work, walking, territory, but the refrain itself is the content of music. We are not at all saying that the refrain is the origin of music, or that music begins with it. It is not really known when music begins. The refrain is rather a means of preventing music, warding it off, or foregoing it. But music exists because the refrain exists also, because music takes up the refrain, lays hold of it as a content in a form of expression, because it forms a block with it in order to take it somewhere else. The child's refrain, which is not music, forms a block with the becoming child of music. Once again, this asymmetrical composition is necessary. Ah, vous direz maman, ah, mama, now you shall know, in Mozart's refrains. A theme in C, followed by 12 variations, not only is each note of the theme doubled, but the theme is doubled internally. Music submits the refrain to this very special treatment of the diagonal or transversal, it uproots the refrain from its territoriality. Music is a creative, active operation that consists in deterritorializing the refrain. Whereas the refrain is essentially territorial, territorializing, or reterritorializing, music makes it a deterritorialized content for a deterritorializing form of expression. Pardon that sentence, what musicians do should be musical, it should be written in music. Instead, we will give a figurative example. Mussorgsky's lullaby, in Songs and Dances of Death, presents an exhausted mother sitting up with her sick child. She is relieved by a visitor, Death, who sings a lullaby in which each couplet ends with an obsessive, sober refrain, a repetitive rhythm with only one note, a point block, shush, little child, sleep my little child. Not only does the child die, but the deterritorialization of the refrain is doubled by Death in person, who replaces the mother. Is the situation similar for painting, and if so, how? In no way do we believe in a fine arts system, we believe in very diverse problems whose solutions are found in heterogeneous arts. To us, art is a false concept, a solely nominal concept. This does not, however, preclude the possibility of a simultaneous usage of the various arts within a determinable multiplicity. The problem within which painting is inscribed is that of the face landscape. That of music is entirely different, it is the problem of the refrain. Each arises at a certain moment, under certain conditions, on the line of its problem, but there is no possible structural or symbolic correspondence between the two, unless one translates them into punctual systems. We have distinguished the following three states of the landscape problem. 1. Semiotic systems of corporeality, silhouettes, postures, colors, and lines. These semiotic systems are already present in profusion among animals. The head is part of the body, and the body has the milieu, the biotope as its correlate. These systems already display very pure lines as, for example, in the grass stem behavior. 2. An organization of the face, white wall/black holes, face/eyes, or facial profile/side view of the eyes. This semiotic system of faciality has the landscape as its correlate, facialization of the entire body and landscapification of all the milieus, Christ as the European central point. A deterritorialization of faces and landscapes, in favor of probe heads whose lines no longer outline a form or form a contour, and whose colors no longer lay out a landscape. This is the pictorial semiotic system, put the face and the landscape to flight. For example, what Mondrian correctly calls a landscape, a pure, absolutely deterritorialized landscape. For convenience, we presented three successive and distinct states, but only provisionally. We cannot decide whether animals have painting, even though they do not paint on canvas, and even when hormones induce their colors and lines. Even here, there is little foundation for a clear-cut distinction between animals and human beings. Conversely, we must say that painting does not begin with so-called abstract art but recreates the silhouettes and postures of corporeality, and is already fully in operation in the face landscape organization, the way in which painters work the face of Christ, and make it leak from the religious code in all directions. The aim of painting has always been the deterritorialization of faces and landscapes, either by a reactivation of corporeality, or by a liberation of lines or colors, or both at the same time. There are many becomings animal, becomings woman, and becoming's child in painting. The problem of music is different, if it is true that its problem is the refrain. Deterritorializing the refrain, inventing lines of deterritorialization for the refrain, implies procedures and constructions that have nothing to do with those of painting, outside of vague analogies of the sort painters have often tried to establish. Again, it is not certain whether we can draw a dividing line between animals and human beings. Are there not, as Messiaen believes, musician birds and non-musician birds? Is the bird's refrain necessarily territorial, or is it not already used for very subtle deterritorializations, for selective lines of flight? The difference between noise and sound is definitely not a basis for a definition of music, or even for the distinction between musician birds and non-musician birds. Rather, it is the labor of the refrain. Does it remain territorial and territorializing, or is it carried away in a moving block that draws a transversal across all coordinates and all of the intermediaries between the two? Music is precisely the adventure of the refrain, the way music lapses back into a refrain, in our head, in Swan's head, in the pseudo-probe heads on TV and radio, the music of a great musician used as a signature tune, a ditty, the way it lays hold of the refrain, makes it more and more sober, reduced to a few notes, then takes it down a creative line that is so much richer, no origin or end of which is in sight. Leroy Gourhan established a distinction and correlation between two poles, hand tool and face language. But there it was a question of distinguishing a form of content and a form of expression. Here we are considering expressions that hold their content within themselves, so we must make a different distinction. The face with its visual correlates, eyes, concerns painting, the voice with its auditory correlates, the ear is itself a refrain, it is shaped like one, concerns music. Music is a deterritorialization of the voice, which becomes less and less tied to language, just as painting is a deterritorialization of the face. Traits of vocability can indeed be indexed to traits of faciality, as in lip reading. They are not, however, in correspondence, especially when they are carried off by the respective movements of music and painting. The voice is far ahead of the face, very far ahead. Entitling a musical work visage, face, thus seems to be the greatest of sound paradoxes. 91 The only way to line up the two problems of painting and music is to take a criterion extrinsic to the fiction of the fine arts, to compare the forces of deterritorialization in each case. Music seems to have a much stronger deterritorializing force, at once more intense and much more collective, and the voice seems to have a much greater power of deterritorialization. Perhaps this trait explains the collective fascination exerted by music, and even the potentiality of the fascist danger we mentioned a little earlier. Music, drums, trumpets, draws people and armies into a race that can go all the way to the abyss, much more so than banners and flags, which are paintings, means of classification and rallying. It may be that musicians are individually more reactionary than painters, more religious, less social. They nevertheless wield a collective force infinitely greater than that of painting. The chorus formed by the assembly of the people is a very powerful bond. It is always possible to explain this force by the material conditions of musical emission and reception, but it is preferable to take the reverse approach. These conditions are explained by the force of deterritorialization of music. It could be said that from the standpoint of the mutant abstract machine, painting and music do not correspond to the same thresholds, or that the pictorial machine and the musical machine do not have the same index. There is a backwardness of painting in relation to music, as Klee, the most musicianly of painters, observed. 92 Maybe that is why many people prefer painting, or why aesthetics took painting as its privileged model. There is no question that it scares people less. Even its relations to capitalism and social formations are not at all of the same type. Doubtless, in each case we must simultaneously consider factors of territoriality, deterritorialization, and reterritorialization. Animal and child refrains seem to be territorial, therefore they are not music. But when music lays hold of the refrain and deterritorializes it, and deterritorializes the voice, when it lays hold of the refrain and sends it racing off in a rhythmic sound block, When the refrain becomes Schumann or Debussy, it is through a system of melodic and harmonic coordinates by means of which music reterritorializes upon itself, qua music. Conversely, we shall see that in certain cases even the animal refrain possesses forces of deterritorialization much more intense than animal silhouettes, postures, and colors. We must therefore take a number of factors into consideration: relative territorialities, their respective deterritorializations, and their correlative reterritorializations, several types of them, for example, intrinsic reterritorializations such as musical coordinates, and extrinsic ones such as the deterioration of the refrain into a hackneyed formula, or music into a ditty. The fact that there is no deterritorialization without a special reterritorialization should prompt us to rethink the abiding correlation between the molar and the molecular. No flow, no becoming molecular escapes from a molar formation without molar components accompanying it, forming passages or perceptible landmarks for the imperceptible processes. The becoming woman, the becoming child of music are present in the problem of the machining of the voice. Machining the voice was the first musical operation. As we know, the problem was resolved in Western music in two different ways. In Italy and in England, the head voice of the countertenor, who sings above his voice, or whose voice operates inside the sinuses and at the back of the throat and the palate without relying on the diaphragm or passing through the bronchial tubes, and the stomach voice of the castrathy, stronger, more voluminous, more languid, as if they gave carnal matter to the imperceptible, impalpable, and aerial. Dominique Fernandez wrote a fine book on this subject. He shows, fortunately refraining from any psychoanalytic discussion of a link between music and castration, that the musical problem of the machinery of the voice necessarily implies the abolition of the overall dualism machine, in other words, the molar formation assigning voices to the man or woman 93 being a man or a woman no longer exists in music. It is not certain, however, that the myth of the androgyne Fernandez invokes is adequate. It is a question not of myth but of real becoming. The voice itself must attain a becoming woman or a becoming child. That is the prodigious content of music. It is no longer a question, as Fernandez observes, of imitating a woman or a child, even if it is a child who is singing. The musical voice itself becomes child at the same time as the child becomes sonorous, purely sonorous. No child could ever have done that, or if one did, it would be by becoming in addition something other than a child belonging to a different, strangely sensual and celestial, world. In short, the deterritorialization is double: the voice is deterritorialized in a becoming child, but the child it becomes is itself deterritorialized, unengendered, becoming. The child grew wings, said Schumann. We find the same zigzag movement in the becoming's animal of music. Marcel Moore shows that the music of Mozart is permeated by a becoming horse, or becoming's bird. But no musician amuses himself by playing horse or bird. If the sound block has a becoming animal as its content, then the animal simultaneously becomes, in sonority, something else, something absolute: night, death, joy, certainly not a generality or a simplification, but a hekiide, this death, that night. Music takes as its content a becoming animal, but in that becoming animal the horse, for example, takes as its expression soft kettledrum beats, winged like hooves from heaven or hell, and the birds find expression in gruppity, appoggiaturas, staccato notes that transform them into so many souls. 94 It is the accents that form the diagonal in Mozart, the accents above all. If one does not follow the accents, if one does not observe them, one falls back into a relatively impoverished punctual system. The human musician is deterritorialized in the bird, but it is a bird that is itself deterritorialized, transfigured, a celestial bird that has just as much of a becoming as that which becomes with it. Captain Ahab is engaged in an irresistible becoming whale with Moby Dick, but the animal, Moby Dick, must simultaneously become an unbearable pure whiteness, a shimmering pure white wall, a silver thread that stretches out and supples up like a girl, or twists like a whip, or stands like a rampart. Can it be that literature sometimes catches up with painting, and even music? And that painting catches up with music? More cites Clee's birds but on the other hand fails to understand what Messiaen says about bird song. No art is imitative, no art can be imitative or figurative. Suppose a painter represents a bird, this is in fact a becoming bird that can occur only to the extent that the bird itself is in the process of becoming something else, a pure line and pure color. Thus imitation self-destructs, since the imitator unknowingly enters into a becoming that conjugates with the unknowing becoming of that which he or she imitates. One imitates only if one fails, when one fails. The painter and musician do not imitate the animal, they become animal at the same time as the animal becomes what they willed. At the deepest level of their concord with nature. 95 Becoming is always double, that which one becomes no less than the one that becomes. Block is formed, essentially mobile, never in equilibrium. Mondrian's is the perfect square. It balances on one corner and produces a diagonal that half opens its closure, carrying away both sides. Becoming is never imitating. When Hitchcock does birds, he does not reproduce bird calls, he produces an electronic sound like a field of intensities or a wave of vibrations, a continuous variation, like a terrible thread welling up inside us. 96 And this applies not only to the arts. Moby Dick effect also hinges the pure lived experience of double becoming, and the book would not have the same beauty otherwise. The tarantella is a strange dance that magically cures or exorcises the supposed victims of a tarantula bite. But when the victim does this dance, can he or she be said to be imitating the spider, to be identifying with it, even in an identification through an archetypal or agonistic struggle? No, because the victim, the patient, the person who is sick, becomes a dancing spider only to the extent that the spider itself is supposed to become a pure silhouette, pure color and pure sound to which the person dances. 97 One does not imitate, one constitutes a block of becoming. Imitation enters in only as an adjustment of the block, like a finishing touch, a wink, a signature. But everything of importance happens elsewhere, in the becoming spider of the dance, which occurs on the condition that the spider itself becomes sound and color, orchestra and painting. Take the case of the local folk hero, Alexis the Trotter, who ran like a horse at extraordinary speed, whipped himself with a short switch, whinnied, reared, kicked, knelt, lay down on the ground in the manner of a horse, competed against them in races, and against bicycles and trains. He imitated a horse to make people laugh. But he had a deeper zone of proximity or indiscernibility. Sources tell us that he was never as much of a horse as when he played the harmonica, precisely because he no longer needed a regulating or secondary imitation. It is said that he called his harmonica his chops destroyer and played the instrument twice as fast as anyone else, doubled the beat, imposed a non-human tempo. 98 Alexis became all the more hoarse when the horse's bit became a harmonica, and the horse's trot went into double time. As always, the same must be said of the animals themselves. For not only do animals have colors and sounds, but they do not wait for the painter or musician to use those colors and sounds in a painting or music, in other words, to enter into determinate becomings, color and becoming sounds by means of components of deterritorialization. We will return to this point later. Ethology is advanced enough to have entered this realm. We are not at all arguing for an aesthetics of qualities, as if the pure quality, color, sound, etc., held the secret of a becoming without measure, as in Philebus. Pure qualities still seem to us to be punctual systems, they are reminiscences, they are either transcendent or floating memories or seeds of fantasy. A functionalist conception, on the other hand, only considers the function a quality fulfills in a specific assemblage, or in passing from one assemblage to another. The quality must be considered from the standpoint of the becoming that grasps it, instead of becoming being considered from the standpoint of intrinsic qualities having the value of archetypes or phylogenetic memories. For example, whiteness, color, is gripped in a becoming animal that can be that of the painter or of Captain Ahab, and at the same time in a becoming color, a becoming whiteness, that can be that of the animal itself. Moby Dick's whiteness is the special index of his becoming solitary. Colors, silhouettes, and animal refrains are indexes of becoming conjugal or becoming social that also imply components of deterritorialization. A quality functions only as a line of deterritorialization of an assemblage, or in going from one assemblage to another. This is why an animal block is something other than a phylogenetic memory, and a childhood block something other than a childhood memory. In Kafka, a quality never functions for itself or as a memory, but rather rectifies an assemblage in which it is deterritorialized, and, conversely, for which it provides a line of deterritorialization. For example, the childhood steeple passes into the castle tower, takes it at the level of its zone of indiscernibility, battlements that were irregular, broken, fumbling, and launches down a line of flight, as if one of the tenants had burst through the roof. 99 If things are more complicated and less sober for Proust, it is because for him qualities retain an air of reminiscence or fantasy, and yet with Proust as well these are functional blocks acting not as memories or fantasies but as a becoming child, a becoming woman, as components of deterritorialization passing from one assemblage to another. To the theorems of simple deterritorialization we encountered earlier, in our discussion of the face, 100 we can now add others on generalized double deterritorialization. Theorem 5, deterritorialization is always double, because it implies the coexistence of a major variable and a minor variable in simultaneous becoming. The two terms of a becoming do not exchange places, there is no identification between them, they are instead drawn into an asymmetrical block in which both change to the same extent, and which constitutes their zone of proximity. Theorem 6, in non-symmetrical double deterritorialization it is possible to assign a deterritorializing force and a deterritorialized force, even if the same force switches from one value to the other depending on the moment or aspect considered. Furthermore, it is the least deterritorialized element that always triggers the deterritorialization of the most deterritorializing element, which then reacts back upon it in full force. Theorem 7, the deterritorializing element has the relative role of expression, and the deterritorialized element the relative role of content, as evident in the arts, but not only does the content have nothing to do with an external subject or object, since it forms an asymmetrical block with the expression, but the deterritorialization carries the expression and the content to a proximity where the distinction between them ceases to be relevant, or where the deterritorialization creates their indiscernibility. Example, the sound diagonal as the musical form of expression, and becomings woman, child. Animal as the contents proper to music, as refrains. Theorem 8, one assemblage does not have the same forces or even speeds of deterritorialization as another. In each instance, the indices and coefficients must be calculated according to the block of becoming under consideration, and in relation to the mutations of an abstract machine. For example, there is a certain slowness, a certain viscosity, of painting in relation to music, but one cannot draw a symbolic boundary between the human being and animal. One can only calculate and compare powers of deterritorialization. Fernandez demonstrates the presence of becomings woman, becomings child in vocal music. Then he decries the rise of instrumental and orchestral music. He is particularly critical of Verdi and Wagner for having resexualized the voice, for having restored the binary machine in response to the requirements of capitalism, which wants a man to be a man and a woman, each with his or her own voice. Verdi voices, Wagner voices, are reterritorialized upon man and woman. He explains the premature disappearance of Rossini and Bellini, the retirement of the first and death of the second, by their hopeless feeling that the vocal becomings of the opera were no longer possible. However, Fernandez does not ask under what auspices, and with what new types of diagonals, this occurs. To begin with, it is true that the voice ceases to be machined for itself, with simple instrumental accompaniment, it ceases to be a stratum or a line of expression that stands on its own. But why? Music crossed a new threshold of deterritorialization, beyond which it is the instrument that machines the voice, and the voice and instrument are carried on the same plane in a relation that is sometimes one of confrontation, sometimes one of compensation, sometimes one of exchange and complementarity. The Lied, in particular Schumann's Lieder, perhaps marks the first appearance of this pure movement that places the voice and the piano on the same plane of consistency, makes the piano an instrument of delirium, and prepares the way for Wagnerian opera. Even a case like Verdi's, it has often been said that his opera remains lyrical and vocal in spite of its destruction of the bel canto, and in spite of the importance of orchestration in the final works. Still, voices are instrumentalized and make extraordinary gains in tessitura or extension, the production of the Verdi baritone, of the Verdi soprano. At any rate, the issue is not a given composer, especially not Verdi, or a given genre, but the more general movement affecting music, the slow mutation of the musical machine. If the voice returns to a binary distribution of the sexes, this occurs in relation to binary groupings of instruments in orchestration. There are always molar systems in music that serve as coordinates, this dualist system of the sexes that reappears on the level of the voice, this molar and punctual distribution, serves as a foundation for new molecular flows that then intersect, conjugate, are swept up in a kind of instrumentation and orchestration that tend to be part of the creation itself. Voices may be reterritorialized on the distribution of the two sexes, but the continuous sound flow still passes between them as in a difference of potential. This brings us to the second point. The principal problem concerning this new threshold of deterritorialization of the voice is no longer that of a properly vocal becoming woman or becoming child, but that of a becoming molecular in which the voice itself is instrumentalized. Of course, becomings woman and child remain just as important, even take on new importance, but only to the extent that they convey another truth. What was produced was already a molecular child, a molecular woman. We need only think of Debussy. The becoming child and the becoming woman in his works are intense but are now inseparable from a molecularization of the motif, a veritable chemistry achieved through orchestration. The child and the woman are now inseparable from the sea and the water molecule. Sirens, precisely, represents one of the first complete attempts to integrate the voice with the orchestra. Already Wagner was reproached for the elementary character of his music, for its aquaticism, or its atomization of the motif, a subdivision into infinitely small units. This becomes even clearer if we think of becoming animal. Birds are still just as important, yet the reign of birds seems to have been replaced by the age of insects, with its much more molecular vibrations, chirring, rustling, buzzing, clicking, scratching, and scraping. Birds are vocal, but insects are instrumental. Drums and violins, guitars, and cymbals. 101 A becoming insect has replaced becoming bird, or forms a block with it. The insect is closer, better able to make audible the truth that all becomings are molecular. Cf. Martenot's waves, electronic music. The molecular has the capacity to make the elementary communicate with the cosmic, precisely because it affects a dissolution of form that connects the most diverse longitudes and latitudes, the most varied speeds and slownesses, which guarantees a continuum by stretching variation far beyond its formal limits. Rediscover Mozart, and that the theme was a variation from the start. Varese explains that the sound molecule, the block, separates into elements arranged in different ways according to variable relations of speed, but also into so many waves or flows of a sonic energy irradiating the entire universe, a headlong line of flight. That is how he populated the Gobi Desert with insects and stars constituting a becoming music of the world, or a diagonal for a cosmos. Messiaen presents multiple chromatic durations in coalescence, alternating between the longest and the shortest, in order to suggest the idea of the relations between the infinitely long durations of the stars and mountains and the infinitely short ones of the insects and atoms, a cosmic, elementary power that derives above all from the labor of rhythm. 102 The same thing that leads a musician to discover the birds also leads him to discover the elementary and the cosmic. Both combine to form a block, a universe fiber, a diagonal or complex space. Music dispatches molecular flows. Of course, as Messiaen says, music is not the privilege of human beings. The universe, the cosmos, is made of refrains. the question in music is that of a power of deterritorialization permeating nature, animals, the elements, and deserts as much as human beings. The question is more what is not musical in human beings, and what already is musical in nature. Moreover, what Messiaen discovered in music is the same thing the ethologists discovered in animals. Human beings are hardly at an advantage, except in the means of overcoding, of making punctual systems. That is even the opposite of having an advantage. Through becomings woman, child, animal, or molecular, nature opposes its power, and the power of music, to the machines of human beings, the roar of factories and bombers. And it is necessary to reach that point, it is necessary for the non-musical sound of the human being to form a block with the becoming music of sound, for them to confront and embrace each other like two wrestlers who can no longer break free from each other's grasp, and slide down a sloping line. Let the choirs represent the survivors. Faintly one hears the sound of cicadas. Then the notes of a lark, followed by the mockingbird. Someone laughs. A woman sobs. From a male a great shout, "We are lost." A woman's voice. Staccato cries, "Lost. Saved. Lost. Saved." 103. 1837, of the refrain. A child in the dark, gripped with fear, comforts himself by singing under his breath. He walks and halts to his song. Lost, he takes shelter, or orients himself with his little song as best he can. The song is like a rough sketch of a calming and stabilizing, calm and stable, center in the heart of chaos. Perhaps the child skips as he sings, hastens, or slows his pace. But the song itself is already a skip, it jumps from chaos to the beginnings of order in chaos and is in danger of breaking apart at any moment. There is always sonority in Ariadne's thread. Or the song of Orpheus. Now we are at home. But home does not pre-exist, it was necessary to draw a circle around that uncertain and fragile center, to organize a limited space. Many, very diverse, components have a part in this, landmarks and marks of all kinds. This was already true of the previous case. But now the components are used for organizing a space, not for the momentary determination of a center. The forces of chaos are kept outside as much as possibly, and the interior space protects the germinal forces of a task to fulfill or a deed to do. This involves an activity of selection, elimination, and extraction, in order to prevent the interior forces of the earth from being submerged, to enable them to resist, or even to take something from chaos across the filter or sieve of the space that has been drawn. Sonorous or vocal components are very important, a wall of sound, or at least a wall with some sonic bricks in it. A child hums to summon the strength for the schoolwork she has to hand in. A housewife sings to herself, or listens to the radio, as she marshals the anti-chaos forces of her work. Radios and television sets are like sound walls around every household and mark territories. The neighbor complains when it gets too loud. For sublime deeds like the foundation of a city or the fabrication of a golem, one draws a circle, or better yet walks in a circle as in a children's dance, combining rhythmic vowels and consonants that correspond to the interior forces of creation as to the differentiated parts of an organism. A mistake in speed, rhythm, or harmony would be catastrophic because it would bring back the forces of chaos, destroying both creator and creation. Finally, one opens the circle a crack, opens it all the way, lets someone in, calls someone, or else goes out oneself, launches forth. One opens the circle not on the side where the old forces of chaos press against it but in another region, one created by the circle itself. As though the circle tended on its own to open onto a future, as a function of the working forces it shelters. This time, it is in order to join with the forces of the future, cosmic forces. One launches forth, hazards an improvisation. But to improvise is to join with the world, or meld with it. One ventures from home on the thread of a tune. Along sonorous, gestural, motor lines that mark the customary path of a child and graft themselves onto or begin to bud lines of drift with different loops, knots, speeds, movements, gestures, and sonorities. Point 1. These are not three successive moments in an evolution. They are three aspects of a single thing, the refrain, ritournelle. They are found in tales, both horror stories and fairy tales, and in lieder as well. The refrain has all three aspects, it makes them simultaneous or mixes them, sometimes, sometimes, sometimes. Sometimes chaos is an immense black hole in which one endeavors to fix a fragile point as a center. Sometimes one organizes around that point a calm and stable pace, rather than a form the black hole has become a home. Sometimes one grafts onto that pace a breakaway from the black hole. Paul Klee presented these three aspects, and their interlinkage, in a most profound way. He calls the black hole a gray point for pictorial reasons. The gray point starts out as non-localizable, non-dimensional chaos, the force of chaos, a tangled bundle of aberrant lines. Then the point jumps over itself and radiates a dimensional space with horizontal layers, vertical cross-sections, unwritten customary lines, a whole terrestrial interior force. This force also appears, at a more relaxed pace, in the atmosphere and in water. The gray point, black hole, has thus jumped from one state to another, and no longer represents chaos but the abode or home. Finally, the point launches out of itself, impelled by wandering centrifugal forces that fan out to the sphere of the cosmos. One tries convulsively to fly from the earth, but at the following level one actually rises above it, powered by centrifugal forces that triumph over gravity too. The role of the refrain has often been emphasized, it is territorial, a territorial assemblage. Bird songs, the bird sings to mark its territory. The Greek modes and Hindu rhythms are themselves territorial, provincial, regional. The refrain may assume other functions, amorous, professional or social, liturgical or cosmic, it always carries earth with it, it has a land, sometimes a spiritual land, as its concomitant, it has an essential relation to a natal, a native. A musical nome is a little tune, a melodic formula that seeks recognition and remains the bedrock or ground of polyphony. Cantus firmus. The nomos as customary, unwritten law is inseparable from a distribution of space, a distribution in space. By that token, it is ethos, but the ethos is also the abode. Point 3. Sometimes one goes from chaos to the threshold of a territorial assemblage, directional components, infra-assemblage. Sometimes one organizes the assemblage, dimensional components, intra-assemblage. Sometimes one leaves the territorial assemblage for other assemblages, or for somewhere else entirely, interassemblage, components of passage or even escape. And all three at once. Forces of chaos, terrestrial forces, cosmic forces, all of these confront each other and converge in the territorial refrain. From chaos, milieus and rhythms are born. This is the concern of very ancient cosmogonies. Chaos is not without its own directional components, which are its own ecstasies. We have seen elsewhere how all kinds of milieus, each defined by a component, slide in relation to one another, over one another. Every milieu is vibratory, in other words, a block of space-time constituted by the periodic repetition of the component. Thus the living thing has an exterior milieu of materials, an interior milieu of composing elements and composed substances, an intermediary milieu of membranes and limits, and an annexed milieu of energy sources and actions perceptions. Every milieu is coded, a code being defined by periodic repetition, but each code is in a perpetual state of transcoding or transduction. Transcoding or transduction is the manner in which one milieu serves as the basis for another, or conversely is established atop another milieu, dissipates in it or is constituted in it. The notion of the milieu is not unitary, not only does the living thing continually pass from one milieu to another, but the milieus pass into one another, they are essentially communicating. The milieus are open to chaos, which threatens them with exhaustion or intrusion. Rhythm is the milieu's answer to chaos. What chaos and rhythm have in common is the in-between between two milieus, rhythm-chaos or the chaosmos, between night and day, between that which is constructed and that which grows naturally, between mutations from the inorganic to the organic, from plant to animal, from animal to humankind, yet without this series constituting a progression. In this in-between, chaos becomes rhythm, not inexorably, but it has a chance to. Chaos is not the opposite of rhythm, but the milieu of all milieus. There is rhythm whenever there is a transcoded passage from one milieu to another, a communication of milieus, coordination between heterogeneous spacetimes. Drying up, death, intrusion have rhythm. It is well known that rhythm is not meter or cadence, even irregular meter or cadence. There is nothing less rhythmic than a military march. The tom-tom is not 1-2, the waltz is not 1, 2, 3, music is not binary or ternary, but rather 47 basic meters, as in Turkish music. Meter, whether regular or not, assumes a coded form whose unit of measure may vary, but in a non-communicating milieu, whereas rhythm is the unequal or the incommensurable that is always undergoing transcoding. Meter is dogmatic, but rhythm is critical. It ties together critical moments, or ties itself together in passing from one milieu to another. It does not operate in a homogeneous spacetime, but by heterogeneous blocks. It changes direction. Bachelard is right to say that the link between truly active moments, rhythm, is always affected on a different plane from the one upon which the action is carried out, for rhythm is never on the same plane as that which has rhythm. Action occurs in a milieu, whereas rhythm is located between two milieus, or between two intermilieus, on the fence, between night and day, at dusk, twilight or Zwielicht, Heckeide. To change milieus, taking them as you find them, such is rhythm. Landing, splashdown, takeoff. This easily avoids an aporia that threatened to introduce meter into rhythm. Despite all the declarations of intent to the contrary, how can one proclaim the constituent inequality of rhythm while at the same time admitting implied vibrations, periodic repetitions of components? A milieu does in fact exist by virtue of a periodic repetition, but one whose only effect is to produce a difference by which the milieu passes into another milieu. It is the difference that is rhythmic, not the repetition, which nevertheless produces it. Productive repetition has nothing to do with reproductive meter. This is the critical solution of the antinomy. One case of transcoding is particularly important, when a code is not content to take or receive components that are coded differently, and instead takes or receives fragments of a different code as such. The first case pertains to the leaf-water relation, the second to the spider-fly relation. It has often been noted that the spider web implies that there are sequences of the fly's own code in the spider's code. It is as though the spider had a fly in its head, a fly motif, a fly refrain. The implication may be reciprocal, as with the wasp and the orchid, or the snapdragon and the bumblebee. Jacob von Uexküll has elaborated an admirable theory of transcodings. He sees the components as melodies in counterpoint, each of which serves as a motif for another, nature as music. 5 Whenever there is transcoding, we can be sure that there is not a simple addition, but the constitution of a new plane, as of a surplus value. A melodic or rhythmic plane, surplus value of passage or bridging. The two cases, however, are never pure, they are in reality mixed. For example, the relation of the leaf, this time not to water in general but to rain. Still, we do not yet have a territory, which is not a milieu, not even an additional milieu, nor a rhythm or passage between milieus. The territory is in fact an act that affects milieus and rhythms, that territorializes them. The territory is the product of a territorialization of milieus and rhythms. It amounts to the same thing to ask when milieus and rhythms become territorialized, and what the difference is between a non-territorial animal and a territorial animal. A territory borrows from all the milieus, it bites into them, seizes them bodily, although it remains vulnerable to intrusions. It is built from aspects or portions of milieus. It itself has an exterior milieu, an interior milieu, an intermediary milieu, and an annexed milieu. It has the interior zone of a residence or shelter, the exterior zone of its domain, more or less retractable limits or membranes, intermediary or even neutralized zones, and energy reserves or annexes. It is by essence marked by indexes, which may be components taken from any of the milieus, materials, organic products, skin or membrane states, energy sources, action perception condensates. There is a territory precisely when milieu components cease to be directional, becoming dimensional instead, when they cease to be functional to become expressive. There is a territory when the rhythm has expressiveness. What defines the territory is the emergence of matters of expression, qualities. Take the example of color in birds or fish. Color is a membrane state associated with interior hormonal states, but it remains functional and transitory as long as it is tied to a type of action, sexuality, aggressiveness, flight. It becomes expressive, on the other hand, when it acquires a temporal constancy and a spatial range that make it a territorial, or rather territorializing, mark, a signature. 6. The question is not whether color resumes its functions or fulfills new ones in the territory. It is clear that it does, but this reorganization of functions implies first of all that the component under consideration has become expressive and that its meaning, from this standpoint, is to mark a territory. The same species of birds may have colored and uncolored representatives. The colored birds have a territory, whereas the all-white ones are gregarious. We know what role urine and excrement play in marking, but territorial excrement, for example, in the rabbit, has a particular odor owing to specialized anal glands. Many monkeys, when serving as guards, expose their brightly colored sexual organs. The penis becomes a rhythmic and expressive color carrier that marks the limits of the territory. 7. A milieu component becomes both a quality and a property, quale and proprium. It has been remarked how quick this becoming is in many cases, the rapidity with which a territory is constituted at the same time as expressive qualities are selected or produced. The brown stage maker, Cenopoetes dentirostris, lays down landmarks each morning by dropping leaves it picks from its tree, and then turning them upside down so the paler underside stands out against the dirt. Inversion produces a matter of expression. 8. The territory is not primary in relation to the qualitative mark, it is the mark that makes the territory. Functions in a territory are not primary, they presuppose a territory producing expressiveness. In this sense, the territory and the functions performed within it are products of territorialization. Territorialization is an act of rhythm that has become expressive, or of milieu components that have become qualitative. The marking of a territory is dimensional, but it is not a meter, it is a rhythm. It retains the most general characteristic of rhythm, which is to be inscribed on a different plane than that of its actions. But now the distinction between the two planes is between territorializing expressions and territorialized functions. That is why we cannot accept a thesis like Lorenz's, which tends to make aggressiveness the basis of the territory. The territory would then be the product of the phylogenetic evolution of an instinct of aggression, starting at the point where that instinct became intraspecific, was turned against the animal's own kind. A territorial animal would direct its aggressiveness against members of its own species. The species would gain the selective advantage of distributing its members throughout a space where each would have its own place. 9. This ambiguous thesis, which has dangerous political overtones, seems to us to have little foundation. It is obvious that the function of aggression changes pace when it becomes intraspecific. But this reorganization of the function, rather than explaining the territory, presupposes it. There are numerous reorganizations within the territory, which also affect sexuality, hunting, etc. There are even new functions, such as building a place to live. These functions are organized or created only because they are territorialized, and not the other way around. The T factor, the territorializing factor, must be sought elsewhere, precisely in the becoming expressive of rhythm or melody, in other words, in the emergence or proper qualities, color, odor, sound, silhouette. Can this becoming, this emergence, be called art? That would make the territory a result of art. The artist, the first person to set out a boundary stone, or to make a mark. Property, collective or individual, is derived from that even when it is in the service of war and oppression. Property is fundamentally artistic because art is fundamentally poster, placard. As Lawrence says, coral fish are posters. The expressive is primary in relation to the possessive, expressive qualities, or matters of expression, are necessarily appropriative and constitute a having more profound than being. 10 Not in the sense that these qualities belong to a subject, but in the sense that they delineate a territory that will belong to the subject that carries or produces them. These qualities are signatures, but the signature, the proper name, is not the constituted mark of a subject, but the constituting mark of a domain, an abode. The signature is not the indication of a person, it is the chancy formation of a domain. Abodes have proper names, and are inspired. The inspired and their abodes, it is with the abode that inspiration arises. No sooner do I like a color that I make it my standard or placard. One puts one's signature on something just as one plants one's flag on a piece of land. A high school supervisor stamped all the leaves strewn about the schoolyard and then put them back in their places. He had signed. Territorial marks are ready-mades. And what is called art brute in not at all pathological or primitive, it is merely this constitution, this freeing, of matters of expression in the movement of territoriality, the base or ground of art. Take anything and make it a matter of expression. The stage maker practices art brute. Artists are stage makers, even when they tear up their own posters. Of course, from this standpoint art is not the privilege of human beings. Messiaen is right in saying that many birds are not only virtuosos but artists, above all in their territorial songs. If a robber improperly wishes to occupy a spot which doesn't belong to it, the true owner sings and sings so well that the predator goes away. If the robber sings better than the true proprietor, the proprietor yields his place. 11 The refrain is rhythm and melody that have been territorialized because they have become expressive and have become expressive because they are territorializing. We are not going in circles. What we wish to say is that there is a self-movement of expressive qualities. Expressiveness is not reducible to the immediate effects of an impulse triggering an action in a milieu. Effects of that kind are subjective impressions or emotions rather than expressions, as, for example, the temporary color a freshwater fish takes on under a given impulse. On the other hand, expressive qualities, the colors of the coral fish, for example, are auto-objective, in other words, find an objectivity in the territory they draw. What is this objective movement? What does a matter do as a matter of expression? It is first of all a poster or placard, but that is not all it is. It merely takes that route. The signature becomes style. In effect, expressive qualities, or matters of expression enter shifting relations with one another that express the relation of the territory they draw to the interior milieu of impulses and exterior milieu of circumstances. To express is not to depend upon, there is an autonomy of expression. On the one hand, expressive qualities entertain internal relations with one another that constitute territorial motifs. Sometimes these motifs loom above the internal impulses, sometimes they are superposed upon them, sometimes they ground one impulse in another, sometimes they pass and cause a passage from one impulse to another, sometimes they insert themselves between them but they are not themselves pulsed. Sometimes these non-pulsed motifs arise in a fixed form, or seem to arise that way, but at other times the same ones, or others, take on variable speed and articulation. It is as much their variability as their fixity that makes them independent of the drives they combine or neutralize. We know that our dogs go through motions of smelling, seeking, chasing, biting, and shaking to death with equal enthusiasm whether they are hungry or not. 12 Another example is the dance of the stickleback. Its zigzag is a motif in which the zig is tied to an aggressive drive toward the partner, and the zag to a sexual drive toward the nest, yet the zig and the zag are accented, or even oriented, differently. On the other hand, expressive qualities also entertain other internal relations that produce territorial counterpoints. This refers to the manner in which they constitute points in the territory that place the circumstances of the external milieu in counterpoint. For example, an enemy approaches or suddenly appears, or rain starts to fall, the sun rises, the sun sets. Here again, the points or counterpoints are autonomous in their fixity or variability in relation to the circumstances of the exterior milieu whose relation to the territory they express. For this relation can be given without the circumstances being given, just as the relation to the impulses can be given without the impulse being given. And even when the impulses and circumstances are given, the relation is prior to what it places in relation. Relations between matters of expression express relations of the territory to internal impulses and external circumstances, they have an autonomy within this very expression. In truth, territorial motifs and counterpoints explore potentialities of the interior or exterior milieu. Ethologists have grouped these phenomena under the concept of ritualization and have demonstrated the link between animal rituals and territory. But this word is not necessarily appropriate for these non-pulsed motifs and non-localized counterpoints, since it accounts for neither their variability nor their fixity. It is not one or the other, fixity or variability. Certain motifs or points are fixed only if others are variable, or else they are fixed on one occasion and variable on another. We should say, rather, that territorial motifs form rhythmic faces or characters, and that territorial counterpoints form melodic landscapes. There is a rhythmic character when we find that we no longer have the simple situation of a rhythm associated with a character, subject, or impulse. The rhythm itself is now the character in its entirety. As such, it may remain constant, or it may be augmented or diminished by the addition or subtraction of sounds or always increasing or decreasing durations, and by an amplification or elimination bringing death or resuscitation, appearance or disappearance. Similarly, the melodic landscape is no longer a melody associated with a landscape. The melody itself is a sonorous landscape in counterpoint to a virtual landscape. That is how we get beyond the placard stage. Although each expressive quality, each matter of expression considered in itself, is a placard or poster, the analysis of them is nevertheless abstract. Expressive qualities entertain variable or constant relations with one another. That is what matters of expression do. They no longer constitute placards that mark a territory, but motifs and counterpoints that express the relation of the territory to interior impulses or exterior circumstances, whether or not they are given. No longer signatures, but a style. What objectively distinguishes a musician bird from a non-musician bird is precisely this aptitude for motifs and counterpoints that, if they are variable, or even when they are constant, make matters of expression something other than a poster, a style, since they articulate rhythm and harmonize melody. We can then say that the musician bird goes from sadness to joy, or that it greets the rising sun or endangers itself in order to sing, or sings better than another, etc. None of these formulations carries the slightest risk of anthropomorphism, or implies the slightest interpretation. It is instead a kind of geomorphism. The relation to joy and sadness, the sun, danger, perfection, is given in the motif and counterpoint, even if the term of each of these relations is not given. In the motif and the counterpoint, the sun, joy, or sadness, danger, become sonorous, rhythmic, or melodic. Point 13. Human music also goes this route. For Swann, the art lover, Vinteuil's little phrase often acts as a placard associated with the Bois de Boulogne and the face and character of Odette, as if it reassured Swann that the Bois de Boulogne was indeed his territory, and Odette his possession. There is already something quite artistic in this way of hearing music. Debussy criticized Wagner, comparing his leitmotifs to signposts signaling the hidden circumstances of a situation, the secret impulses of a character. The criticism is accurate, on one level or at certain moments. But as the work develops, the motifs increasingly enter into conjunction, conquer their own plane, become autonomous from the dramatic action, impulses, and situations, and independent of characters and landscapes, they themselves become melodic landscapes and rhythmic characters continually enriching their internal relations. They may then remain relatively constant, or on the contrary grow or diminish, expand or contract, vary in the speed at which they unfold. In both cases, they are no longer pulsed and localized, and even the constants are in the service of variation. The more provisory they are, the more they display the continuous variation they resist, the more rigid they become. 14 Proust was among the first to underscore this life of the Wagnerian motif. Instead of the motif being tied to a character who appears, the appearance of the motif itself constitutes a rhythmic character in the plenitude of a music that is indeed filled with so many strains, each of which is a being. 15 It is not by chance that the apprenticeship of the recherché pursues an analogous discovery in relation to Vinteuil's little phrases. They do not refer to a landscape, they carry and develop within themselves landscapes that do not exist on the outside. The White Sonata and Red Septet. The discovery of the properly melodic landscape and the properly rhythmic character marks the moment of art when it ceases to be a silent painting on a signboard. This may not be art's last word, but art went that route, as did the bird, motifs and counterpoints that form an auto-development, in other words, a style. The interiorization of the melodic or sonorous landscape finds its exemplary form in Liszt and that of the rhythmic character in Wagner. More generally, the light is the musical art of the landscape, the most pictorial, impressionist form of music. But the two poles are so closely bound that in the light as well nature appears as a rhythmic character with infinite transformations. The territory is first of all the critical distance between two beings of the same species. Mark your distance. What is mine is first of all my distance. I possess only distances. Don't anybody touch me, I growl if anyone enters my territory. I put up placards. Critical distance is a relation based on matters of expression. It is a question of keeping at a distance the forces of chaos knocking at the door. Mannerism, the ethos is both abode and manner, homeland and style. This is evident in territorial dances termed Baroque or Mannerist, in which each pose, each movement, establishes a distance of this kind. Sarabands, Allemands, Bourrées, Gavottes. 16 There is a whole art of poses, postures, silhouettes, steps, and voices. Two schizophrenics converse or stroll according to laws of boundary and territory that may escape us. How very important it is, when chaos threatens, to draw an inflatable, portable territory. If need be, I'll put my territory on my own body, I'll territorialize my body, the house of the tortoise, the hermitage of the crab, but also tattoos that make the body a territory. Critical distance is not a meter, it is a rhythm. But the rhythm, precisely, is caught up in a becoming that sweeps up the distances between characters, making them rhythmic characters that are themselves more or less distant, more or less combinable, intervals. Two animals of the same sex and species confront each other, the rhythm of the first one expands when it approaches its territory or the center of its territory, the rhythm of the second contracts when it moves away from its territory. Between the two, at the boundaries, an oscillational constant is established, an active rhythm, a passively endured rhythm, and a witness rhythm. 17 Or else the animal opens its territory a crack for a partner of the opposite sex, a complex rhythmic character forms through duets, antiphonal or alternating singing, as in the case of African shrikes. Furthermore, we must simultaneously take into account two aspects of the territory. It not only ensures and regulates the coexistence of members of the same species by keeping them apart, but makes possible the coexistence of a maximum number of different species in the same milieu by specializing them. Members of the same species enter into rhythmic characters at the same time as different species enter into melodic landscapes, for the landscapes are peopled by characters and the characters belong to landscapes. An example is Messiaen's chronochromy, with its 18 bird songs forming autonomous rhythmic characters and simultaneously realizing an extraordinary landscape in complex counterpoint, with invented or implicit chords. Not only does art not wait for human beings to begin, but we may ask if art ever appears among human beings, except under artificial and belated conditions. It has often been noted that human art was for a long time bound up with work and rites of a different nature. Saying this, however, perhaps has no more weight than saying that art begins with human beings. For it is true that a territory has two notable effects, a reorganization of functions and a regrouping of forces. On the one hand, when functional activities are territorialized, they necessarily change pace, the creation of new functions such as building a dwelling, or the transformation of old functions, as when aggressiveness changes nature and becomes intraspecific. This is like a nascent theme of specialization or professionalism. If the territorial refrain so often passes into professional refrains, it is because professions assume that various activities are performed in the same milieu, and that the same activity has no other agents in the same territory. Professional refrains intersect in the milieu, like merchants' cries, but each marks a territory within which the same activity cannot be performed, nor the same cry ring out. In animals as in human beings, there are rules of critical distance for competition, my stretch of sidewalk. In short, a territorialization of functions is the condition for their emergence as occupations or trades. Thus intraspecific or specialized aggressiveness is necessarily a territorialized aggressiveness. It does not explain the territory since it itself derives from it. It is immediately apparent that all activities within the territory adopt a new practical pace. But that is no reason to conclude that art in itself does not exist here, for it is present in the territorializing factor that is the necessary condition for the emergence of the work function. The situation is the same if we consider the other effect of territorialization. That other effect, which relates not to occupations but to rites and religions, consists in this: the territory groups all the forces of the different milieus together in a single sheaf constituted by the forces of the earth. The attribution of all the diffuse forces to the earth as receptacle or base takes place only at the deepest level of each territory. The surrounding milieu was experienced as a unity. It is very hard to distinguish in these primal intuitions what belongs properly to the earth from what is merely manifested through the earth, mountains, forests, water, vegetation. 18 The forces of air and water, bird and fish, thus become forces of the earth. Moreover, although in extension the territory separates the interior forces of the earth from the exterior forces of chaos, the same does not occur in intention, in the dimension of depth, where the two types of force clasp and are wed in a battle whose only criterion and stakes is the earth. There is always a place, a tree, or grove, in the territory where all the forces come together in a hand-to-hand combat of energies. The earth is this close embrace. 19 This intense center is simultaneously inside the territory, and outside several territories that converge on it at the end of an immense pilgrimage, hence the ambiguities of the natal. Inside or out, the territory is linked to this intense center, which is like the unknown homeland, terrestrial source of all forces friendly and hostile, where everything is decided. 20 So we must once again acknowledge that religion, which is common to human beings and animals, occupies territory only because it depends on the raw aesthetic and territorializing factor as its necessary condition. It is this factor that at the same time organizes the functions of the milieu into occupations and binds the forces of chaos in rites and religions, which are forces of the earth. Territorializing marks simultaneously develop into motifs and counterpoints, and reorganize functions and regroup forces. But by virtue of this, the territory already unleashes something that will surpass it. We always come back to this moment, the becoming expressive of rhythm, the emergence of expressive proper qualities, the formation of matters of expression that develop into motifs and counterpoints. We therefore need a notion, even an apparently negative one, that can grasp this fictional or raw moment. The essential thing is the disjunction noticeable between the code and the territory. The territory arises in a free margin of the code, one that is not indeterminate but rather is determined differently. Each milieu has its own code, and there is perpetual transcoding between milieus. The territory, on the other hand, seems to form at the level of a certain decoding. Biologists have stressed the importance of these determined margins, which are not to be confused with mutations, in other words, changes internal to the code. Here, it is a question of duplicated genes or extra chromosomes that are not inside the genetic code, are free of function, and offer a free matter for variation. 21 But it is very unlikely that this kind of matter could create new species independently of mutations, unless it were accompanied by events of another order capable of multiplying the interactions of the organism with its milieus. Territorialization is precisely such a factor that lodges on the margins of the code of a single species and gives the separate representatives of that species the possibility of differentiating. It is because there is a disjunction between the territory and the code that the territory can indirectly induce new species. Wherever territoriality appears, it establishes an intraspecific critical distance between members of the same species. It is by virtue of its own disjunction in relation to specific differences that it becomes an oblique, indirect means of differentiation. From all of these standpoints, decoding appears as the negative of the territory, and the most obvious distinction between territorial animals and non-territorial animals is that the former are much less coded than the latter. We have said enough bad things about the territory that we can now evaluate all the creations that tend toward it, occur within it, and result or will result from it. We have gone from forces of chaos to forces of the earth. From milieus to territory. From functional rhythms to the becoming expressive of rhythm. From phenomena of transcoding to phenomena of decoding. From milieu functions to territorialized functions. It is less a question of evolution than of passage, bridges, and tunnels. We saw that milieus continually pass into one another. Now we see that the milieus pass into the territory. The expressive qualities we term aesthetic are certainly not pure or symbolic qualities but proper qualities, in other words, appropriative qualities, passages from milieu components to territory components. The territory itself is a place of passage. The territory is the first assemblage, the first thing to constitute an assemblage. The assemblage is fundamentally territorial. But how could it not already be in the process of passing into something else, into other assemblages? That is why we could not talk about the constitution of the territory without also talking about its internal organization. We could not describe the infra-assemblage, posters or placards, without also discussing the intra-assemblage, motifs and counterpoints. Nor can we say anything about the intra-assemblage without already being on the path to other assemblages, or elsewhere. The passage of the refrain. The refrain moves in the direction of the territorial assemblage and lodges itself there or leaves. In a general sense, we call a refrain any aggregate of matters of expression that draws a territory and develops into territorial motifs and landscapes. There are optical, gestural, motor, etc., refrains. In the narrow sense, we speak of a refrain when an assemblage is sonorous or dominated by sound. But why do we assign this apparent privilege to sound? We are now in the intra-assemblage. Its organization is very rich and complex. It includes not only the territorial assemblage but also assembled, territorialized functions. Take the troglodytidae, the wren family. The male takes possession of his territory and produces a music box refrain as a warning to possible intruders. He builds his own nests in his territory, sometimes as many as a dozen. When a female arrives, he sits in front of a nest, invites her to visit, hangs his wings, and lowers the intensity of his song, reduced to a mere trill. 22 It seems that the nesting function is highly territorialized, since the nests are prepared by the male alone before the arrival of the female, who only visits and completes them. The courtship function is also territorialized, but to a lesser degree, since the territorial refrain becomes seductive by changing in intensity. All kinds of heterogeneous elements show up in the intra-assemblage, not only the assemblage marks that group materials, colors, odors, sounds, postures, etc., but also the various elements of given assembled behaviors that enter into a motif. For example, a display behavior is composed of a dance, clicking of the beak, an exhibition of colors, a posture with neck outstretched, cries, smoothing of the feathers, bows, a refrain. The first question to be asked is what holds these territorializing marks, territorial motifs, and territorialized functions together in the same intra-assemblage. This is a question of consistency, the holding together of heterogeneous elements. At first, they constitute no more than a fuzzy set, a discrete set that later takes on consistency. But another question seems to interrupt or cut across the first one. For in many cases, a territorialized, assembled function acquires enough independence to constitute a new assemblage, one that is more or less deterritorialized, en route to deterritorialization. There is no need to effectively leave the territory to go this route, but what just a minute ago was a constituted function in the territorial assemblage has become the constituting element of another assemblage, the element of passage to another assemblage. As in courtly love, a color ceases to be territorial and enters a courtship assemblage. The territorial assemblage opens onto the courtship assemblage, which is a social assemblage that has gained autonomy. That is what happens when it is specifically the sexual partner or the members of a group that are recognized, rather than the territory. The partner is then said to be a THIRD der Heimvolens, an animal with home value. There is therefore a distinction to be made between milieu groups and couples, without individual recognition, territorial groups and couples, in which there is only recognition inside the territory, and finally social groups and love couples, when there is recognition independent of place. Point 23 Courtship, or the group, is no longer a part of the territorial assemblage. A courtship or group assemblage takes on autonomy even though it may stay inside the territory. Conversely, in the new assemblage there is a reterritorialization on the member of the couple or members of the group that have the value of valence. This opening of the assemblage onto other assemblages can be analyzed in detail, and varies widely. For example, when the male does not make the nest and confines himself to transporting materials or mimicking the construction of a nest, as in Australian grass finches, he either courts the female holding a piece of stubble in his beak, genus Bathilda, uses the grass stem only in the initial stages of courtship or even beforehand, genera Atomocini and Loncura, or pecks at the grass without offering it, genus Emblema. Point 24 It could always be said that these grass stem behaviors are merely archaism, or vestiges of nesting behavior. But the notion of behavior itself proves inadequate to this assemblage. For when the nest is no longer made by the male, nesting ceases to be a component of the territorial assemblage. It takes wing, so to speak, from the territory. Furthermore, courtship, which now precedes nesting, itself becomes a relatively autonomous assemblage. In addition, the matter of expression, grass stem, acts as a component of passage between the territorial assemblage and the courtship assemblage. The fact that the grass stem has an increasingly rudimentary function in certain species, the fact that it tends to cancel out in the series under consideration, is not enough to make it a vestige, much less a symbol. A matter of expression is never a vestige or a symbol. The grass stem is a deterritorialized component, or one en route to deterritorialization. It is neither an archaism nor a transitional or part object. It is an operator, a vector. It is an assemblage converter. The stem cancels out precisely because it is a component of passage from one assemblage to another. This viewpoint is confirmed by the fact that if the stem cancels out, another relay component replaces it or assumes greater importance, namely, the refrain, which is not only territorial but becomes amorous and social, and changes accordingly. Point 25 The question of why, in the constitution of new assemblages, the sound component refrain has a stronger valence than the gestural component grass stem can be considered only later on. The important thing for now is to note this formation of new assemblages within the territorial assemblage, and this movement from the intra-assemblage to inter-assemblages by means of components of passage and relay, an innovative opening of the territory onto the female, or the group. Selective pressure proceeds by way of inter-assemblages. It is as though forces of deterritorialization affected the territory itself, causing us to pass from the territorial assemblage to other types of assemblages, courtship or sexuality assemblages, group or social assemblages. The grass stem and the refrain are two agents of these forces, two agents of deterritorialization. The territorial assemblage continually passes into other assemblages. Likewise, the infra-assemblage is inseparable from the intra-assemblage, as is the intra-assemblage from inter-assemblages, yet these passages are not necessary but rather take place on a case-by-case basis. The reason is simple: the intra-assemblage, the territorial assemblage, territorializes functions and forces, sexuality, aggressiveness, gregariousness, etc., and in the process of territorializing them, transforms them. But these territorialized functions and forces can suddenly take on an autonomy that makes them swing over into other assemblages, compose other deterritorialized assemblages. In the intra-assemblage, sexuality may appear as a territorialized function, but it can just as easily draw a line of deterritorialization that describes another assemblage. There are therefore quite variable relations between sexuality and the territory, as if sexuality were keeping its distance. Profession, trade, and specialty imply territorialized activities, but they can also take wing from the territory, building a new assemblage around themselves, and between professions. A territorial or territorialized component may set about budding, producing. This is the case for the refrain, so much so that we should perhaps call all cases of this kind refrains. This ambiguity between the territory and deterritorialization is the ambiguity of the natal. It is understood much more clearly if it is borne in mind that the territory has an intense center at its profoundest depths, but as we have seen, this intense center can be located outside the territory, at the point of convergence of very different and very distant territories. The natal is outside. We may cite a certain number of troubling and well-known, more or less mysterious, cases illustrating prodigious takeoffs from the territory, displaying a vast movement of deterritorialization directly plugged into the territories and permeating them through and through. 1. Pilgrimages to the source, as among salmon. 2. Supernumerary assemblies, such as those of locusts or chaffinches, etc. Tens of millions of chaffinches near Thaun in 1950 to 1951. 3. Magnetic or solar-guided migrations. 4. Long marches, such as those of the lobsters. 26. Whatever the causes of each of these movements, it is clear that the nature of the movement is different. It is no longer adequate to say that there is inter-assemblage, passage from a territorial assemblage to another type of assemblage. Rather, we should say that one leaves all assemblages behind, that one exceeds the capacities of any possible assemblage, entering another plane. In effect, there is no longer a milieu movement or rhythm, nor a territorialized or territorializing movement or rhythm. There is something of the cosmos in these more ample movements. The localization mechanisms are still extremely precise, but the localization has become cosmic. These are no longer territorialized forces bundled together as forces of the earth, they are the liberated or regained forces of a deterritorialized cosmos. In migration, the sun is no longer the terrestrial sun reigning over a territory, even an aerial one. It is the celestial sun of the cosmos, as in the two Jerusalems, the Apocalypse. Leaving aside these two grandiose cases where deterritorialization becomes absolute while losing nothing of its precision, because it weds cosmic variables, we must remark that the territory is constantly traversed by movements of deterritorialization that are relative and may even occur in place, by which one passes from the intra-assemblage to inter-assemblages, without, however, leaving the territory or issuing from the assemblages in order to wed the cosmos. A territory is always en route to an at least potential deterritorialization, even though the new assemblage may operate a reterritorialization, something that has the value of home. We saw that the territory constituted itself on a margin of decoding affecting the milieu. We now see that there is a margin of deterritorialization affecting the territory itself. There is a series of unclaspings. The territory is inseparable from certain coefficients of deterritorialization, which can be evaluated in each case, that place the relations of each territorialized function to the territory in variation, as well as the relations of the territory to each deterritorialized assemblage. it is the same thing that appears first as a territorialized function taken up in the intra-assemblage, and again as a deterritorialized or autonomous assemblage, as an inter-assemblage. Refrains could accordingly be classified as follows: 1. Territorial refrains that seek, mark, assemble a territory. 2. Territorialized function refrains that assume a special function in the assemblage, the lullaby that territorializes the child's slumber, the lover's refrain that territorializes the sexuality of the loved one, the professional refrain that territorializes trades and occupations, the merchant refrain that territorializes distribution and products. 3. The same, when they mark new assemblages, pass into new assemblages by means of deterritorialization reterritorialization. Nursery rhymes are a very complicated example. They are territorial refrains that are sung differently from neighborhood to neighborhood, sometimes from one street to the next. They distribute game roles and functions within the territorial assemblage, but they also cause the territory to pass into the game assemblage, which tends to become autonomous. 27. 4. Refrains that collect or gather forces, either at the heart of the territory, or in order to go outside it. These are refrains of confrontation or departure that sometimes bring on a movement of absolute deterritorialization. Goodbye, I'm leaving and I won't look back. At infinity, these refrains must rejoin the songs of the molecules, the newborn wailing of the fundamental elements, as Millikan put it. They cease to be terrestrial, becoming cosmic, when the religious gnome blooms and dissolves in a molecular pantheist cosmos, when the singing of the birds is replaced by combinations of water, wind, clouds, and fog. Outside, the wind and the rain, the cosmos as an immense deterritorialized refrain. The problem of consistency concerns the manner in which the components of a territorial assemblage hold together. But it also concerns the manner in which different assemblages hold together, with components of passage and relay. It may even be the case that consistency finds the totality of its conditions only on a properly cosmic plane, where all the disparate and heterogeneous elements are convoced. However, from the moment heterogeneities hold together in an assemblage or inter-assemblages, a problem of consistency is posed, in terms of coexistence or succession, and both simultaneously. Even in a territorial assemblage, it may be the most deterritorialized component, the deterritorializing vector, in other words, the refrain, that assures the consistency of the territory. If we ask the general question, what holds things together, the clearest, easiest answer seems to be provided by a formalizing, linear, hierarchized, centralized arbor-cent model. Take Tinbergen's schema, which presents a coded linkage of spatiotemporal forms in the central nervous system. A higher functional center goes automatically into operation and releases an appetitive behavior in search of specific stimuli, the migrational center, through the intermediary of the stimulus. A second center that had been inhibited up to this point is freed and releases a new appetitive behavior, the territorial center. Then other subordinate centers are activated, centers of fighting, nesting, courtship, until stimuli are found that release the corresponding executive acts. 28 This kind of representation, however, is constructed of oversimplified binaries, inhibition release, innate acquired, etc. Ethologists have a great advantage over ethnologists. They did not fall into the structural danger of dividing an undivided terrain into forms of kinship, politics, economics, myth, etc. The ethologists have retained the integrality of a certain undivided terrain. But by orienting it along the axis of inhibition-release, innate acquired, they risk reintroducing souls and centers at each locus and stage of linkage. That is why even the authors who stress the role of the peripheral and the acquired at the level of releasing stimuli do not truly overturn the linear arborescent schema, even if they reverse the direction of the arrows. It seems more important to us to underline a certain number of factors liable to suggest an entirely different schema, one favoring rhizomatic, rather than arborified, functioning and no longer operating by these dualisms. First of all, What is called a functional center brings into play not only a localization but also a distribution of an entire population of neurons selected from throughout the central nervous system, as in a cable network. This being the case, in considering the system as a whole we should speak less of automatism of a higher center than of coordination between centers, and of the cellular groupings or molecular populations that perform these couplings. There is no form or correct structure imposed from without or above but rather an articulation from within, as if oscillating molecules, oscillators, passed from one heterogeneous center to another, if only for the purpose of assuring the dominance of one among them. 29 This obviously excludes any linear relation from one center to another, in favor of packets of relations steered by molecules. The interaction or coordination may be positive or negative, release or inhibition, but it is never direct, as in a linear relation or chemical reaction. It always occurs between molecules with at least two heads, and each center taken separately. 30. This represents a whole behavioral biological mechanics, a whole molecular engineering that should help increase our understanding of the nature of problems of consistency. The philosopher Eugene Duprel proposed a theory of consolidation. He demonstrated that life went not from a center to an exteriority but from an exterior to an interior, or rather from a discrete or fuzzy aggregate to its consolidation. This implies three things. First, that there is no beginning from which a linear sequence would derive, but rather densifications, intensifications, reinforcements, injections, showerings. Like so many intercalary events, there is growth only by intercalation. Second, and this is not a contradiction, there must be an arrangement of intervals, a distribution of inequalities, such that it is sometimes necessary to make a whole in order to consolidate. Third, there is a superposition of disparate rhythms, an articulation from within of an interrhythmicity, with no imposition of meter or cadence. 31 Consolidation is not content to come after, it is creative. The fact is that the beginning always begins in between, intermezzo. Consistency is the same as consolidation, it is the act that produces consolidated aggregates, of succession as well as of coexistence, by means of the three factors just mentioned, intercalated elements, intervals, and articulations of superposition. Architecture, as the art of the abode and the territory, attests to this. There are consolidations that are made afterward, and there are consolidations of the keystone type that are constituent parts of the ensemble. More recently, matters like reinforced concrete have made it possible for the architectural ensemble to free itself from arborescent models employing tree pillars, branch beams, foliage vaults. Not only is concrete a heterogeneous matter whose degree of consistency varies according to the elements in the mix, but iron is intercalated following a rhythm. Moreover, its self-supporting surfaces form a complex rhythmic personage whose stems have different sections and variable intervals depending on the intensity and direction of the force to be tapped, armature instead of structure. In this sense, the literary or musical work has an architecture, saturate every atom, as Virginia Woolf said. 32 Or in the words of Henry James, it is necessary to begin far away as possible, and to proceed by blocks of wrought matter. It is no longer a question of imposing a form upon a matter but of elaborating an increasingly rich and consistent material, the better to tap increasingly intense forces. What makes a material increasingly rich is the same as what holds heterogeneities together without their ceasing to be heterogeneous. What holds them together in this way are intercalary oscillators, synthesizers with at least two heads. These are interval analyzers, rhythm synchronizers. The word synchronizer is ambiguous because molecular synchronizers do not proceed by homogenizing and equalizing measurement, but operate from within, between two rhythms. Is not consolidation the terrestrial name for consistency? The territorial assemblage is a milieu consolidation, a space-time consolidation of coexistence and succession. And the refrain operates with these three factors. The matters of expression themselves must present characteristics making this taking on of consistency possible. We have seen that they have an aptitude to enter into internal relations forming motifs and counterpoints. The territorializing marks become territorial motifs or counterpoints. The signatures and placards constitute a style. These are the elements of a discrete or fuzzy aggregate, but they become consolidated, take on consistency. To this extent, they have effects, such as reorganizing functions and gathering forces. To get a better grasp on the mechanism of this aptitude, we may lay down certain conditions of homogeneity, beginning with marks or matters of the same kind, for example, a set of sonorous marks, the song of a bird. The song of the chaffinch normally has 3 distinct phases. The first has from 4 to 14 notes rising in crescendo but decreasing in frequency, the second has from 2 to 8 notes, lower than the first and of constant frequency, the third ends with a complex flourish or ornament. From the standpoint of acquisition, this full song is preceded by a subsong that under normal conditions already assumes possession of the general tonal quality, overall duration and content of the stanzas, and even a tendency to end on a higher note. 33 But the organization into 3 stanzas, the order of the stanzas, the details, and the ornament, are not preggiven. It is precisely the articulations from within that are missing, the intervals, the intercalary notes, everything making for motif and counterpoint. The distinction between subsong and full song could thus be presented as follows: the subsong as mark or placard, the full song as style or motif, and the aptitude to pass from one to the other, for one to consolidate itself in the other. Clearly, artificial isolation will have very different effects depending on whether it takes place before or after the acquisition of the components of subsong. Our present concern, however, is to find out what happens when these components effectively develop into the motifs and counterpoints of the full song. We must leave behind the conditions of qualitative homogeneity we set for ourselves. For as long as we confine ourselves to marks, marks of one kind coexist with marks of another kind, period. The sounds of an animal coexist with its colors, gestures, silhouettes, or else the sounds of a given species coexist with the sounds of other species, perhaps quite different but close in space. The organization of qualified marks into motifs and counterpoints necessarily entails a taking on of consistency, or a capture of the marks of another quality, a mutual branching of sounds, colors, gestures, or a capture of sounds from different animal species, etc. Consistency necessarily occurs between heterogeneities, not because it is the birth of a differentiation, but because heterogeneities that were formerly content to coexist or succeed one another become bound up with one another through the consolidation of their coexistence and succession. The intervals, intercalations, and articulations constitutive of motifs and counterpoints in the order of an expressive quality also envelop other qualities of a different order, or qualities of the same order but of another sex or even another species of animal. A color will answer to a sound. If a quality has motifs and counterpoints, if there are rhythmic characters and melodic landscapes in a given order, then there is the constitution of a veritable machinic opera tying together orders, species, and heterogeneous qualities. What we term machinic is precisely the synthesis of heterogeneities as such. Inasmuch as these heterogeneities are matters of expression, we say that their synthesis itself, their consistency or capture, forms a properly machinic statement or enunciation. The varying relations into which a color, sound, gesture, movement, or position enters in the same species, and in different species, form so many machinic enunciations. Let us return to the stage maker, the magic bird or bird of the opera. He is not brightly colored, as though there were an inhibition. But his song, his refrain, can be heard from a great distance. Is this a compensation, or on the contrary the prime factor? He sings perched on his singing stick, a vine or branch located just above the display ground he has prepared by marking it with cut leaves turned upside down to contrast with the color of the earth. As he sings, he uncovers the yellow root of certain feathers underneath his beak, he makes himself visible at the same time as sonorous. His song forms a varied and complex motif interweaving his own notes and those of other birds that he imitates in the intervals. 34 This produces a consolidation that consists in species-specific sounds, sounds of other species, leaf hue, Throat color, the stage maker's machinic statement or assemblage of enunciation. Many birds imitate the songs of other species. But imitation may not be the best concept for these phenomena, which vary according to the assemblage into which they enter. The subsong contains elements that can enter into melodic and rhythmic organizations distinct from those of the species under consideration, supplying the full song with truly alien or added notes. If certain birds such as the chaffinch seem impervious to imitation, it is because any alien sounds appearing in their subsong are eliminated from the consistency of the full song. On the other hand, in cases where added phrases do get included in the full song, it may be because there is an interspecific assemblage of the parasitism type, or it may be because the bird's assemblage itself effectuates the counterpoints to its melody. Thorpe is not wrong to say that the problem is one of the occupation of frequency bands, as with radios, the sound aspect of territoriality. 35 It is less a question of imitating a song than of occupying corresponding frequencies, for there may be an advantage in being able to restrict oneself to a very determinate zone in some circumstances, and in others to widen or deepen the zone to assure oneself counterpoints and to invent chords that would otherwise remain diffuse, as, for example, in the rainforest, which is precisely where the greatest number of imitative birds are found. From the standpoint of consistency, matters of expression must be considered not only in relation to their aptitude to form motifs and counterpoints but also in relation to the inhibitors and releasers that act on them, and the mechanisms of innateness or learning, heredity or acquisition, that modulate them. Ethology's mistake is to restrict itself to a binary distribution of these factors, even, and especially, when it is thought necessary to take both into account simultaneously, to intermix them at every level of a tree of behaviors. Instead, what should be done is to start from a positive notion capable of accounting for the very particular character the innate and the acquired assume in the rhizome, and which is like the principle of their mixture. Such a notion cannot be arrived at in terms of behavior but rather only in terms of assemblage. Some authors emphasize autonomous developments encoded in centers, innateness, others emphasize acquired linkages regulated by peripheral sensations, learning. But Raymond Rouyer has demonstrated that the animal is instead prey to musical rhythms and melodic and rhythmic themes explainable neither as the encoding of a recorded phonograph disc nor by the movements of performance that effectuate them and adapt them to the circumstances. 36 The opposite is even true, the melodic or rhythmic themes precede their performance and recording. What is primary is the consistency of a refrain, a little tune, either in the form of a mnemic melody that has no need to be inscribed locally in a center, or in the form of a vague motif with no need to be pulsed or stimulated. There is perhaps more to be learned from a musical and poetic notion such as the natal in the Lied, or in Hölderlin or Thomas Hardy than from the slightly vapid and foggy categories of the innate and the acquired. For from the moment there is a territorial assemblage, we can say that the innate assumes a very particular figure, since it is inseparable from a movement of decoding and passes to the margins of the code. Unlike the innate of the interior milieu, acquisition also assumes a very particular figure, since it is territorialized, in other words, regulated by matters of expression rather than by stimuli in the exterior milieu. The natal is the innate, but decoded, and it is the acquired, but territorialized. The natal is the new figure assumed by the innate and the acquired in the territorial assemblage. The affect proper to the natal, as heard in the Lied, to be forever lost, or refound, or aspiring to the unknown homeland. In the natal, the innate tends to be displaced, as Rouyer says, it is in some way prior to or downstream from the act, it concerns less the act or the behavior than the matters of expression themselves, the perception that discerns and selects them, and the gesture that erects them, or itself constitutes them. That is why there are critical periods when the animal valorizes an object or situation, is impregnated by a matter of expression, long before being able to perform the corresponding act. This is not to say, however, that behavior is at the mercy of chance learning, for it is predetermined by this displacement, and finds rules of assemblage in its own territorialization. The natal, then, consists in a decoding of innateness and a territorialization of learning, one atop the other, one alongside the other. The natal has a consistency that cannot be explained as a mixture of the innate and the acquired, because it is instead what accounts for such mixtures in territorial assemblage and interassemblages. In short, the notion of behavior proves inadequate, too linear, in comparison with that of the assemblage. The natal stretches from what happens in the intra-assemblage all the way to the center that has been projected outside. It cuts across all the interassemblages and reaches all the way to the gates of the cosmos. The territorial assemblage is inseparable from lines or coefficients of deterritorialization, passages, and relays toward other assemblages. There have been many studies on the influence of artificial conditions on bird song, but the results vary both by species and according to the kind and timing of the artifice. Many birds are receptive to the songs of other species, if they are exposed to them during the critical period, and will reproduce the alien songs later on. The chaffinch, however, seems much more devoted to its own matters of expression and retains an innate sense of its own tonal quality even if exposed to synthetic sounds. The outcome also depends on whether the birds are isolated before or after the critical period. In the first case, chaffinches develop a nearly normal song; in the second, the subjects in the isolated group, who cannot hear each other, develop an abnormal, non-species specific song that is nevertheless common to the group. See Thorpe. In any event, it is necessary to consider the effects of deterritorialization or denatalization on a given species at a given moment. Whenever a territorial assemblage is taken up by a movement that deterritorializes it, whether under so-called natural or artificial conditions, we say that a machine is released. That in fact is the distinction we would like to propose between machine and assemblage. A machine is like a set of cutting edges that insert themselves into the assemblage undergoing deterritorialization, and draw variations and mutations of it. For there are no mechanical effects, effects are always machinic, in other words, depend on a machine that is plugged into an assemblage and has been freed through deterritorialization. What we call machinic statements are machine effects that define consistency or enter matters of expression. Effects of this kind can be very diverse but are never symbolic or imaginary, they always have a real value of passage or relay. As a general rule, a machine plugs into the territorial assemblage of a species and opens it to other assemblages, causes it to pass through the interassemblages of that species. For example, the territorial assemblage of a bird species opens onto interassemblages of courtship and gregariousness, moving in the direction of the partner or socius. But the machine may also open the territorial assemblage to interspecific assemblages, as in the case of birds that adopt alien songs, and most especially in the case of parasitism. 37 Or it may go beyond all assemblages and produce an opening onto the cosmos. Or, conversely, instead of opening up the deterritorialized assemblage onto something else, it may produce an effect of closure, as if the aggregate had fallen into and continues to spin in a kind of black hole. This is what happens under conditions of precocious or extremely sudden deterritorialization, and when specific, interspecific, and cosmic paths are blocked, the machine then produces individual group effects spinning in circles, as in the case of chaffinches that have been isolated too early, whose impoverished, simplified song expresses nothing more than the resonance of the black hole in which they are trapped. It is important to bring up this black hole function again because it can increase our understanding of phenomena of inhibition, and is in turn capable of breaking with the over-narrow inhibitor-releaser dualism. We saw earlier that an interassemblage could include lines of impoverishment and fixation leading to a black hole but could still perhaps lead into a richer and more positive line of deterritorialization. For example, the grass stem component among Australian grass finches falls into a black hole and leads into the refrain component. 38 Thus the black hole is a machine effect in assemblages and has a complex relation to other effects. It may be necessary for the release of innovative processes that they first fall into a catastrophic black hole. Stases of inhibition are associated with the release of crossroads behaviors. On the other hand, when black holes resonate together or inhibitions conjugate and echo each other, instead of an opening onto consistency, we see a closure of the assemblage, as though it were deterritorialized in the void, young chaffinches. Machines are always singular keys that open or close an assemblage, a territory. Moreover, finding the machine in operation in a given territorial assemblage is not enough, it is already in operation in the emergence of matters of expression, in other words, in the constitution of the assemblage and in the vectors of deterritorialization that ply it from the start. Thus consistency of matters of expression relates, on the one hand, to their aptitude to form melodic and rhythmic themes and, on the other hand, to the power of the natal. Finally, there is one other aspect, their very special relation to the molecular. The machine starts us down this road. The very words, matters of expression, imply that expression has a primary relation to matter. As matters of expression take on consistency, they constitute semiotic systems, but the semiotic components are inseparable from material components and are in exceptionally close contact with molecular levels. The whole question is thus whether or not the molar-molecular relation assumes a new figure here. In general, it has been possible to distinguish molar-molecular combinations that vary greatly depending on the direction followed. First, individual atoms can enter into probabilistic or statistical accumulations that tend to efface their individuality. This already happens on the level of the molecule, and then again in the molar aggregate. But they can become complicated in interactions and retain their individuality inside the molecule, then in the macromolecule, etc., setting up direct communications between individuals of different orders. 39 Second, it is clear that the distinction to be made is not between the individual and the statistical. In fact, it is always a question of populations. Statistics concerns individual phenomena, and anti-statistical individuality operates only in relation to molecular populations. The distinction is between two group movements, as in Alembert's equation, in which one group tends toward increasingly equilibrated, homogeneous, and probable states, the divergent wave and the delayed potential, and the other group tends toward less probable states of concentration, the convergent wave and the anticipated potential. Point 43. The intramolecular internal forces that give an aggregate its molar form can be of two types. They are either covalent, arborescent, mechanical, linear. Localizable relations subject to chemical conditions of action and reaction or to linked reactions, or they are indirect, non-covalent, machinic, and non-mechanical, superlinear, non-localizable bonds operating by stereospecific discernment or discrimination, rather than by linkage. Point 41. These are different ways of stating the same distinction, which seems much broader than the one we are looking for. It is, in effect, a distinction between matter and life, or rather, since there is only one matter, between two states, two tendencies of atomic matter. For example, there are bonds